from the way we see our plays. So it's hard to answer like that because it's not quite the view we have. Of course, we have the aggressive play style, but it's not hard to play passive. It's just our choice of playing. We can mix up every time we can. It's not like we are struggling to play passive. It's just something we don't prefer to do. And if you need to do, you're gonna do it. It happens every game. We play passive. We play slowly. So I think we just focus on our game a lot because I know every team had like a break to practice. So I'm expecting anything from Liquid and anything from any team.
Now, Art, you just kind of graced us with the presence of whatever you're drinking right there. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of questions around the straw and the cup itself. Let's just go ahead and bring that back up if you don't mind showing us the cup that you have right in front of us. You mind sharing that with us?
Yeah, of course. No, I don't mind it. It's a local drink from where I live. I drink this pretty much every day. It's a tradition since I am like a little kid.
Nice. Well, it's a cool looking straw too. If that's any consolation, I don't know what the liquid tastes like, of course. Now, the question I'm going to have for you this before I let you go, there's a lot of talk about Furia in comparison to MIBR and where that all kind of stacks up. What do you think about it when people say Furia is better than MIBR?
I would say people are like mainly Brazilians. They are like hating a lot because MIBR is struggling against teams they were not used to struggle. But I think they have just got their pace on. I don't think like it's a battle of who's better. I think there's moments for both teams, and both teams are like in different situations. MIBR is trying to get back on the track, and we are trying to be where they were in the past. So I think it's different struggles for us. It's not quite who is better. It's just different struggles.
Yeah, different problems, you know, sort of same team, same fight, but also different stuff going on around the board. Art, I appreciate your time, buddy. We're going to let you go get in the server so we can start this game.
Yeah, let's go. Thank you.
Let's go. Vamos. All right. So, guys, what did you learn right there? First of all, I like what he said about MIBR.
Yeah, that's a respectful answer because you can very easily just come out and say, yeah, we're better than them or they're better than us. But that's, you know, it's a nice way of looking at it, right? MIBR are coming into a very different situation than Furia, who have, you know, recently grinded their way into, in the last year or so, into their current position. MIBR have been at the top and they've dropped off. That's a, you know, as Fallen said in the interview the other day when we had him on, you know, that's a very different thing to deal with, you know, being at high heights, falling off and then trying to get back up to that position.
Yeah, just maintaining that high pole position is certainly something that a lot of teams struggle with. What we're not going to struggle with is taking a look at the map vetoes. Again, a best of 3 on the card, so we need to know what maps we're playing at the bare minimum. I'm going to guarantee you 2, but maybe we get a 3rd out of this.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I can't think of the last time we had a 2-map series here at Pro League, so... Yesterday, 100 Teams Liquid, yeah, sure.
Last night.
It was more just a play on the fact that almost every series here has gone 3 maps. But yeah,
well, we got
shut
Nuke
up,
first.
guys, you take it.
He's not happy. You've upset him, Harry. Apologize to him.
I am sorry, Hugo.
No,
it's not good enough. It's not good enough.
Harry, read the maps.
Yeah, so obviously, you know, we got the Dust 2 ban coming out from Furia. That's expected. They ban that straight away most of the time. That gets taken out. Now, that's the map that Liquid have been struggling on a little bit. Train gets removed as well shortly thereafter. We know that Liquid have said they might add that to their pool, but it's a long way off. Nuke pick for Furia. Good map for them. And one that they often try and bring the heat on. Inferno coming up next. Speaking of heat, if you like fire, there's nothing more fiery than the depths of Inferno. And then Mirage to end it. Nice little middle ground map for it all to conclude on. And I think, I actually really hope we get to see all 3. I hope that trend continues because I would love to see how Mirage goes down between these 2 teams.
Or at least what answers Furia can come up with. And if, you know, if Liquid get off to a slow roll here, that creates a much bigger problem. One that we've already addressed or kind of looked at with Twist. And it's also something that Liquid are aware of. So that's something that right then and there, you could say, with these 2 teams meeting in server, anything's very much possible.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Liquid can't afford to be slow starters in this series. Furia are going to punish them. You can see the rankings, number 13 versus number 7. Liquid falling down the spots just a little bit, but it is early days into 2020. We're only a couple of months in, and we've got to wait for, you know, lands to continue before, you know, new heights are reached, but that might be in a while. Either way, I think, you know, going back to the point, Liquid need to start fast here because we know Furia will be aggressive. We know they will be fast.
Well, perhaps this next little tidbit could help them to start fast. We have another pro tip loaded up for you, brought to you via Rushly 123456.
Hey Future Pros, back on Nuke today with a nade set to get you down secret. This is a set piece you will see most pro teams run with some variants here and there. You'll need 3 Future Pros for this execute and 3 smokes total. Future Pro number 1, you will need to line yourself up with the middle of this part of the truck. Aim just out to the left of the bottom left of the right window. Then jump throw the smoke. Future Pro number 2. Jam yourself into the corner of this bollard. Aim above the bracket on the silo and line your crosshair up with the top of this vent. Then simply jump throw the smoke. Future Pro number 3. You'll be throwing the close smoke. To throw the smoke, hug the right wall while running and aim just above the first fence post and throw. If done correctly, you will have an easy access to secret, but remember, always have someone watching the flank.
Rushley, a rising star, not only as an observer, he's also trying to work his way over here to the analyst desk where he could fit in, slot in just perfectly, probably like right here if I had to guess. Nonetheless, we are just about ready to get on our first map. We do have the maps. We have everything that we need to know. We've got Nuke, we've got Inferno, we've got Mirage, and more importantly, we've got to put our money where our mouth is. And Hugo, I want to start with you.
Liquid.
For any reasons at all.
Liquid.
Nice. Thank you so much. Let's go
No,
ahead and kick the ball right over there to Harry. What's he going to do after you pass the ball to you?
Yeah, you know, I'm going to dribble it for a bit, and I'm going to say that Liquid are my pick here as well. They got me believing, right? I think that I think their kind of time for error, the margin for error has shrunk down a bit here. They know the pressure's on, and you really cannot afford to lose these series. So I think they've got to make a bit of a statement here. You know, they already bested MIBR, and I think while I imagine this goes 3, I still have Liquid taking it.
And I think you're onto something right there. I just want to reflect real quick on the GG.bet odds. Of course, Team Liquid, a favorite to win this one. Now, I also obviously have to side with Team Liquid. No real like bias there to North America or anything. But the reality is this. Sometimes when I watch Liquid play in the early of games, it's just full-on Pepe hands, guys. It is just something that is just so frustrating to watch. Now, if Furia can get out ahead of that early on, that's not going to end well for the side of Liquid, especially if they can't find a response.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think, you know, if we see Liquid go down like 13-5, I don't think Furia will let them come back in. I don't think that's the kind of team that will be complacent and will just sit around waiting for Liquid to pull a comeback. They're going to get in your face and they're going to punish you. And that's, you know, where and how Furia can make this a 3-map series and maybe, just maybe, take a win.
Perhaps. CT start for Liquid on Nuke. We look at Inferno where Furia will be getting that CT start. Opposing map picks. Certainly, if anything has been taught to us in this season, it is going to be the fact that, well, teams win each other's map picks. And then we go to Mirage, if that's the case. Anyhow, it starts on Nuke, Harry.
Yeah, indeed it does. Now, I remember back from that Anaheim, we learned some interesting statistics when it comes to these boys over on this side of Furia. And I'm going to let the drop take hold before I drop these numbers on you all. Woo! So, looking at this, this is an interesting one, Trace. I think I'm going to be a big fan. Lowest deaths per round in the game is held by Jabe. I think that really isn't much of a surprise. But second place is Keserato, just behind. And that is all while being the top-rated player for KAST out of anyone in the world right now. NAF up here in the heavens, and he's looking for players that might just come his way. Furia trying to close the distance. Yuri will dome Elige, but NAF is still a question mark, and he's played this well. But misses the timing, missing his chance, and there's Keserato coming in with that kill.
This is something that's so exciting about these NA online matches as well. It's like, you know, it's just so many aim fights, so many battles, and Furia, they're all over the place, man. They're in B right now. Stewie is trying to deal with them. He's been spotted and tagged, and he's going to look to the windows instead. Twist is spotting them go heaven. He knows Furia are both lower and upper. This is a mixed-up round right now. Where's that bomb going, though? Twist is going to spot it. He gets dinked by Henny, who can wrap the top site, and that's surely where this is going to end up. Stewie has killed the man down below, and Keserato coming in from the heavens.
Yeah, he's going to drop it right onto Twist. Keserato and Henny are going to get this bomb planted in the upper site. Retake's going to come in at a Fury's pace from the side of Liquid. They already want to get into the fight. They do not want to give any time, any chance for Fury to set up for the post plan. Stewie 2K ringing the bells of Keserato and Henny. It's done done deal. Liquid are going to pick up a pistol in a round that got pretty damn close.
Yeah, clean shots of Stewie, man. And he was a big talking point yesterday. Remember, back in the series versus 100 Thieves, he started off very slow on both maps, was not having a great beginning. But he managed to really pick it up at the end of things, especially on that second map, you know, being the top performer. So Liquid already off to a good start, and Stewie finding 4 headshots in the pistol round is certainly going to be what they need. Furia forcing up, as you would expect after a bomb plant. 2 Kriegs and an AK in round number 2.
investment in from Furia. Krieg's out in full force. Keserato, the purist, playing with the AK. Also, because they didn't really have the money to get another one.
Poorest, you mean? Couldn't afford the Krieg.
No. Smoke on down toward the squeaky door, and that's allowed Art to slip his way into the back line.
Oh,
Stewie
no.
arrived just a second too late, although I think it looked like he caught a glimpse of Art, right? And yeah, he seemed aware. He was hunting it down, but the kill didn't present itself. And now Keserato arriving up here at the upper site.
Man.
Art comes in with a kill onto NAF, and it's only Elige left. This force buy from Furia yields some fantastic results almost immediately. As Elige is just left to the save, Furia tie this one up nice and early.
There's the Krieg force, man, and all three of the rifle players survive. Of course, Henny's had to pick one up off of a dead body. Yuri was one-armed with armor. And Elige, he's going to save his alongside the FAMAS. Back in T-spawn, giving Furia an early round on this T side. I'll better run, man. That bomb radius is fairly far.
But he does live. 3 rifles carried over, just like you said. Will Liquid have a response? They're going to have some utility and some weapons to work with in this round. So, just maybe. Armor as well. Going the extra mile here.
Deeg armor for Liquid. Might see a lobby crunch here. They're going to move towards the ramp, but only to boost Stewie into position. Can tuck in the corner, allow Furia to get out. Baited in by the likes of Nath, who has the Deeg down bottom ramp. He'll just drop upon spotting contact. Go quiet. Furia playing things very safe though, spamming in through radio, making sure Liquid haven't aggressed. Yuri is back behind main with Art above, but they're not rushing the yard. They're trying to see what Liquid are bringing to the table. Elige has his FAMAS downstairs in the Hell Room, and he is watching the cross, but he's not going to get more than, you know, a quick tap and a bit of damage off as these Furia players split. Instead, they're not going to cross past him either. They go into the A site. Twist tucked into the boxes. Molotov goes out, and Art goes in with a kill, trading that onto Twist, who did find Yuri at the start. Vinny spams a smoke for a frag as well, and Furia own the A site.
Yeah, no hope for Liquid in this round. No chance to extinguish the fire that is Furia over here on A. The bomb goes down, and for these 3 remaining players, the best thing they can try and do is hold on to these weapons. Well, they get away with them. Furia not hunting. Another man who holds a first place stat in the world right now is Art, with actually entry kills per round, and he's keeping that up in this one. It was the man to go ahead and open this A site, make it ripe for the taking. He was able to deal with that hot player flawlessly. And so Furia, they're going to take this 2-1 lead. No money for Team Liquid in the next round, and then we kind of, you know, we've been here before. We know what's going to happen. It should be 3-1 before all is said and done, and that buy round comes on in for Team Liquid. In this round here, you're hoping that the 3 armored players and that 1 FAMAS that you've held on to can at least make this an expensive round for Furia.
The bare minimum, which is exactly what Liquid have going into this round. A couple pistols.
Oh, is this going to be a fast one? Furia looking for quick fights in the A site. It goes both ways. Elige is charging outside with the FAMAS. He gets back just in time. Art's come over the silo, and he has spotted him, but too little too late. Elige can escape. Completely switching up his position, keeping Furia guessing as to where this 1 rifle is. And it's all Liquid have in this round, really, with the exception of the Deegs with a bit of Kev behind it. Elige Looks to do some damage towards the yard, but he's letting them get very deep. He wants them to come towards Heaven and try and wrap. That's when he can take them down with that gun, but not going to try and fight Kriegs at a range. He'll let them have the yard. Twist might see some toes if he backs up just enough.
Vinny playing it real patiently. Same for Twist and Nitro, who are in the upper site currently. Holding on to the rafters. Swinging around. Ooh. Big kill from Elige. Goes for a second, goes for the spray, and it's Yuri that comes out on top with ZK. Still in this upper site. Just now our Furia walking out the squeaky door. And they're very, very cautious. They don't want to walk in any sort of crazy pistols. Time to take the site is now.
Blink and you miss it.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, now we get our first taste, though, of how these teams are going to stack up rifle on rifle here heading into round number 4. And it won't feature the AWP on either side. Now, Furia, not terribly uncommon to actually see them put off buying this AWP and just, you know, having your AWP run the Krieg on T-side nuke. That's something that we saw them do an awful lot back at Anaheim. Serato. Out through Squeaky, fast play, and into the clutches of Twists they go. The Maws of the Beast still open for more, but Vinny goes in. Has managed to get the trade, but in the blink of an eye, it's all onto Henny, and NAF makes quick work of him as well. The attempted fast A play from Furia to try and catch Liquid with limited utility on the back of their first buy round here over on the CT side. Doesn't work out the way they would have liked, but the money was still plentiful for Furia. And they'll keep up that trend of not bringing this AWP out on the T half into round number 6.
You have the 2 Kriegs over there for the side of Liquid. Where are they going to position Naf and Stu? I don't imagine anywhere too crazy. Stu's going to head towards ramp room early on, get a Molotov down. Naf spotting from the side of Heaven into the vents. This Molotov's going to slow everybody down on the tracks. Nitro sees the smoke coming out of the squeak doors, as well as the Molotov. He's going to get himself in a position where he can see inside of the door itself. He has spotted the shoulder of Art. Art's going to walk right on out using the guys of the smoke, and meanwhile catches Nitro with a grenade out in his hand. Couldn't have gone any worse for the man. Twist, though. Maybe he has a response. Looks for it, finds just one in Vinny. Sets up Naf behind the silo. Looks like they're going to try to get out on this A bomb site. If they get another kill here, which they haven't, Vinny dropping the bomb inside of the hut. Serato just locked outside of it. Lobby control, there it is. It's by the side of Liquid. Serato holding fast at the door. Not gonna be there for too long.
Yeah, Yuri's coming on this long flank though, and he's gonna have the drop on them to an extent. Fortunately, he has to make the drop noise if he wants to get that bomb back under control. And someone will hear it. So he's going to hang around 40 seconds, enough time to wait and see if Liquid give him a kill.
He could definitely find Elige, but Elige crouching leaves him low down. And Yuri just got the information. Elige had been looking Heaven all round. And this is where Elige's decision to get off the angle and look towards main could actually hurt Yuri, because now Elige has to consider that potential Heaven wrap as an option, and he wasn't doing that before. Elige kind of wondering, where on earth did the molly come from? He just runs out into the open, wasn't able to figure it out. Yuri, the ghost, taps the bomb. Naf is closing the gap. And he might have the drop on him. Yeah, Yuri, surely not. Oh, almost with the flick. Tags Naf down to 19 points of health, but it's a 3K from this man. And a defuse to find the 3rd round for Liquid, tying us up at 3-3 out of the gate.
That's a really smart play from Naf. The second Elige dies, Naf walks, he gives up the bomb. With the time being low, he knows Yuri can't drop B, and so he just walks wide from the door. He lets him plant, but Yuri, in his head, the timing isn't there, because he's just cleared the vent position. He's just thrown a Molotov there, and there's no one else. But Naf has moved immediately on that left flank, knowing the bomb will be planted behind Silo. Good awareness. Naf doing his thing. He has been stellar for Liquid so far. And, this is Furia, why they're so exciting to watch, man. You send one player outdoor, Art just looks into A, he gets a kill, and Furia just trade their way into a site. They just double down, they commit. And, one frag really was all they had, and Liquid had a stack on the A site, but Furia still trade almost effectively. They go down to the 2-on-1, but They do manage to close it. So 3-3. Guns back out for Liquid, but just about. No AWP. This force from Furia leaves them with very little past those 3 rifles. Mac 10 on R and Kesserata on the Deke. They're going to go back in towards the lobby and look for some fights out. Henny and Vinny both lining up Krieg and AK kills into the A site, and now things get dangerous for Liquid again.
Oh, NAV trying to stay away from the molly. Now Twist's here, playing this bait and switch with NAF, but Vinny is wised up to it. Deals with NAF at least, but not quite able to overcome. Twist in the bomb site. Henny jiggling on this corner. Twist actually re-aggressing. Now Henny sees it. That opens up the double peek from main, and Stewie tries to land the spray transfer, but to no avail. Furia going to keep this going in their advantage. And with that round win, they bring the economy of Liquid down to its knees and set themselves up to chain together a couple here on this T side.
Nice trade work from Twist as well. Liquid lost early players on A, but it still wasn't a problem for them to have fast rotations into A with double setup on the silo. Furia, however, taking the lead back and putting Liquid in a precarious position. Another topside rush, and this is the perfect round for it. Liquid do not have the weaponry to stop this. No utility, no guns, pistols, as Twist loses his life. Nitro does trade. The AWP can come in on rotation, but Naf misses a shot. Somehow, some way, Liquid are in an advantage, and Furia are actually going to bail out of the A site. That leaves Kriegs at the feet of Liquid, and they will pick them up.
Yes, they will. Stewie might be gifted a present here with Vinny creeping into the ramp room. Stewie, Vinny neck and neck. It's such a weird exchange right there. Stewie obviously probably clicking that mouse wheel, and it just certainly gave him that jump that he did not want.
Oh, that's a dink from Nitro through the little metal window frame. And it's going to put Henny on 20. Vinny will make up for it, getting that kill with the molly. Is burning him alive, and another one on the site will change the position of Plant. Henny somehow killing Nav on 2 points of health, and now he can stick the bomb as well. Liege on the wrap.
And look how low they are. Vinny and Henny. There's the first kill from Elige, opening the door. Looks for Henny. Henny on just one hit. He didn't even take all those bullets. Ellie Giggle shuts him down. We see a defuse coming in for the side of Liquid. And they're going to grab an op, too.
That was an eco for Liquid, or a force rather. They had CZ armor and the AWP on NAF. That should not have been their round by any means of the word. But Furia, they don't commit to that A-side take. They get out, they get a kill, they get traded, they go in a 4-on-3, and then they just bail. And at least it gives them a viable round, a 2-on-1 in the B site. But it feels like whoever has the advantage right now is losing. Every clutch that can possibly come through is. But it's making for an exciting game nonetheless. 4-4 here, early on Nuke.
Nine rounds in. Let's take a look at what your setup looks like. Maybe we'll review it during the the next eco round for one of these teams. Hashtag EPL. ESL Pro League, rather. Big spray from Stewie from the ramp, and they're all going to be there. Naf's going to try to get involved, too, with his AWP. And Stewie holding him at bay. Team up here, almost a weird sort of wall bang. Naf really could have hurt some feelings with that one.
Yeah, it's Stewie breaking hearts down towards ramp room. 5-4. And Stewie cements that round with a 4K. And now they find themselves back in the lead. It should be Liquid starting to peel ahead, but every single time I've said that, I feel like the Pistols have gotten away with far more than they ever should be allowed to do. Furia, they're going to find themselves in that situation this time around. On the back foot now. I'm going to have to try and claw their way back in. This nade by with flashes, it screams A play. They're going to try and get in. Oh, naded, and the bomb. Oh my goodness, no. It tumbled down the vent. What are the odds in that?
Not a fun round for Furia. In fact, probably one of the fastest ones we've had in EPL so far. Liquid make quick work of the Brazilians. Can they show Braziliancy? That's the real question.
That's good. That's a great recovery. And Furia looking to do the same as they call in a US Air Force tactical timeout here. They're looking to try to recover this T side a little bit more before all is said and done. Another thing, Trace, I think we could get sent in.
Oh, yeah, what's that?
Is people's self-isolation meals. You know, what are you cooking for yourself?
Yeah, give us some
How
ideas.
are they looking?
What are your go-to spices and herbs?
Cup ramen.
The EPL food review now.
Now the hashtag EPL meal review to go next to the meme review.
Yeah, meal review. I would be down. I think some people are going to be eating meals that look great, and I think others will be eating their like 12th cup of noodles.
Pop-Tarts all over the place.
Yeah, that's basically the life we found ourselves in. A life of limitations, and that's where Furia could find themselves now if they don't pick this round up. Their money's been very, very back and forth throughout this entire first half thus far. No team really stringing together too many consecutive rounds yet. Team Liquid are looking to change that. They're currently on 3 in a row. And with the man advantage taken in this round, they're looking to make it 4.
Yeah, man, beside the vents, Furia have done a lot to get in this position. They've even lost a player towards the door. Leech, Twist rather spamming Vinny out. Nav's actually pushed ramp as well. He's dropped the player at the back of the lobby, and the bomb is there, cut off as well. Twist getting aggressive. Liquid really trying to force fights here and doing a good job of that. Elite just killed Yuri. Somehow there's a man on the top of the hut. Stewie tries to rotate into A. He's now behind enemy lines. This side belongs to Furia, but he's still somehow kicking and screaming his way in this round. Stewie finishing it off with a pistol. That was a mess. Furia take the A site. They swap position with Liquid down lower and in hut, and then Liquid retake A successfully.
Brown sugar cinnamon Pop-Tarts. OP. Changed my mind. You're exactly right. Switching positions, and then it's just absolute chaos in that upper site. You saw just how close Stewie got to kill on Henny on top of the hut. Goes to pull out a grenade, and well, as it turns out, he doesn't even need that.
Hero AK for Furia. If they can buy, they will. That's how you know what Furia are going to do with their money. And they'll put pistols around it as well. If Art can get entries, that can open up a world of opportunities, but Furia aren't moving behind him. The bomb is outside. Smokes are faded, and they're hanging around to see if anyone's still here for Liquid, looking for gunfights with the Deagles. Liege, though, is happy to oblige.
Ooh, here's this AK getting out towards ramp. Nav dropping it, and another. Keserato getting dealt with very, very quickly there by Naf down towards ramp. That's the AK now removed from the arsenal of Furia. Henny offers himself up next. Vinny and Yuri, 2 on 5. No damage found as of yet. Well, at least nothing to write home about, right? But this could be it.
Nah, maybe next time, though.
No. Yeah, Stewie's feeling it, man. 14 and 5,
Bro,
putting the hurting.
That's so good, considering that yesterday it was him, kind of a slow starter on both maps, really, and then also on both of them being the difference maker, it felt like. And so here, he just skipped the warming up phase entirely. Maybe he did that before the game of Counter-Strike. It's another US Air Force tactical timeout for Furia, and I think that's quite showing. They've already used 2 of these thus far in this first half. And you know, while we had teams struggling to chain together rounds, Liquid definitely setting that precedent now. They're moving ahead in a very big way.
See Stewie 2K right here, at least the digital version of him.
We've got our first submission to hashtag EPL food review, Trace. I just gave it a quick check. It is your boy, Mr. Maunders.
Oh, of course.
Moran coming in with what appears to be peanut butter on bread.
That's not bad, I'd say, but also, judging by the photo, it's the 2 end pieces of the bread. So, questionable moves here, but I'll take it nonetheless. Sort of like the moves here that Fury are going to have to display to get inside of one of these bomb sites, Harry.
Oh, that's not the first time he's done that.
No, it might not be the last. Art's gotten out behind the vent once again. He's been doing this time and time again for Furia. Can he find anything from it? You got to stay out the way of these bullets from Twist. As he goes in for the repeat. Art thought he would catch him by surprise, but Twist is the one doling out surprises right now. 3 on 5. Damage done through the hut, but not enough to present a kill to Furia. They're going to try and group up and head towards the ramp room, but that's where Stewie 2K and his Krieg reside. You do not envy Furia in this situation. Walking in to the moors of something this terrifying, and that's just the Krieg, let alone the man wielding it. Stewie actually gets dinked there on the first peak, goes back in for a bit more. NAF is here to support, and that's why Stewie feels right at home taking these gunfights. He's got Big Daddy NAF watching over him.
Big Keith Markovic there to help his teammate out on ramp. Just 2 players alive here for Furia and 2 guns on top of it. So 30 seconds left in the round. Would be very wondersome to see what they do.
Oh, they've used that before.
There we go. NAF staying on his game. And I was just thinking too, instead of just like the EPL meme review and the EPL meal review, what if we combine them together and got something along the lines of like, what is your most memest meal?
Trace, I think you know the memes are hard enough. People are struggling to pump out good content.
But imagine like somebody just
closing it.
I tell you what. Why do we have a bunch of actual chefs watching? Because the submissions to the meal review and the food review, both hashtags getting used, by the way.
Yeah, nice. Really? We should have picked one. We should have picked one.
The submissions to that are looking incredible. And the memes, the things that they've been cooking up in the meme kitchen, well, they've been getting better. There's room for improvement, though. And Art here is looking to improve on the scoreline that Furia have on the board right now. There's an opener found with the P250. He slips, he slides, and he gets down into the vents. Stewie, is he going to be ready for a man this deep? Whoa.
So far, it's not gone super well. Gonna run right into Stewie's Krieg. He's lining him up on the ramp. Does a ton of damage. And somehow Art slips by, catches Stew in the side, picks up his Krieg, and finds NAF. Now, this is how a round unwinds. This is how Elige and Twist find themselves in a very, very thick pickle.
Yeah, the Molly Twist gets ahead of it. This is a great position. He might be able to stop the bomb plant. It is open. He's got to go wide, though. Spots the player. Damage done. He's got to wait for his teammate to come in on rotation. Elige has done at least that. The doors swung wide open on either side. Europe getting aggressive. Pistol out. Elige is low. He's going back to the orb, and maybe he'll come to regret it. Elige is quick on the trigger, and Liquid are up to 10 rounds on this T side. Don't even save the orb. They got money. Why not? Keep the Kriegs by your own, he says, as Furia have to try and salvage a 5th round at the end of the half.
Dude, you know, this would scare me too. Look at Art. Ah!
Hey, was that in the game, or was that you doing that one,
I don't know, man.
I honestly can't tell at this
We'll never know.
Oh, well, a fast play. We don't need the slow motion sound effects. We might need the sped up sound effects, Trace, as they go running actually away from the squeaky door, and it's back towards this ramp room. Stewie, NAF tries to play with fire, and when that happens, you do get burned. He gets brought down a 47. Over on the tally, ramp room gained, but this is a weird round because Lobby doesn't belong to Furia. No. K-Serato, not to know that, pushing on in, could actually catch both of these players. Oh, instead it's the bomb drop. Nitro's mopped up Henny, and this round now has gotten out of Furia's hands. It was looking good. Art and Vinny have got to do the damage, and right now they are doing exactly that. They get 2 kills in a matter of seconds to make this round look doable.
Lost of the half, all to play for here. The bomb's been given up by Liquid. They would rather wrap back round the ramp, and NAF has done exactly that, but players coming from both sides. Oh dear, it's going to be a timing. Vinny catches it, and Furia can now go back and retrieve that bomb. They've taken one man out of the picture. Twist is going lower. He's gambling with this one. He knows the bomb's in lobby. A-site seems like the obvious choice, and so is that the one that Furia will stray away from? They seem cautious of the lobby and of any hut push, but they'll go through regardless, just committing to the A site, trading their way in. Bomb plant is allowed. Twist is going to hear it. He's got to sneak on this rotate. He doesn't want them to hear where he's coming from, but this is still going to be a ridiculously hard clutch regardless. One flash, a kit. They have a molly and a flash and an orb holding the line. Vinny is going to be making first contact towards the heaven, and that Molotov is perfectly timed. Twist, he's probably just got to go through it. TikTok.
Yeah, he waited for the molly to fade. Now picking up the pace, and Art is there to remove him. Gets that trade and secures the 5-10 half for Furia. Is that going to be enough, or will Liquid continue to storm ahead here on Nuke? You're going to have to join us after a quick old break to find out.
They all tryna sign my name. They want me to sign my name. Counting the blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50.
Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empowered those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh.
They do find all of the answers on the Team Liquid side, and it's going to be Stewie 2K leading the charge. It's 16-8, holding ramp down with a fierce bout in his hands. Welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 11, everyone. Furia on the other side of things. Now, we'll be switching sides. We're going to be taking a look at what they have to offer on their CT side. I'm joined by Harry and Hugo. And, well, here we are for the last match of the day. You just missed what was the hot match of the day in G2 and FaZe. FaZe dropped that one in 3. And now we find ourselves poised for the second half of the second BO3 of the day.
Yeah, this looks like a fast play. Vinny's got those dual Berettas for on top of Hut. Let's see the dualies delivering. 2 guns is better than 1, and that's what Furia are teaching Team Liquid the hard way. It's only Nitro left. He's gotten down through the vents, but now he realizes, oh, I don't have the bomb. Bugger.
Somehow they got 2 kills out of that. Actually, just 1. There are 2 just right there at the end of the crosshair. 2 HP on Art, 1 HP on Yuri. This is a waiting game. Patience is virtue, they say.
This is Counter-Strike, right? These are the moments I don't think anyone's going to forget anytime soon. Oh. Art just deals with him like it's nothing. 2 points of health and 2 kills to his name. Furia get that pistol round locked on in. And those GG bet odds, well, they've widened a little bit. Liquid continuing to pull ahead, according to the wonderful folks over at GGBet. And I think that is a pretty safe assumption to make. They are 10-6 up right now, but there's always time for this to turn around. And with Vinny doing little antics like this, certainly doable. We've actually seen the dual Berettas become increasingly popular, especially on this top hut position. So keep your eye out for that more.
Glocks out and about. A couple of Deegs here and there. Oh, Nav.
Well, that was something, wasn't it?
That was nasty.
It's very true, Hugo.
Art's playing a pistol round. The flusher is out. He's got the P2K. Honestly, not bad versus the Glocks that Liquid are running here. And there's only one Deeg, so time to make some money. But it can get hairy, of course. You know, if they lose the next man and suddenly Art has to be the hero, not the gun for it. Picked up a FAMAS, though. Queserato dropping lower, and Liquid coming back into the lobby. Art's going to force a fight. He spots something he doesn't know. The three men are out and about on ramp, but the footsteps are in the herd, and Vinny's got to deal with the herd. They storm towards him. 2 kills from Vinny before the trade is in, but that's a gun given to a lead. Queserato hot on their heels.
Yeah, Queserato probably going to be the one that puts a big damper in the plans of Team Liquid if this timing doesn't work out for them.
Oh, he's missed it.
He's seen him now. The information's there. He doesn't know that the second player is there, but they're going to be making their way towards Secret with the bomb. 25 seconds on the clock. Will they hold on to this M4? Are they going to press this even more so? It's the real question in hand, Hugo.
Tick-tock. 15 seconds, a plant needs to come in. Furia have realized exactly what's going on, and Art, he is running down lower. Queserato was here, but he came on the long flank and chased these guys for 1.5 miles. Art now has to put them in the grave. Bomb gets planted, Yuri catches the man in decon, and the M4 on a lead finds nothing. It's a retake from Furia, but hey, Liquid, that was Glocks and a Deeg. They get 2 kills on a bomb plant. They go around the world, they make it interesting. Good eco.
Yeah, this is where you want to see things turn around a bit for Liquid. I think, you know, if you let Furia pick up this first buy round, that is how the Brazilians are going to start to take control of this game once again. Now, this is where we're going to look towards our kind of frag leaders over on the Liquid side. And truthfully, in this game, that has been everyone but Nitro. Not to single him out. Obviously, has a lot on his plate within this squad. Trying to keep this ragtag bunch of boys in check. Nitro going to start this round off, heading towards the door. That gets blown open there by his teammate to allow for this early peek. No kill going to present itself, though. Furia not giving that one up. Playing on top of the hut with this crossfire between that and the CT vent position right now. And he's going to come in and re-smoke the ramp, and that's probably good, because Stewie looked like he wanted to try and pressure this. Furia going to actually throw their ramp player up into the boost. That's Queserato put up here with the MP9. I wonder if that means we're going to see Henny rotate away. That's often the case when you put a player up there. Another way you can try and do this is have him play this Hell rotation so he can help Art outside and then come back to ramp if he's needed to kind of bait and switch with Queserato. So look for Henny playing in tandem with Queserato and Art in this one.
Liquid have crept a player into Secret. Lee's just gone behind the smokes, and no one has spotted that for sure. They are watching down lower. At least Queserato with the first contact to kill and a half. Twist gets away with his life, and Liquid will run wild down towards this B site. Art, he's had a great game, and he needs to keep that up with the AWP. They are already out, and he's not ready for them to be so deep. 2 players in the site, the third on the lurk, and Elige does find value from that secret position, taking down Vinny on rotation. Leaves two men for the retake.
Yeah, smoke dissipating there towards ramp. Henny's going to try to get some headway into the site with the bomb planted in the open. He's going to be joining him from the same avenue of approach. They're going to nade back silo. That's not going to do a lick of damage. But that Molotov will do it to him. Might even remove him in the round. Twist falls. They've had a second change of heart here. They look like they want to go back and punish Liquid a little bit more, and they're going to do just that. How's this gotten to this point, Harry?
Oh, Nitro could have had that round done and dusted there if he takes Yuri off the bomb, but obviously Henny and his ever-watchful eye was looking over the bomb site. He had his back. Now, Furia, we're going to see that AWP come out. First time we've seen it. It's not uncommon to see them not run it over on the T side of Nuke. It's actually pretty standard for this Furia squad. So, you know, Henny really hasn't had too much to say in this game just yet. Now that he's got his AWP in hand, alongside Art bringing in that double AWP now for the CT side. Going to be interesting to see how that influences this Liquid approach. Pistols towards outside. Henny looking for a gap. Tiny bit of leg he can see as they run across, but players have already gotten down, and so the rotations have had to come through. 3 players here for Furia. Elise dropped by Art with that secondary AWP, and Yuri has locked down this lower bomb site single-handedly. Twist mollied out, has to take this fight, and the Molotov almost finishes him off to boot. Not able to secure a kill in towards A, and just Twist remaining. This should be the cleanup. And indeed it is. 9-10 now for Furia. And feels like the Brazilians are the ones getting themselves into the driving seat now.
Yeah, I mean, we've had Liquid with slow starts but late finishes. Could this be the opposite, Trace? A fast start but a slow ending, I guess.
It's like they took what we asked to heart and then tried to do the opposite of it.
The old inverse.
Yeah, so the balance was off, so a little off too, if you think about it.
No T-side rounds yet.
But guess what? The Kriegs are out, boys. Naf, Stu, Twist, all Krieged up.
Pop, pop. We've got the same setup. Eligia's going to lurk behind these smokes. He's actually not going to go at all. He throws them and he falls back. So Liquid, they want to top pop and they want to do it quick. Art in the vent, drop down below. Vinny watching for a mini split that's not happening. Liquid have been pushed out of going for this A site with a smoke in their face, so this leaves them with not a lot. You could just go out ramp because really that's all that you haven't tried at this point, but Furia have kept 2 players here the entire time. Henny, quick shot, going back in for more, and even if he doesn't, there's a second man in ramp to assist.
They do force the shot out of Henny, and you're right, K-Serrato will be there should a rush come through. Stewie playing around a little bit with the idea of maybe taking on that offer, but for some reason, Art is next to the vent with an op holding a squeaky door. Wild scenes, really. Okay.
Ooh, Twists turns this round on its head. Yuri still a factor and was unknown until Stewie springs that trap. It's only Twist left in the 1v3. Henny's wrapped around towards main, and okay, Twist actually does win that fight. Now dropping into the vents. K-Serrato should have this round dead to rights. Twist doesn't know. Twist doesn't realize. Uh-oh, now he does. But thankfully, K-Serrato is able to get that one back under control. And now 10-10. Furia, not to be underestimated.
Yeah. Twist is the one that makes this round close. Look at these 2 kills right here. Good stuff by him. Grabs a third on this player just outside of the mini garage. And a timeout for Team Liquid, the first one.
About time as well. 5 rounds in a row. Liquid starting slow in this second half, but there's always time to recover. We do have players playing very well. Twist on 7 multi-kill rounds right now. That is more than impressive. Top of the server. Art right behind with 6 though.
And then we have Stu, who put up a good number in the first half. Sort of cooled off a little bit, but I'd love to see what they're cooking up in the kitchen over there with Liquid this round.
Yeah, maybe they could show us with the hashtag EPL food review. We will be checking out some of the meals, some of the, you know, concoctions that people have come up with.
Concoctions?
That's a word, isn't it?
Concoctions.
Concoctions?
Also, sometimes the way that it's drawn, but
words are just things.
Twist doubling down, and he will.
Trace is having a break. I don't think it's that funny. I don't know what I did wrong, but you know, I guess
it's that Geordie accent that really, I think, caught you there.
Geordie, yeah. I'm known for my Geordie accent.
Well, this one has gone well for the side of Liquid. They didn't invest too terribly much. Several grenades and 2 rifles in this round.
It's okay, Trace. You East Coasters will laugh at anything.
Well, Serato up here in heaven. And if he's going to want to lay his Liquid down anywhere, he's going to have to put out an East Coaster. They will back out. They've fallen back. Henny's actually going to line this flashbang up.
Such a great line.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm following the
layers to it, Harry.
2 players up here in heaven. Oh, they weren't going to go for it at first, but then I think Henny decided he was just going to line this flash up, try and force Naf out. Naf has a smoke. He came prepared. He extinguishes the fire and the flames, now brings some heat of his own. Henny falls into the crossfire and brings both players down so low, but it's not enough. Liquid will find their first T-side round. That's right, you heard correctly. Their first T-side round here to secure an 11th.
Naf, a sharpshooter just like that of Clint Westwood in the movie Tombstone. Good stuff here from Naf to hold it down, keep this upper bomb site in the hands of Liquid. We're going to see another timeout come in. This one's going to be by Furia, brought to you by the U.S. Air Force, a tactical timeout. Now, Kenny S. somehow getting some stats in this game. But this is good to know, at least when we go to talk about G2 a little bit later. Back on form, 7-2 in opening duels he found himself.
I think that's about Twist. I think that's who the stats for.
Okay,
yes.
Just want to make sure that, you know, we're all clear now. That is for Twist, you're right.
But, yeah, you know, G2 having a great time right now.
Yep.
Did pick up that win versus FaZe earlier, Trace. But that's all for a later conversation, I guess, because over in the NA side of things, Liquid are being put to the test at first T-side round, and they look to build upon that. If they are able to do so here and now, they will break the money of Furia. Of course, Furia love a force buy, but this would really put them in hot water.
Yeah, let's see what Liquid has concocted up to this point. What they want to do with these weapons now that they have found themselves in a 1-round lead. A little presence outside. Wall of smokes. Going to sell that idea that, yes, we're Liquid. We could be in the lower bomb site. We could be working our way through secret. And he's going to be there with his AWP, holding a very tight angle. He's going to be able to shoot once, fall off. He's going to have to after missing as well.
Flashes in. Henny is not sent packing. Instead, he actually homes back in on the angle. Stewie gonna try and tempt fate again, and this time Henny does land the shot. But in the meantime, elsewhere, kills have come in. Twists and Naf, they've doubled up between the two of them, rather, and now they've just got to get past Yuri, which is a feat easier said than done. He's oh, that flash was good. He was so blind. Naf helping Twists out. Henny over here on the vent, trying to play around with ladders. Not quite. With no kills presenting themselves, the money running out for Furia, this is probably just going to be a save, as much as you hate to say it. They will just try and hold on to this AWP, and UMP. Definitely not ideal. Serato would love anything else.
He might just dive up this vent, because at this point he's dying to the bomb if he doesn't move, so main might be the point of escape. He's going to run towards the lobby. Nope, doesn't see a gun. He's fine.
There's
Second try.
An old saying here, Harry, just kind of going off what you're saying. Only the best, but anything will do. So in that motion, yes, Liquid are grabbing some rounds. He's putting some distance between them and Furia. Player I'd really love to see step up, and I don't even have to name names. If you just look at the numbers, I think it's pretty obvious here.
Yeah, Nitro is being very sacrificial, though. In that round, he just runs out into the A site. You know, he gets the info. He dies to the man in the rafters. Then Liquid, instead of just like rushing it and trying to trade and getting bogged down with a multi-kill, they figure out where he is. They go, okay, he's rafters. Naf throws a flash. A player swings out. They deal with him. And it's not a problem for Liquid. They take that top site. So, you know, it's not all about numbers. Although, yeah, 4-16, certainly not the score you want, especially at this kind of score line, 12-10. Naf has the AWP. Sorry, Nitro has the AWP. If you can find these opening kills on the outside, that would redeem him. Looking for heads, but spotting nothing from the top of the garage. So Henny's going to bring the heat instead. This could be problematic.
This AWP chiming in with the first. It needs to deliver a whole bunch more if Furia want to stand a chance in this round. They managed to get players down through secret, or rather a player, Elige. quite the man leading the charge here. The rest of Team Liquid now trying to follow suit and join him on the secret patrol. It's a whole little secret society down here towards the B-bomb site. And there's Elige giving up the aim of the game here with that kill onto Art. Serato followed up onto as well. Elige on a bit of a tear, does get tagged trying to retreat, but there's not much of a danger. It's only these pistols he's up against. So a 13th round for Liquid. Henny's already backed off to try and hold on to this AWP. And 4 players stay alive for the Liquid side. Things are looking up for Liquid.
Furia come to a bit of a halt here on this CT side. 3 rounds in a row now found for Liquid. As you can see, that scoreboard is looking better and better for the T side currently. Twists keeping up his performance, 24 and 18. What a storm. And a fairly close kill distribution for the side of Furia, but not necessarily in the best of ways. The low teens for most of these players. Elige's lurk, down B have been really, really good in this round as well, getting himself a couple of kills on that B site, but even in the past, coming in on rotation in 3-on-3s and catching Furia, dropping down the vents. So continuing to be a nuisance behind these outside smokes and getting into all the nooks and crannies that Furia haven't cleared out. Where's that smoke going? Just to stop the outside mollies and smokes to land. That's a cool idea. He's going to play around it as well. Throws in a molly just to stop Liquid getting aggressive. It's, again, only a Elige on a lurk, but he might reconsider this, seeing all the utility come through.
I love what's happened here where they've smoked off the top of the steps to secret. Just to bide some more time both ways. Stewie with his eyes fastened on Red. Grenade coming in. Meanwhile, the rest of his team congregating towards the lobby. Naf with the opener. And he pushed up into the hut, finds a kill on Stu, but then it all goes wrong. Both Henny and Art that fall. Yuri's not far behind them. And just Serato to his own devices here. SMG takes down Elige, gives himself some cash going in the next round. Naf and Nitro to pretty much set up shop inside of this upper site. See if they can hang on for dear life.
Naf got a wallbang kill. He just spammed hut and killed Henny after Henny took down the first man coming through A. Like, that's just so BS. There's nothing more annoying than dying to a spam like that. Don't even get a chance to respond. Don't even see your enemy. And 14 rounds for Liquid. Looking to lay down the law on Nuke, the map pick of Furia in this series. Inferno coming up next.
Man, this has been a pretty wild half of Counter-Strike with all things considered. If I'm reading this right, we're looking at 5 rounds unanswered, and then Liquid decide to get back into the game. You know, up to round 24, where they find a string of 4 together. Bomb plants, all that goodness. How will round 25 go, though?
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, right, Trace, is that the money over on the Furia side, it's that dreaded scenario that you hate to find yourself in, where you're having to just, either you force buy here, right? You put together something vaguely decent, but it's not really going to have all the bells and whistles you need. Or you give up 15, or at least you come into this round, right, with a buy that shouldn't compare to that of Team Liquid. And that's exactly what Furia have done. Now, more likely than not, this means 15 rounds goes the way of Liquid. And if that's the case, you're playing for OT. Your back is against the wall on the Furia side. And that there is a huge first kill to give away. Art gets caught retreating from outside over towards Hell. Elige's position was an unknown entity to Furia. He's looking to go one step further. It is just kills across the board coming in for Liquid. And this force buy from Furia gets nothing done. Now, they went for, I say force, this partial investment rather, gets nothing done. They didn't put everything on the line, and they are playing for this OT. That was the goal. They've got faith in their systems that they have in place very, very clearly. Not looking to leave anything up to chance, but they will need 5 in a row.
Oh.
Good grief. Well, that got a little, probably tense for the guy playing in Mini Garage. Nonetheless, map point here for Team Liquid. It's Furia, they're going to buy it with everything that they've got. They're going to put it all on the table right here. No real other way to do that. They're also going to put a timeout on the table. Just like you should be putting those plates of food up on our table, known as hashtag EPL Meal Review, the newest installment here of our hashtag series. We are rolling out day by day and on the fly for the most part. I don't think many of these were given too much thought. I don't want to say that this was Harry Russell's brainchild, but I suppose that it is.
You know, man, I got many thoughts buzzing around in this brain of mine. And only really 3 of them are good, so...
Millions of thoughts, only for 3 that could really tell anyone about.
And that was the EPL meal review, food review, and meme review. That's all of them. So, 15-10, Liquid. Running amok over on this T side. Furia, they've got to try and clean this one up and get it back under wraps. Even then, they're competing for OT. Lige gets a huge bit of information there. He spots Henny crossing into Secret. This AWP, this double AWP hold towards outside was a real, or was meant to be the real difference maker in this round. And now Lige knows everything. And having that bit of info has allowed him to carve a path and catch off guard. Henny now likely believes this position won't be anticipated, and that could not be further from the truth. Lige with a double, and that leaves just 3 players standing for Furia. Henny and Art have to watch from beyond the grave. This first map's life is now in the hands of their teammates.
Oh, wait, did that smoke rebound off the wall or the other grenade? I don't even know, but it didn't land. Getting out in the ramp room, Stewie and Twist with big entries. It's Vinny alone, and he's got to drop down lower. That's where Liquid are headed. The bomb is a little late, but Vinny, he's early. He's arrived before the boys, and he's going to take the first man down. The repeats back in, he gets the info, a chance, and Stewie takes it away. Does not give him another opportunity. It's Liquid on the board, on the cards, and taking Nuke in the first map of this series. We still have more for you, though. Inferno coming up in just a minute. It's the pick of Liquid. It's their chance to 2-0. Let's see if they can do it. Join us after the break.
I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight, we go inside. The man is the one.
And more of that as we look at Furia and Liquid. And it looks like Twist putting the hurting on them. Elige also chiming in, so does NAV. And you look over on the other side, Furia put up a pretty good fight here on the first map of Nuke. Albeit it does go in the way of Liquid at the end of it all. We do have another map coming your way. We're going to Inferno next, but we're going to try to come to a conclusion here or draw a close to at least the first map of the series. Got Harry and Hugo joining me here. We've flown them all the way in from the UK. And, well, I guess it's nothing left to do but to talk about the Counter-Strike, guys.
Yeah, that's pretty much all we can do at this point, Trace. Furia versus Liquid. Yeah, we just saw map number 1 go down. It was obviously ending up in favor of Team Liquid over on Nuke, which was Furia's map pick. I think, you know, we can begin this by looking at Liquid and what looked good today. I think, you know, this slow starting team that we've had in the Pro League thus far maybe is no more. They came, they bought the heat from round 1. Things were looking up. They 10-5 the half. And then, you know, Furia actually mount quite the comeback. They take 5 rounds in a row over on the CT side. It starts to look good. They tie it up 10-10. Suddenly, Liquid put their first round on the board and find success constantly past that point. And I think a lot of this comes down to a few key players, namely Twist looking real good in the server.
Oh, yeah.
But also, I think Elige had some great moments towards outside. Focusing on Twist, though, 107.8 ADR, 25 and 19. And this is from a man who had been struggling, I think, for the most part thus far in the Pro League.
And here's the thing, Hugo. When you look at it, we talked to him beforehand, and we know that he's playing Half-Life Alyx on his Steam Index. We know that that Valve Index, that certainly has to have something to do with this.
Yeah, I mean, there's no warm-up like a real warm-up, Trace. I don't just mean in CS servers. I mean getting your body moving. We've all kind of slowed down in the exercise as of late as we can't leave our studio. But
on a year-long
you know,
dirty bulk.
Exactly. Twist is working hard, moving around in the VR realms, I guess.
See, my whole tactic for the whole exercising thing is, you know, we heard from the likes of Sempis, he's using those bands, right, which kind of rely on like your own body weight. So I'm just bulking myself up, and then in the future, when I have to use my own body weight, be it, you know, pull-ups, bands, whatever, I'm working at a higher weight capacity. So there you go.
Now
That's
that
smart.
is a 4 IQ IGL right there. I'm kidding. We need to talk a little bit about Furia, what they brought to the table, sort of like the memes of meals that you guys have brought us. Let's talk about Furia and some of the stuff that they're putting on our plate to digest as we go into the second map.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously falling on their map pick is certainly not the start they wanted, but if there's one thing we've learned in the Pro League season so far, that, you know, moving to Inferno is going to be a chance for them to bounce back, pick up their oppositions. There was a nice showing here. You know, I was expecting a little bit more T-side rounds from Furia. We only got 5 at the end of the half, but Liquid just had such nice setups, man. Their rotations towards B were very good. It felt like Furia were always fighting from a disadvantage. We had some close clutches coming out from the likes of them, but really only closing one of them, it was Art in that first half. So, yeah, you know, I feel underwhelmed by Furia's T side, but hopefully moving forward into the second map, they can pick up the pieces.
Now, you talk about picks, and this was Liquid's pick that we're going into Inferno. In case you missed the videos, you find yourself right here at the second map. And we are about ready to get the party started, but first, we need to go to a quick break. We come back, we're going to find out who's going to be winning this matchup. Does it end in 2? Does it end in 3? Who knows? We'll be right back.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
The future waits for no one, so we refuse to wait for it. Today, battles are waged in nanoseconds, and planes are piloted from the other side of the world. The future's not coming, it's already here. Join us and be the future.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
We're trying to cut out some of the nonsense, but we're not going to do that right now. Actually, we have something quite opposite of that, quite contrary to what it is that we're going to be looking at. We have a little bit of a meme review coming up. Start firing them in. Let's get some official rulings here as to how all the memes have been shaping up across the Twitter sphere using hashtag ESL meal review, hashtag ESL Pro League. Now this is something else. If you told me that this guy went on Google Images and just found like really attractive looking food, I'd believe that.
Yeah, you know, these look great. And if you're lucky enough to have this on Smell-O-Vision like we do here, it smells great as well. Let me tell you, the peppers.
Yeah. Harry, it's like a real pungent smell almost. When you think about that sort of like dumpling looking thing in the back, that looked real good. Let's continue on. What else do we got here that we can kind of throw up there and see what spaghetti sticks against the fridge?
Yeah, it's always good to have to
oh my God.
You know, I always do that before bed, a bit of sausage with my milk, you know. Just combine it, the taste, mwah.
Hugo, what do you see in this, though, that really does kind of separate it from the other one?
I mean, it's just art. The fact that he's cut the sausages, he's put them over the rim of the glass, you really know he's paying attention to the finer details. It's not just about taste, it's about display.
That's like, I don't even know where to begin with that one. I'm going to have to go back and dive into it. Perhaps that's got a very strong, acquired taste to it. Now, what do we have here? A meme review. Now, that's something. I like this one. They've got to something there at the very end. How do you read his alias, though?
Def Wreck.
Def Wreck. Well, I think he's nailed it. What do you guys think?
Well, I'm a bit of a Def Wreck myself. I can't really hear too much, but this music echoing in the back of my head. But yeah, we EPL meme review, EPL food review, EPL meme meal review. I mean, there's so many hashtags. I've lost track. We're just going to have to add a few more entries.
We're kind of making it up as it goes. I don't know that we have any more. So perhaps we continue down the path. That is Inferno, the second map of this series. Furia need to bounce back right here, right now. They've already lost the first map of Nuke, and that was their map pick. What does that mean going forward?
They need to bounce back, Trace.
Thank you so much, Hugo.
Down a map in this series. But hey, like we said, 3 maps have been the consistency across the Pro League, as well as the fact that teams love to take their opposition's map pick. Harry, I've got to ask you, though, are Furia going to take Inferno?
Oh, he's posed me a little question there.
He got you a little something there.
He did.
Keep you on your toes. You haven't answered it,
I actually think Furia could bounce back on Inferno. It's a pretty good middle ground map for both of these teams, and I would like to think that Furia don't want this to end in 2. So I think as long as we get some big frags, really I'm looking at some AWPing talent, maybe in the likes of Henny and Art to step up in the server. I also want to see more from K-Serato. We were really highlighting him a lot, pushing that storyline coming into this series. Left us wanting a bit on Nuke, but maybe here on Inferno that changes.
We take a look at the GG.bet odds. They're going to just show that Liquid is still a favorite to win this one, still a favorite to walk away with the series. You bring up an interesting point right there. That is the AWPs over here on the side of Furia. What and where will they apply them that they're starting on the CT side?
Yeah, well, we'll have to find out, Trace. We're getting into the action. It's what we've been waiting for, what could be the last map of the night. It's Furia, it's Liquid, it's Inferno, and we're heating things up. Let's get into the action.
Yeah.
Great dance moves in the studio right now.
Yeah, it's a shame that we cut off before the dancing begins, honestly.
It's probably for the better, to be honest. But don't worry, EVS is always running, so surely they can do something to ruin our lives. There you have it. Pistol round. It's going to be a push from Furia, formerly known as an angel push. Twist taking a look there from the middle ditch. How does he stay alive? Twist just barely gets out of there with 53 HP. And now a lot of pressure is being put on Banana.
Yeah, flash in. Ooh, Stewie, he gets the entry. Henny's still here. He's blinded back and he's pushed towards the ruins. Furia was trying to send an early rotate into this site, and that is Art. He's coming through a smoke. Will decide against it, committing to being inside of ruins instead as Liquid take B. It's going to be a hard retake to get back in for Furia. 3 in through the choke point. Twist is lining up kills with the Glock. Nitro trades 1-for-1. K-Serato has been supporting this entire time.
Yeah, now just a Legion Stewie left. Half the time ticked off of this bomb. Stewie removes Yuri. K-Serato gets put down as well. And Team Liquid, they're going to go 1-0 up. The pistol round locked on in here for the Team Liquid side. And now Furia going to come in with a force buy here to try and throw a bit of a curveball into the mix. Not so much, I mean, it's pretty standard in the meta nowadays, but you know, I can call it what I want.
You can.
I've got the microphone.
What's up now, haters? That's Harry Russell, not me.
Yeah. Quickly unco-sign that one. Yeah, now the force fight on the cards from Furia. Let's see what they can get done with it, right? Vinny over here towards top banana has Henny lying in wait. Lots of smokes purchased up here for Furia. They're going to try and go for this iconic Inferno smoke delay play. You want to try and hold on to as much of this utility as you can and just try and expel it later in the round. That's why they're kind of going through the rest of the motions, the flashes, the nades. But there's one of the smokes dropped already. Henny will come in and throw one down from CT. Now, that was spotted by Stewie, and he's actually going to start to push and prod this B site. If you're Team Liquid, you have a pretty good idea as to what Furia are trying to do here, right? This smoke delay play is not revolutionary. It's something that we see a hell of a lot. And so, going to be a bit more pressure on Liquid maybe to force a couple of gunfights just so you bait these smoke grenades out from Furia. And they've done a great job of that, right? There's only one left, and that's over towards the B site right now. That's not where this play is looking to end up for Liquid, though. They get top mid control. They leave banana. They head towards A, and it's only Yuri here.
Holding it down in the library. All them books. But right now, it's Liquid that are schooling Furia. They're going to get this bomb planted, and Furia are going to have to head on out. Hold on to what they've purchased. Sometimes you got to hold on to what you got, Harry.
You do indeed, and that is the advice that Furia are taking right now. They don't want to give any of these, I thought there'd be more players with armor. I kind of forgot that this was a bit of a light force buy just because they were putting a real emphasis on holding the utility. Nitro's going to save over here in the pit. And that's not where the action's going down. Liquid are trying to hunt these guns away. It's only the scout that they would actually have much to gain from dropping. And yeah, K-Serato just stops taking fights. So nothing really happens at the end of the round. We could have just skipped that whole bit. Team Liquid 2-0 up now. And Furia still keeping 4 players alive, right? They're going to reinvest in those smokes. They're going to try and do the delay play again. I actually quite like this idea for a buy on CT Inferno. You know, smokes are pretty cheap to reinvest into. So they still have one into the future. And they kept the majority of them. Or at least the weapons. You know, only having to drop the $300 getting those smokes. So it actually gives Furia a pretty good chance to do some damage in this round as well.
Yeah, pretty standard setups here from the side of Liquid. At least how they approach the early round. I say that, Stewie just eats a grenade. Just absolutely found himself in the old Neil meme review. Molotov's going to force Art out of position of the window. Meanwhile, Liquid are going to be occupying that position. It's going to be Liege, the first one in. Supposed to be catching him a little bit later, though, in the hall, so he's not by his lonesome, and on-looking is NAF with the Galil in middle. Furia not pressuring this. They're not going to walk out in here into the shots. They do not have the weapons yet. Smoke over towards Arch, at least the Cubby side. It's going to force K-Serato to reposition. At least keeping these A players honest, keeping them on their toes. Meanwhile, there's nobody there. They've all elected to go towards B. And that does create the B setup that we're going to see from Liquid. They're going to try to take this B site with force. Just a smoke to keep them at bay for the time being. Here we go. Fleur-de-lis smokes. Vinny catches the pass, fumbles, backs off. Meanwhile, Alicia ran straight through. That news is not going to be traveling well.
Oh my good lord. Vinny and Henny, they get it done with the Deagles. They have done all Furia could have hoped for in this round. Yuri and Art have got a fighting chance now as they head in towards Banana for this retake. Double Galil on a Liege and Naf to try and hold down the bomb site. Naf playing in the pit. This position's a bit of a double-edged sword, because now that they know he's here, they can double peek this. They can try and deal with him, and that's where Elige's flash has helped out massively, but not enough, perhaps. Yuri, 1v1, spotted, and just about dealt with. Elige and Naf keep that in their hands, and Liquid will take a third round, but the Deagles get away with a hell of a lot, and that's something Furia are going to be more than happy with.
through, kills Queserato. Vinny just has to go at that point and somehow gets an unbelievable mow down with the Deagle. 2.5 kills. Henny finishes the third, and it gets close, but Liquid do shut it out in the one-on-one. It's now going to be guns out for Furia. Orb here for Queserato as well. Early into the CT side. Flash into Banana. No one to play off the back of it. There is a molly down for Liquid to keep them at bay. He spots middle and he falls off. Liquid begin to move. At least it was the Galil, I guess.
There's always a silver lining somewhere around there, Hugo. Just gotta find it. You gotta look for it.
Let's keep our eyes peeled.
Yes, sir. Eyes peeled currently over here towards the A site. Not a single player from Liquid have found banana control, and no one's really contesting it from Sudden Fury either. A flash is coming through the smokes at the arch side. Stu's going to smoke that off and wait out another smoke. This is Inferno. It's a game of smokes.
Oh, Stewie. He just walks right through it. He doesn't care. Going through the archway and into the CT spawn, killing one of the B players, and look at the reaction. Liquid know that that was a B player. They're going to double back. Henny gone, and only one man at the back of the site. It's Vinny. He's got a Molotov to buy time, but he doesn't want to give away his position just yet. Hiding at the coffins, making sure he's not being flanked. Now Liquid making their presence known. The flash in. Vinny finding the bomb. He drops it at his feet. Molotov can delay the coffin plant as well, but it's actually not a perfect molly. They can pick it back up and get it down on the coffin. Shui catching rotation. So much damage onto Art as he takes down Yuri on that A-side lurk. Liquid now just having to hold the post plant.
Stewie continuing this wrap and Vinny getting timed a bit there. You imagine that was communicated that a man was existing in the CT spawn area, but not able to get away in time. And this is just the save for Furia. 4-0 lead now for Team Liquid. Once again, it's Stewie doing a hell of a lot of work for Team Liquid.
The reason that's great as well is, you know, if you get a man into Arch or CT, you often just send them in on a suicide mission to flank B and get a kill. And often they'll just die there because Furia will know Arch has been given up. Stewie doesn't do that. He just stays at long. He stays at CT spawn. And instead, his team, three-man rush the B bomb site. They get the kill. They trade onto Vinny. They get a plant. And then Stewie's able to kill all the other players that are stuck in an A. You can see this. He gets a spray. He damages Art down to 10. He kills Yuri. And then he comes in late and does the job that many would have done a minute earlier. It's a late lurk from Stewie, and he wins Liquid the round.
Very menacing thing there, too. You have to just imagine as a CT how annoying it is to know that your line has been compromised, that your defensive setup has been compromised. There's an example of it. He's going forward. Art's going to be able to pull this AWP out, but not finding any shots down towards T-ramp so far. Okay.
Was it worth it? That's the question you've got to ask yourself. The nade not finding any damage. A bit of a shame, right? It could have been sick, but sadly, Liquid were already pretty deep up top banana. Henny was not to know that, though. And now this three-man hold assembled over here towards B. There's an AWP on Queserato, there's an M4 on Art, and I'm listing a bunch of weapons that are never going to get to fire a bullet if Team Liquid commit to this A play, which, as it looks like, is probably the case, considering that they haven't left anyone to float around banana, which is often what you want to do. If you plan to go back to that side of the map, they just got to... Oh. Okay.
Well, Stewie's on his today, and Furia will be finding that out the hard way. Meanwhile, banana clear, but guess what, Furia? No one is home. Liquid are going to have the A site rent-free with a plant, and more than likely, Queserato Art saving these weapons. Perhaps Vinny can try to find himself one as well.
Yeah, Fury even knew that was going to be an A play. The second the flash went off on the A site, you saw Fury get aggressive with the banana, and they cleared it out. And at that point, you're like, oh, well, we know, but you know, you can't really do anything about it unless Yuri gets multiple kills on the A site. So Furia, you know, I understand the gamble stack towards B. Liquid have hit B in the majority of these rounds. So Furia trying to play the numbers game. Unfortunately, they roll a 1.
It's there's a timing where if Vinny gets into the alt mid, he might be able to retrieve that M4.
Well, Stu, sometimes you got to know when to hold them, and know when to fold them, bud. Rest in peace, Kenny Rogers. However, he's already done enough in that round. He is certainly on a tear right now throughout Inferno. And those numbers are not going to deceive you. 8-1 there for young Stewart. And even more respect for the AK that he's wielding.
The orb's out for Keserato, taking a quick fight down Banana, but the flashes into Liquid will render him useless. We have a double AWP on B. That is a surprise to see. Keserato taking the spawn will rotate off the back of that shot. Doesn't actually use his utility there, funnily enough, so we'll just be holding it on as Liquid play another slow T-side round up top middle. Flash is good for Yuri, but he doesn't capitalize. And Liquid make their way out through the brackets.
Yeah, they're making a ton of noise. They do have the trademark walk back while Twist stays in halls. Perhaps they can force a player out of position here on Fury. You can tell that Fury are tired of losing banana control. You opt to put a lot of pressure there as a CT, and that's because you just can't keep giving it up that way. However, Art getting teased by Twist.
Did he see the barrel? I'm trying to work it out. I feel like he did.
Yeah. There was just the tip of that one, yeah. Not able to capitalize, although now he is emerging from his little hidey hole, but he only gets himself one kill. Keserato in the meantime. Oh, there's the lineup. Stewie and Nitro, they get the full brunt of that AWP shot. Elige comes in with one, but he needs to get a bit more done here over in top mid. There is still Twist. Now there is no Twist. And there's no Elige either. All the kills come in for Furia. This AWP in the hands of Keserato finds itself 3. Won't be making a home on Keserato's back, you imagine. Although, you know, hey, if he can do that. Why not? Exactly. Why not Trace from the other side of the rope?
No, I said why not. You guys didn't hear me? I must have accidentally pressed my cough button.
Who would do that?
Yeah, who would do
lean
that?
on their cough button mid-sentence?
That was a bit.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate your support.
There's no subtlety around here, is there?
Yeah, well, you know,
you really make me feel confident.
It's like early on,
so much
we were being really early on we were being really supportive of one another, and that's just gone now.
When?
Oh, Henny. That was definitely a world in which he takes that shot. Sadly, not the world we live in. Keserato gonna come on over for an early rotation. Joins his teammates outside of B and now decides, actually, no. And goes back towards A. Gonna rejoin the rest of the gang there. No, says Keserato as he moves back towards the library side to hold down long. And this has come at a pretty opportune timing. Now, something to bear in mind in this round is Nitro still waiting back at Banana. This is why, to me, this doesn't have to be the A commitment from Liquid. They've left their options open. Not like, all right, Lee, you're all good there, bud. I don't think there's anyone up there. But there is Keserato back there. And now here is Art over towards short side, turning this round sour for Team Liquid. Stewie playing with smokes, hides on the back of that flash. Keserato doesn't know that he's here. And Stewie's played this so well. Catches the timing on Keserato and now moves into library. You can bet that he's not going to be ready for this. Oh, he even hears the rotation. Oh dear, Stewie has fluffed it. Keserato misses as well. Nitro gets dropped over towards the B side of the map. 10 seconds, look at the time. Stewie, this time not in the B-bomb site. He's the man attacking it. And this round is done. They're going to try and hold on to these weapons, but they're not able to get away. Oh, Stewie even going down after time.
Yeah, $600. Big money in the bank for Stu, who I do believe is still North America's highest earning player thus far. But I'll have to double check my facts sheet. Or actually, Harry, pull that up. Look like that's what you were doing. Sorry, man.
And NAF over 7 maps, a 1.37 rating, top performer of the Pro League so far. He's going to run rampant towards the top of Banana. Henny, though, will take him down with a quick shot on the AWP. Again, we've been seeing this double orb stay at B every single time. If Liquid, actually get a successful rush off towards B and they have that double orb there, it's going to be a bloodbath for Furia. But for now, they double rotate off. Henny has a full sight line of the Banana, so Furia can afford to stack 4 on that A site. Liquid have their work cut out for them on the Seeker round.
Liquid really love faking these sound cues on this map. Now they're going to eat a grenade for it. Stewie, yet again, drawing the short straw. And the rest of Liquid will also be cleaned up. Still not a great money situation for Stu. He's going to go with a Deagle. Looks like the rest of the team's going to go ahead and just flat out purchase into the round, which does make sense, all things considered. He died after time. The round before last, and that does not leave your money where you want it.
I want to crunch the numbers for you, Trace, and you were dead on.
Oh, okay.
First in NA for Counter-Strike Global Offensive is Stewie with $1 million.
Hot damn.
Just over.
A million.
That's a lot of O's.
Oh.
And that's a lot of no's.
Oh, there's too many O's right now. Elise takes down 3 over here in middle. And yeah, I mean, as the 1s and 0s come on in, this round goes the way of Liquid. It's just going to be the save for Vinny and Henny. Vinny's up here on top of the well, but he's not feeling swell with how this round has gone. Still plenty of cash over in the Furia bank account. 6 rounds on the board for this Liquid T side, and this one is courtesy of Elige.
Are you guys there?
It's called, you know,
Wait,
Dead
no.
Air Rush.
What was that? Was that the Rushly?
Yeah, it's just a bit of lull. I thought you guys disconnected or something.
No, have you DC'd Rushly?
No,
Let's see your face. Let's get you up on the camera right here
All
so
right,
that everybody
give him a bit of
knows
work here. We'll
who's
see.
talking. That's Rushly chiming in.
Oh, look at this. That's why Elige took the glow over the AK a few rounds ago. Makes some sense now.
Perhaps Rushly has left his microphone open, and that's completely okay, too. Would love to talk with you more, Rush. You want to hang out with us?
Yeah, I can do for a little bit then. How are you guys?
Okay, man. Just want to kind of bring you in here. What's your current take on this game? Are we going to be seeing a third map?
I think they're playing it really well. I think Elige and Stewie really are doing very well. Elige getting in those weird spots all the time. But I do like when Art goes here. This is pretty nice. Caught Twist off guard, but he's playing way more passive, so I don't know. We'll see, though. Look at him. He's...
What?
He was mid-air.
Yep. Bonkers.
That's wild stuff. Now say it with me. Vac.
Did chat say it?
I don't know. We're on a delay.
Oh, so yeah. We'll know in a minute or two.
We'll know in a minute or two. However, for the time being, Rushly, what about this execute? What are you seeing? Let's see it. Let's hear it, rather.
I don't know. Let's do this. See what they're actually setting up. I feel like Stewie's... Ooh, but I think Henny's not going to allow him to set up, though, so I think it's going to be tough. He might get flashed off, and if he does, Stewie's definitely going to kill him, but he didn't even see him.
Old nasty nap, picking it back up. There you have it, the smokes yet again. Bring us to a pause on Inferno. Vinny, Vici. He disappears into the smoke. He backs up, looks for one. Is able to grab that at the very minimum. Stewie on the trade, good on him. Now we're going to see a bomb plant for Liquid. One grenade would have even stopped that, but looks like another Liquid round here. I don't believe that Furia is going to be going for this, considering Caserado has not moved out of the pit. And, well, there you have it. Here are the numbers.
This is the scary thing for Furia, right? Is with Elige and Stewie just popping off right now and getting these openers 9 times out of 10. On a map like Inferno, if you're not either ahead of the game in terms of your rotations or you're not able to delay these pushes, which thus far Furia have kind of struggled with, the only other alternative that leaves you is finding the man advantages, and that's something else that Furia have been struggling with. So Liquid are just letting these players that are very, very clearly feeling it. I'm looking at Elige and I'm looking at Stewie, just kind of lead the charge. And if they get 2 kills over towards B or they force a rotation, you know, the round's kind of in their hands. Furia, they're very much getting the pace dictated to them at this point in time. Even in this, oh my God, even in that round there, they try to peak. They're trying to go for the right kind of plays here on the Furia side, right? They're going for these information grabbing plays, trying to steal back man advantages, and every time they do, it feels like Liquid either have the read or have just kind of completely dodged the things that Furia have tried to throw on in.
It's kind of crazy that we are 7-3 up for Liquid, and right now, Twist and Nitro both have 1 kill and 6 deaths each. That just shows how much work that Stewie and Elige are doing on these entries, and how on a map like Inferno, 2 or 3 opening kills in a round can guarantee you the round, because Furia are just going to save, because they are in a position where the economy is more important than the risk of winning a 2-on-4 retake. And that's right where Liquid have left them in so many of these rounds. Double AWP again. Double B AWP. As Furia hope, beg for a B rush. Liquid won't give it to them.
Yeah, there's way too much utility flying around in Banana. I think I dubbed it the most violent place on Earth earlier before the year changes.
Here's something that's wild.
That was 2 connecting shots.
There's 20, well, I guess now it'll be 27 kills on Furia. Pretty sure I did that right. And Liquid, they have 25. Despite being 7-3 up.
Inferno, man.
What are you trying to say, Harry?
I'm just saying, you know, that shows what's been happening quite well. I think it illustrates the point. You know, a lot of these rounds have just had to be saves for Fury, you know, even when they're putting up numbers, even when they're doing the damage, and they certainly are. They're matching Team Liquid. They're actually outdoing Team Liquid on the frag counter at this point in time.
5 out of 7 of the rounds that could have won have been bomb destinations. That means rounds that Furia have either failed to retake or saved, more likely saved. So, Furia, yeah.
I'm not sure if you guys saw this before, but Team Liquid having the worst T side 5v4 percentages lost in the last 6 months on Inferno. So, craziness right there, but if you consider it 5 out of 5 right now, they're doing all right.
Well, this is a 4-on-5 right now, and at a disadvantage, they're going to have to turn it around. 2 players in B, standard setup for Furia, both inside of the site, though. That could create complications. Molly on this position, smoke landed by Furia. They cut it off. They don't let Vinny get forced out of position. He can get a kill before he drops off. The AWP is here as well. Henny going wide and buying time for the rotates. 13 seconds, Vinny out with a flashbang. This utility is impeccable from Furia. Those rotations, throwing the flashbangs to set the 2 men up inside of the site, and they will find all the kills required to put Furia on a 4th.
So now we're looking at a 5 out of 6 for that conversion, or at least that statistic that we were looking at. One thing I'm looking for is Twist to step back up like we have saw him previously in this series. He was laying waste. Maybe he's trying to play with his index on. Don't even know if that's possible, but it could be cool.
I'm pretty sure it is, yeah. I think there's like a plugin that lets you play non-VR games in VR. But it's not really in VR. Like, it's like having a mouse and keyboard, but wherever you turn your head, you look. And I feel like that would be very disorientating.
Yeah, I couldn't handle that. That's too much.
Fast flicking, breaking your neck in the process.
maybe that's the future, though. Well, you know, maybe it definitely
breaking
is.
your neck?
No. Maybe that's in my future. Who knows?
Well then, guys.
Anything is possible here at the Pro League. Anything.
That's right. Now we're seeing the seesaw effect here from Liquid again. They do have a little bit of utility to work with. Some smokes. 4 of them to be exact. Make it just 3 now. So we're going to drop a smoke there towards Arch and the library side. They're not going to be alone. Quesarado quick on the flick. Quick on the AWP kill. He's going to set himself up for another one through Arch. It's just not there. It gets smoked off. Liquid are going to keep trying to march onto this site.
Oh, the wrap's in though. Elige, he gets taken down through the smoke. He actually found a connecting shot onto Quesarado before that bullet came in, so the trace is giving him up somewhat. 4-on-2. Another situation Fury should have with no question, with the bomb dropped at their feet on the wrap round catches Nav, and Twist has got to jump out of the apartments. He spots 1, but he doesn't get the kill. Fury 5 rounds. They get a couple here. They're starting to come into their own on the CT side. The question is, how many more? Because Liquid's money is on the chopping block right now.
Yeah. Quesarado getting that kill is also a big thing. For Fury to stay up in that round in terms of man advantage. He does it all through a smoke. Think he can't clutch through a smoke while streaming in 1080p? Watch this. Shout out Jordan Nothing Gilbert. Pistols here for Liquid, fellas. What are we looking at?
The old Deegs trace.
Ooh.
The big old headbangers.
The dirty D.
Pop. kind of weapons that, you know, if he existed to this day, Clint Westwood would
he does
maybe use.
Exist to this day.
No, that's
yes.
Clint Eastwood. A common
my bad.
misconception.
You're right.
Completely different person.
36 kills to the 26 kills on Liquid now. Furia starting to pull ahead by a pretty big margin. And it was really only a matter of time with these kind of numbers. The Liquid would have to take an eco or a partial investment round like we see here. They do deal with one, but Art, who I feel like they surely should have known about already, re-emerges from his little hole back in the pit. There's K-Serato to secure the round for Furia, 6-7 now, as they take 3 in a row, trying to end this first half in style. Let's not forget, it was 7-3 in favor of Liquid at one point in time. That was after a 5-0 run in the opening, unsurprisingly, 5 rounds of this map.
No way.
Yeah. Buy back in now for Liquid. Investment on the cards for either side. Look at the money, not a problem for Furia. They are just sweating cash over on this CT side. They are totally good looking at the future. Liquid not in that same boat, and they are jealous of those on board. Henny runs through a barrage of bullets, a hail of fire, and still puts up a kill down towards Banana. Man advantage taken for Furia, and now they can just anchor back in these bomb sites. They can hunker down. They ain't moving anywhere.
And not the man you want to lose at the start of the round. Stewie has been instrumental in opening and closing these rounds for Liquid. Him and Elige are the only players fragging right now on this T side, despite the scoreline. 11 kills for each of them. 3 on NAF, 1 on Twist, and Uno on Nitro. It's certainly not looking good for the individuals of Liquid. And you have to worry moving into the second half whether they can step it up or not. It's fine right now, but it can't continue. The smokes, the wall, down here for Liquid, and Furia, they're going to have to pay for it. Yuri hiding in the pit right now, trying to dodge inside of the smokes. Art dropping one of his own, delays his push from Liquid, and means he smokes will expire. Liquid have to go through, and they have to do it now. Nitro getting shut down. Art's doubled up deep in his hands. Spam will not connect, and Nav has been given a chance. He'll take another kill. Bomb getting planted inside of the site, and it's a retake for Furia for 7.
Yeah, Twist down here in the pit has a crossfire with NAF. This is more designed to deal with short side though. Twist has got this this double peak potential from Furia, and they spot him, they see him, they know that he's here. They're gonna try and close the distance. Twist shrinking himself down. NAF hidden in the corner, not giving anything up. Vinny gonna drop on in, and that's to his demise. Henny now the only man left, and he gets mopped up.
He gets caught on the tree, I think. The little tree right there, the little bush. Unfortunate. Oh well, last round of the half.
Yeah, Naf had 3 kills going. 3 kills going into that round. He gets 3 kills. So exactly what we needed from him. Coming alive and tucked in this corner. Vinny half checked it. He looks in the back. He doesn't see him. Naf is tucked close to the wall. Once he realized that both were coming from long, instead of playing that crossfire with Twist, he just he tucks in and plays the bomb.
Unfortunate. Either way, full purchasing power. Everything that they've got will go into this round.
Oh, that's not the best Molotov. Not the worst either, but
not the best Molotov.
Certainly not going to win any awards. See, Twist is having to deal with Art's aggression, and the timing is awful for Twist. He looks away, Art comes around the corner. Goodbye, Twist. Nice meeting you. Grenade lands at his feet. And now Liquid just hitting B, but there's a triple setup here for Furia. Oh, sorry, there was.
How does Nitro win that? We'll never know. Vinny gonna try and take up position here. Burns Nitro down in the Molotov. Tries to get the rest done on the back of the M4 and falls a little short. Naf gonna be plugging in those numbers, gets that bomb planted, and it's Elige and Naf. Naf making an appearance once again in a 2vx now for Team Liquid. This time, it's all on his back, and Yuri, well, he gets both. That's gonna be 7 rounds solidified for Furia at the end of this first half. Furia, more like Furia, as he gets both of those kills there to round this one out. 8-7, we are as close as we can possibly be. We'll find out if Inferno ends here, or if we'll go the distance. Join us after a quick break to find out.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so high they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive, in the nighttime. Come alive, in the nighttime. Come alive, in the nighttime.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even
We actually took the timer off just to keep you on your toes because this one has gotten that close. At the end of the half, we saw an 8-7 resurgence there from Furia, who began to take the fight to Liquid a little bit later on. I'm here with Harry and Hugo. Now, before we jump into this game, I should actually just ask Harry about some of the lyrics he was just quoting. I don't know exactly who he was talking about. I think it was Lord. Is that right?
It was Lord, yeah.
Not the CS player,
no.
But go on.
No, the singer. I
Okay.
don't know. The line was just, the great whites, they have big teeth. And I hope they bite you, Trace.
Wow. I don't even know if I should be offended or upset by that or just, yeah, it's kind of poetic in a way. Also, she's got another line where it's like, I'm kind of getting tired to throw my hands up in the air or being asked to throw my hands up in the air. Anyway, GG.bet odds, you can be asked about those all day long. You get a 200% deposit bonus or something like that. Looks like get 200% to deposit. There we go. That's better. Pistol round, second half, second map. Next one will be Mirage. Should we need it?
A little mid-push, but the flashes in response from Liquid, they'll blind everyone in alt mid. They take all the gunfights, and they win them all. NAF gonna shut down Vinny, trying to get out through the T-ramp. Keserato comes prepared and drops the smoke to get him by.
Now Stewie on his own at the back of B. He knows they're coming. He knows he's got to get two as Furia look for a bomb plant. If Liquid could deny that, that would be great for starting off this half. And Stewie will take the head swiftly off of Henny. Keserato trapped, and by now, the rotations are already in. There are players in CT to support, and the flash keeps Keserato honest. There's almost nothing you can do here. They're coming for him, though, and he's giving them a run for their money, but it's not going to be enough. Liquid shutting it down, and Keserato, whew.
Why does it always have to be like that? They had such a great round right in front of them, everything that they needed, and then it just gets scary for no reason. I stopped watching horror flicks. I didn't sign up to watch a horror flick.
The dub is what matters, though. So they get the win. That would have been worse if this happens and then the banana players just fall off and don't trade. Like if they back off and give Keserato the B site and a plant and a chance, that's when big problems arise. Like once you lose one, once you lose two, you just got to commit. I think if you're Liquid there. And so they do a good job of committing. Nitro gets that kill despite having a pretty rough performance right now. He's up to 4 at least. Pistol round is nice to him. And Liquid are back on board.
Yeah, that little shoulder peek from Elige nets him the information that Furia have gone for this force buy. He hears the scout chime out with his shot down through mid, and now we're going to see Stewie go aggressive into the front lines here. I guess the back line of Furia, they're set up to try and take this mid control. Team Liquid, very aware as to what's going on in this round, right? Not only because they have 2 players push down Banana, but this means that these rotations are going to come in very, very fast. And that frees up these 3 players inside of the A bomb site to just anchor this down and, you know, like really dig themselves in. Henny goes unchecked. Both the Banana players die. And now everything I just said is basically irrelevant because the B site is now wide open.
It's the way she goes sometimes, Bubs. It's the way of the road.
Oh.
Sometimes she goes, sometimes she doesn't. This time, it's going to be a B hit for Furia. That's where they're going. 4 deep. Nitro playing for the Coffins.
Oh, no.
Very hurt. Meanwhile, this has gone swimmingly well for Furia, who did lose the first round. Twist just left by his lonesome. They backed out. They're heading on into A at a Fury pace.
Furious pace, Trace.
Furias.
It was sitting right in front of you the whole time.
Yeah,
But
man.
Gold star for effort. Twist, he wants more than just a sticker. He wants a 10th round. 1-on-3 though on this A site. Furia double inside with a crossfire towards Pit and no kit.
Yeah, this doesn't look like it's going to be too fun for Russ. But let's see what he's got. Absolutely nothing. Planted against the A cart there by Yuri. We still have a game on our hands. Don't discount it. Don't discredit it. Furia are still here, and they're still playing.
Yeah, honestly, I think their second half has a real potential to get out of Liquid's hands. You know, Furia already beating them hands down in just the frag total department. I haven't actually done the maths on it this time around, but I mean, you can just see it, right? Everyone knows numbers. They're pretty familiar to us. And, you know, over on the T side, that's going to make all the difference. The fact that every single one of these players is finding success in these head-to-head duels and winning them out could spell some disaster for Liquid. You still have really 3 players kind of missing on the scoreboard. It's very much the Elysian Stewie show. And over on the CT side, you cannot rely on just a handful of players to be stepping up. It's got to be a team effort, as Furia found out back in that first half.
Ooh. Playing with fire and smoke. Nav avoiding bullets, dodging death. And Tucky in the cubby. The resmoke comes down for Furia. The bomb is back in spawn, but they don't have to commit. With a man and Banana, they can always leave. They can always double back towards that B site. There is only a single CT there, and even they are considering a rotation. Stewie playing inside of the spawn. Well, he might need to hang around because Furia... No, they're not going back to B. They were walking back out of mid, but instead they'll commit towards the A site with that bomb coming as well late. Naf is tucked and check it. The spam is there. Oh, he's doubled it. He has made this round somewhat winnable for Liquid with the pistols. Stewie is on a flank. He's on a rotation down Banana. And if Furia don't speed up, they're going to have a thorn in their behind.
Oh, and now that bomb dropped. Has Vinny at least getting the trade and retrieving that package? Stewie's come up through the bottom of mid. Is this still the A commitment? 20 seconds, it's got to be. They try and go in and they shut down Stewie. Nitro has to now try and deny this round from inside of the bomb site. And Vinny's going to swing wide to check it. Oh, but they don't believe in the check. And Nitro gets both players there in the nick of time. 10-8 now. Liquid going to answer back. They take the lead. They take matters into their own hands. And Furia, the Force Buy Wars are set to continue.
It's so important that Nitro wins that because, you know, not only is he tucked in the site, but one of the players ran up short, jumped cart, and then jumped in apartments to trade that CZ kill that dropped the bomb. You know, Nitro, not that he was baiting, like, you know, of course, that's crazy. A team never does that. But, you know, Nitro playing a hidden position gets his teammate killed. So him winning the clutch is huge there.
Just as you said, within the nick of time. I like that, Harry. Not even sure it was intentional, but it does make sense. Very well done.
Of course it was intentional, Trace.
Of course it was. What was I thinking?
I think some of the best ones just, you know, happen accidentally. Happy accidents, as Bob Ross would say.
happy accidents. And I do love man Bob Ross.
Well, he's been known to create some art, so let's see if he can do anything in this round. I'm not talking about Bob Ross, I'm talking about art himself. As he pushes into the site, he's only got block and armor. And that might not matter. He's able to do a lot of damage. Yuri helps out. Deagle and Vinny not quite able to deliver that kill onto Nitro. Back into this 3-on-3. The B site belongs to Furia, but Nitro's here with an eviction notice, and he's ready to kick them out. Keserato and Art 2-on-3 to try and hold down this site in what was a 4-spy from Furia. Down goes Art. Keserato now gave it a good attempt a couple of rounds ago in the pistol. Here, this clutch could be answered. The call ringing out for Keserato, and he's trying to stand above it all, and he does exactly that. A 9th round for Furia, and I'm dead now.
19-7. What a legend, Harry. You wanted him to step up coming into this map, and he has done that and gone above and beyond. Furia, yeah, they need a pause after that one. That was not according to plan. They went an eco. Even with Nitro's patience and getting multiple kills coming back in on the retake, Keserato, he uses the fountain as cover for players coming through the coffins, and Twist kind of just drops right into him there. I would have loved to see Twist jump across and get on the second oranges and come in from above, but he walks into the front of his crosshair, into the face.
This tactical timeout was called by Furia, brought to you by the U.S. Air Force. Surely Liquid are enjoying that time as well. Back to the drawing board. Before they lose control of this game. Looking at 3 Deagles, 2 CZs. The utility necessary for a CT side of an Inferno. I do like that spray. Gonna have to check that one out. So applicable, you know?
Yeah. It's still there, you know, a little memory for Team Liquid to remember. A little memento from Keserato. That's the scene of the crime. Now to find out if Liquid are going to have to do the time, as they've gone in with another 4-spy. Losing this leaves them with no money, and that can be how Furia springboard themselves into the lead here on this second map.
Very scared of Liquid playing a close corner setup, allowing them to flash aggressively back into the banana. That won't be the case. Art is clearing that out, getting the guarantee in for Furia. This looks like it's going to end in a late B. They are passive on A, throwing smokes, throwing utility, keeping Liquid here, but the majority of Liquid are inside of this B site. Got a double boost towards quad. That is a commonly molly position, but Nitro can smoke it off. Sorry, he's on the A side. It's NAF, rather, ready and waiting. The push is in. Stewie's been spotted, but he gets dropped, falling back down behind the boxes. Art followed up. Do they expect the third man here? Doesn't matter. He's shown his hand. NAF not going to get anything for it either. And it's going to be a clean round, at least so far for Furia. This is a bit messy, but oh dear, that's a bomb thrown forward. Luckily, Twist and Nitro are doubling back to save, so it won't get punished, but with how low some of these players are for Furia, that was a round where Liquid could have done a little bit more. CZs, though, not known for that ammo.
Yeah, or efficiency on the reload, right?
Or really anything.
Maybe in, like, you know, a good 5 years ago.
Yeah.
People just sliding around, crouch peeking with CZs. Really was a disturbing time to be alive, but
yeah.
For some of you that were there, you could probably attest to that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, people think the Krieg is bad. CZ was kind of, you know, the pocket AK, and of course, coming in at such a low price point with how powerful it was, it was.
It's happened again. It's like the way Keserato just looks down at it.
Yeah,
It's
just
like,
looking down. Oh dear,
I'm dead now. Here we go. Liquid, what are you gonna do? You don't have the money for it. You don't have the money for the weapons. And again, we're going to see some CZs coming out. Smoke Molotov on Nitro. Perhaps they've got something up their sleeve right here they want to give a try. 4 players heading over towards A. Just Nitro left by himself at the B site. A boost coming in from Liquid. Perhaps they'll put 2 up there. They'll just double, triple up this mid side and try to get a good crossfire going. That's what looks more likely, I suppose.
Nitro solo B because he has a smoke incendiary, so he can stall this push. Not for long, though. Furia waiting at the door. They want to get in. Knock, knock.
Who's there, Hugo?
Furia.
Furia who?
Didn't plan this far ahead, Trace.
Come on, man. Anyway. Still no kills exchanged. Nitro the only one to take any damage over there towards the B side. He's already just gotten away from that. He said, no, not for me. Meanwhile, full-on stack here, top middle. This is going to get real dirty real fast.
Yeah, but they haven't seen anything over towards B, so Furia have kind of worked this out. They've read this whole round very, very well, and they've dodged the stack in its entirety. Team Liquid, maybe they catch Yuri. Uh-oh. Run, or crawl, I guess. Crawl away, Yuri. Try to escape, but no, Twist has found him. The search crew were out in full force for Team Liquid, and the results not fantastic. They do deal with Yuri, and that should be it. Art's even here to get a bit cheeky. Him and Stewie exchange a passing glance, and it wasn't love at first sight. Instead, Art's actually turning these boys to mincemeat over here in the library.
Chugging away with the $600 money printer.
That's what they call them back then, I suppose.
Yeah. Literally Prince Profit.
Not to be confused with Prince Harry. Also a prince.
That he is, and I am not him, to everyone that always messages me on Twitter thinking I am him.
I mean, you do have your name set as Prince Harry, so...
That is true. You have done that.
You know, and it's obvious.
Yeah, but so surely when they look at the account and they go... I mean, to be fair, I guess they go, yeah, Ginger, Prince Harry, sure, send a death threat. But it's it's a weird one, because I do think Prince Harry would have more than 8,000 followers. I like to believe that.
Well, if people wanted to message and talk to the Prince himself, where would they go on Twitter, Harry?
The Just Harry GG.
There we go.
And if it's that other guy you're after, I don't even know him.
Never heard of him.
Stewie over here. Not going to be royalty of his own over at Top Banana. As he tries to keep this throne belonging to Team Liquid. Knocking on the door is Furia. They're keen to take it away. They'll start to clear out Top Banana now. They're very methodical in this approach, leaving no stone unturned. Now the fast B play commitment here for Furia. 2 players in the site are immediately mopped up. This round's over. There you go. 12 on the board for Furia.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Liquid were doing on the T side, right? Constantly hitting that B bomb site and then boom, triple save, double save, whatever it is. It's not a pretty day for Liquid. They've got to give up the round. They've got to hold on to the guns. And Furia, well, they've taken the round. They don't want to leave the guns out in the open. They are going to start hunting.
Put Art in front with the FAMAS. Liquid are holding tight in the A stronghold, the A fortress. How tight can they hold on? Because they're about to have some company. Drawbridge has been raised, and here comes Art trying to swim through the moat. Not great so far. Nitro takes down 2. The bomb explodes, and it's going to be Twist that holds on to an AK going into the next round. Round 23. Furia 12-10 now. Liquid thinking about their entire lives before going into this round. Or at least this game.
Right down mid for Twist, but that's some of the very limited utility that Liquid have to work with in this round. This one AK's got to do the heavy lifting. Ooh, the spam is there. I guess maybe a gap for the smoke, or Fury at least somewhat aware of the possibility they won't allow it to happen here for Liquid. That gun will have to hold on for later.
Oh dear.
Oh boy.
Alige They didn't get the kills, so maybe they're thinking that it's probably clear, because what man could withstand a volley like that from the Krieg? Elige is no ordinary man, though. More man, or the more machine man. Turns out they are just as vulnerable to bullets as anyone else, though. And he gets turned up pretty easily there.
Full blind, of course. Yuri takes down Nitro. And the show continues. Twist with this AK tucked inside of the site. Yuri drops off in a pit. The rest of the hit from Furia is over towards B. Bombs there as well. Twist has absolutely no shot to be had there as Yuri is on fire right now. Takes out NAF as well. Starting to smell like a third map. Not always a third map, but it's starting to smell like we're going to Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, what else do we have here so far? This has been 5 rounds in a row for Furia and Liquid. They found the first round, they lost to a Force, then they forced back, and they won that with a solo gun and 4 CZs. And since then, it's been all Furia. So a great T side in this map, really just hitting B repetitively. And Liquid with no answers to it yet. Double orb coming out, could that be the solution? And is it in time for Liquid? NAF and Nitro wielding those weapons. NAF on the B site. Nitro long side.
55 kills in total over on the Liquid side, 75 Furia. They are leaps and bounds ahead of the competition here. I mean, Queserato, 24 kills. He has almost doubled the frag leader over on the Liquid side of things. It really is just a case that a few individuals, a couple of key players here aren't really showing up to the party. And on top of that, Furia are looking stellar. Since getting onto this T side, they have dictated the pace so damn well. You know, like Liquid have always had to try and play reactively to what's going on the Furia side, and that's left them completely open to this manipulation that Furia have been throwing in, right? They keep faking top mid. Liquid, this standard kind of play that they've been doing in a few of these rifle rounds where they just play passively back in the bomb site, doesn't give them any information, and it also gives so much map control up to Furia. It's a bit of a grave error as well. There's a gap in this smoke, and that allows Yuri to just spot the short side and make sure no one's aggressing. And so that kind of takes the threat out of this smoke, really. They can't go any deeper than it, but they at least know that there's no one waiting on the other side. And now 20 seconds, this play's got to come in now for Furia if they're going to make it happen. 15 seconds. You can see Liquid is so antsy about rotating this 4th man around. He's only just come in now. It's Stewie on his way into this A site, but the shutdown is in. Twists and Nitro answering the call. Elige steps up with 2. And Team Liquid will take an 11th round.
Yeah, the AWP is the answer here for Liquid. Nitro with a double kill. Not only that, but the passive play that you mentioned, Harry, that hasn't really benefited Liquid because it has been these B hits from Furia. It finally works out. Furia, they are committed towards the A site with 5 players, and Liquid being boxed in inside of the site gives them crossfires and gives them a bit of safety as the timer ticks down too low for Furia to secure anything. Well, NAF get a chance to shine now in this one as B gets back on the cards here for Furia. We're going to see this A presence early, but don't be confused. There are grenades going into Banana for Furia. And I think if they want a safe round here, that might be the ending zone, the landing zone for this bomb.
Ending zone works too. End zone, so to say. American football, but you guys, do as you please.
Hey, I don't even know English football jargon, so...
You never hit it top 90? You ever bent it like Beckham?
I know who Beckham is. That's about the limit of my football knowledge.
What about like Ronaldo, Ronaldinho?
Yeah, I mean, I know the names. I couldn't pick them out of a lineup, but...
Okay. Well, Wayne Rooney, of course, nowhere to be found in this matchup or have any bearing on this whatsoever. We're going to be taking a look at the hold by Liquid over on their CT side. They are in a dangerous way. Scary way, considering the rounds they've let slip by.
Yeah, no B progress yet, but you can already see Yuri is running back to lineup utility. They are going to be looking towards this A site again. Liquid with another passive boxed-in setup. 3 players here. One of them being cut off on long side by the utility and Moto. It looks like Furia want to double back, but they have yet to do so, and they've got no one in Bananas, so just constantly checking the backline, making sure there's no mid-flank. Queserato, crucial entry towards that A site. Elige is gone, and now Twist has to hold the line. He does.
Yeah, Yeah, a bit of a menace down here in the pit. They're trying to assemble this boost. Serato peeking above the smoke, and Nitro missed shot. That's going to cost him his life. Stewie and Naf, 2 on 3 in the retake. If they die here, the money is gone for Liquid. They can still field the buy, but it's not going to be great. So this is a high-risk, high-reward play. Stewie trying to close the distance. Spots Serato, but isn't able to get the kill. And so for NAF, all that's left to do is run away and give it a go in the next one. 14 rounds for Furia now. About to take this one over the line and lock in that Mirage third map, unless Team Liquid can put together some sort of stellar defense here and now. Which, if this second half is anything to go by, they've struggled with, to say the very least. Only managing 3 CT side rounds thus far.
Yeah, Furia go back to that A site, but this time the difference is they have time to do what they want. They slow down in the 4-on-3, and they boost up a player on long. Serato with a Krieg goes above. He has been hitting shots this game, and that is safe to say. And once he's on the boost, he's able to take down Twist in the pit. You can barely see it from Twist's perspective. You can't even see it from Twist's perspective. And Nitro missing a shot with the AWP ball. That kill alone is everything for Liquid. And they lose the A site, they lose a round. This is their last chance to stay in this map. Otherwise, we may just be seeing Mirage after all.
That's what it's starting to smell like.
Oh,
Stewie with the aggressive B push gets punished by Art. However, Naf on the follow-up. He takes down Art, also does a considerable amount of damage to Serato, who's got to back out there now. And 4 HP, caught a bit of a grenade as well. It's going to be a full-on traverse here from Furia. They're going to look towards the middle for an answer.
Yeah, they haven't actually seen the AWP on B, despite Naf and Nitro running this double AWP in the last couple of rounds. Of course, Furia have been on A and back-to-back rounds, so they didn't have this info, and maybe weren't expecting Naf to just wallbang them there. I wouldn't be surprised if Stewie made that call and told Naf to go for the shot. He saw players up close, and they may see more as Furia set up towards a banana. This was treating them so well in how they initially got their 5 rounds on this T side, and Elijah made the wrong read. He's rotated CT. He has no flashes to set his teammate up either, just a molly and a smoke, but those will be coming in too late as Furia look to make a near contact play on this B site, about to burst it. Elijah sneaking back. He could be here in time, but it's going to be very, very close indeed.
Yeah, Nafa's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Doesn't quite manage to block that smoke. Furia, 25 seconds now. They have to go through this defensive smoke that the CTs threw on down. And that leaves them at the mercy of this AWP. Alicia's dealt with and mopped up pretty much straight away. Nafa's repositioned onto E-mode. Oh, they've got him pinned. First man goes round. Vinny meets his maker. Naf trapped. 10 seconds on the clock, and that kill comes in just in the nick of time for Serato. Twist and Nitro now all alone at 2 on 3.
Nitro does have this grenade, though. If he does place it properly, he'll find at least one. Serato on 4 HP and Yuri on half. Be right there planted on top of the bomb. Serato watching down banana. Nitro on his way back through construction. He's going to meet resistance of Henny to start things off, and Henny is just way too quick with it.
Oh, dear.
Oh, my goodness, how that all fell apart there for Team Liquid.
Trigger hungry for Serato, but it works out wonderfully. That patience as well. He scopes up on the man at the back of the site with the AWP. It was Naf, and Serato just waits and waits and waits and waits. And eventually he gets the wallbang onto Naf, even killing his teammate at the end in the post plant, but guaranteeing the round at the same time. So 15-11, and money is no problem for Furia.
And the awkward part about this is Stewie pushes down banana to begin the round. Should he have found kills or found success there, that entire round turns out differently.
Yeah, I mean, Serato got wallbang down to 20 health, and he gets 3 kills in the post plant. So you're right, Trace. You know, the tiny details do matter. The wallbang that put him on low, well, if only it killed him, could have been a 1 round for Liquid. Not that they could know that. And now overtime is the only way they win this map. That or Mirage. Furia just a round away from taking us to that point. This buy from Liquid is certainly not pretty. Couple of rifles, couple of SMGs, and certainly not enough utility.
It pales in comparison to these T rifles, or trifles as they're sometimes known.
Are they known as that? Trifles?
It just could be, because I'm trying to think of something. I'm trying to build something. Trifled layers, jelly. I don't know. It's all in there. But there's
trifling.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of words that involve it. But we'll have to see, because the proof is in that pudding here for Furia.
Like a nice chicken pot pie.
My favorite dessert.
Yeah, what do you
just happens to be my favorite 3 things, to be honest. Here we are.
Oh, they hear Stewie start to roast the toast in the Molotov. And Naf's trying his best to stay alive on the retreat. Yuri still lurking in the apartments. Could be a real problem when it comes to denying these rotations from Team Liquid. Down goes Nitro. The rest of this round feels like it should just be a formality for Furia, but they're keeping it informal. They're laying down the pain. Twists all alone. And he's just got to do the honorable thing. And that is let them take this one.
It's all about the stats, though. Get some numbers, get some kills. Get a rating. Oh, jokes. Fury's coming in on the back line. There it is. Furia take it. 16-11. What an impressive performance still here in the Pro League. Teams can't win their goddamn map pick. It is all up in the place. It is all over the, all up in the air, rather. And we have the 3rd map in Mirage coming up in just a moment.
Now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hot they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge. Ain't gonna lie, go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this
I just step up and make it happen, it's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it. Nobody got it like
There's all kind of numbers right here on the page in front of you, and they're going to tell you a storyline, one that is Quesarado and company pushing Liquid around on their map pick of Inferno. As you can tell, 31-9, pretty good day in the office for Quesarado. Meanwhile, we look over here on the Liquid side of things, and really, they got the car started, but eventually, you know, kind of like the battery died maybe while it was moving or something. Kind of rarity, but nonetheless, a rough one for Liquid.
They ran out of gas.
It was Stewie, Nitro, and Elise trying desperately to like push that car back to a rolling start while, you know, Twist is like sat there in the driver's seat, which obviously gets important role, but not doing much of the shoving to get things moving here for Furia. NAF had a pretty tumultuous time as well, considering that he's the guy topping the charts right now here in the Pro League. Pretty uncharacteristic performance from NAF. You know, the rest of the guys, they were all right. One thing I will say is Stewie, like, I swear he came into this second half with 12 kills or thereabouts. I feel like he finishes it 12 and 20. I don't think I saw him really put up anything over on the CT side, which is a bit of a shame.
I mean, he kept putting himself out there on Banana, right? He kept trying to get ahead of that fight that they were just taking to Liquid, and that proved to be a fatal error from time to time, and ultimately, this was an entire error for the side of Liquid. They dropped their map pick. But overall, let's give credit over to Furia, though, because they did come out swinging.
And not just Furia, but Keserato specifically, man. He had quite the map there, dropping over 30 kills and rarely dying as well. Multiple Krieg entries. Every round, it felt like he almost got his second 1-on-5 pistol round as well in Inferno, which felt, you know, pretty ridiculous, getting 3 kills at the top of the banana and then not closing it. But, yeah, I mean, it's just a highlight movie for him, man. On the AWP, on the rifle, doesn't matter where he was holding his own for Furia. Harry, a stat that you were constantly pulling up, especially in the first half, was how Furia had more kills than Liquid despite being down at 1.8 to 3. That continued, of course, as Furia started to pick up the rounds and take the lead, but it just showed that, you know, Liquid weren't necessarily having the best of maps individually. They were just, you know, playing well, playing good CS, forcing Furia to save, but moving over to the CT side, that's when the same happened to them.
Yeah, and you know, I think for Furia, there was a bit of there was almost like a moment where they decided they were going to stop being respectful. They were going to stop playing the kind of numbers game, and obviously that kind of really comes into its own when you get over into the T half of things, right? You can play disrespectful, you can get in the face of Team Liquid, and once Liquid kind of fell behind, they just fell further and further behind, it felt like, right? Furia doing a great job of keeping morale low, keeping the pace going in their favor, and just kind of dictating that entire second half to Team Liquid on their terms.
Now, I'm going to go to a break, but I do want to know what you're thinking about in terms of, you know, keeping morale low. That's a whole different area, a whole different avenue we haven't begun to drive down. Rather, sorry. Word just gave me at this late hour. We're looking at about 1 o'clock in the morning here local, but we are ready to jump back into what is a South American versus North American bout. We will be going into that when we come back. Mirage decides it all.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you die, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Real stars. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
Well, would you believe that? Furia push us into a third. We're going to Mirage. It's the Brazilians that seemingly want to keep putting up a fight here. It does make sense considering Liquid are giving them all the ground to run on. And now is our time to run it into the ground. We do have that of some meme review. And we're going to take a look at some of the hot, fresh memes, or probably lacking thereof, that you guys have put together. Now, look at this. Now, this is interesting. Not gonna lie, I see the Supreme bag there on you. Also AWP on your back. What the heck is this?
I love this. You know, we're just hanging around the B site. This is old school Vertigo before those boxes became red, Trace.
What am I doing back there, though?
Just sulking, just skulking.
Yeah, this was actually
sulking in the back.
Not sulking, skulking, peering over the corner.
This is actually a screenshot from our ESCA games. Trace back there locking it down, as we could see, and Hugo and I just kind of milling around, doing what we do best.
Not much.
I do like the sunglasses, though, guys. I wish I would have gotten a pair, but that's completely fine. That is pretty good. And again, your submissions are all sent over via Twitter using hashtag EPL meme review. Now, we also asked you to send pictures of food, and that one's gone pretty well for most of you. Some of you, my goodness, there's one that I hope gets played a little bit later that really does just captivate my attention. It's got all the answers in one photo. We'll get to that. Don't you worry. In the meantime, we need to start talking Mirage and how this series ends up.
Yeah, we have a middle ground map now for both teams, right? Obviously, you know, Nuke was the pick of Furia. Liquid took it, vice versa on Inferno, as the Pro League predicts. But Mirage, this is a map that both these teams, at least in 2019, frequented. So, you know, it's going to be aggressive. It's going to be fast. But, you know, much how we saw yesterday, contrary styles. Liquid very slow on the T side of this map, very calculated. Furia, a lot more fast pace, and they are an enjoyable team to watch on this map. It does certainly tend and cater towards their play style.
Yeah, you know, I'm really hoping that we get to see them come out of the gate with a T-side start. I think that would set the pace for this very, very well, right, coming into Mirage. And I think another thing to bear in mind, Liquid, they really got to pick it up. Yeah. You know, I think for them, it started to feel a bit flat there in that second half back on Inferno. And you cannot carry those same kind of jitters over here to this third deciding map, obviously, especially not with K Serato and co looking in such good form.
Dude, K Serato, 31-9 on Inferno. That is kind of disturbing, especially when you consider the comparison as to what's gone on over on the Liquid side. Their stats are just run aground. We're talking about Twist on 39 ADR, 10-18. That's a guy that we normally look to for the answers. NAF also down there on the bottom of the board. These are guys, you know, obviously that they're trying to play their heart out here, but they need to find the answer for what is the current Furia problem.
Yeah, and you know, you can see the GG bet odds there shrunk right on down in response to all of this. You know, I'm still edging it in favor of Liquid. Maybe a safe bet, but yeah, I mean, that's the thing. On paper, it might put Liquid as the favorites. However, doesn't always work that way in the server, does it, Trace?
No, it certainly does. It does not always go the way that you forecasted it to. But what we're forecasting right now is a little precipitation. Liquid over the top here. We're going to get a knife round out to at least determine the size. Furia looking to bite back, looking to have the answer here, and looking to actually really hurt Team Liquid's feelings. They've already taken a loss in the Pro League thus far to an unsuspecting, I guess, what would you even call Swole Patrol at that point? They haven't really done anything.
Underdog.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we'll go with that. Swole Patrol takes down Liquid. Can Furia do the same? It's going to be settled here on Mirage, the third and final map of the series of the night. And we're here to bring it to you right now on Mirage.
And Liquid on the T side as well. I honestly think if Furia started T side, this could have been terrifying for Liquid. Those Kriegs are scary on the best of days. Yuri hiding inside of the A site, Art nearby on the balcony, getting spammed, getting tagged, and he will be dropped as well. Yuri got to hold his own with only a kill. It's a Liquid round so far. The bomb can get planted in the A site.
We've seen these pistol rounds with advantages get out of hand for Liquid before. This time, one thing that gives me some confidence is this double setup over towards window. You get a lot of versatility from this, especially with two players here. They're able to work together, trade off of one another. And now Furia, even as they know there's a man over in jungle, they won't expect a double hold. Vinny taps down one, but that's where Nitro swings out from the position in question to cement that pistol round for Team Liquid. They'll go 1-0 up. 3 kills from Elige. Naf and Nitro getting up on the board as well.
Yeah, I love the idea of smoking off the connector on the outside there, or getting aggressive towards a jungle. We see so many teams do it. We saw, you know, a pistol, I think it was from Big, where they would throw a jungle smoke and then run connector to window to CT. Loads more teams coming up with new ideas on how to approach these pistol rounds on Mirage. Double drop, it was spotted. The second man was gained, and K Serato will game Stewie. Finding a kill up underpass, rather. Liquid just going to double down with losing that man to the site. Twist, a crucial kill. If that was a 5-on-3, then oh dear. But Liquid maintain their position in this round. Good spray through the smoke as Elige takes down Art. And now Liquid have an advantage. A bomb coming late out of ramp. Vinny, the only man here, but he is holding his own.
Oh, Furia trying to get ahead of the curve. Oh dear, they hedged their bets and they've hedged them wrong. This entire round hinged on this hunch that it was going to be the B play. And this was very much by design from Liquid, right? They take a moment to disengage, to back away. And that put the seed of doubt in Furia's mind. That seed is now growing into a full-blown tree, and they've over-rotated all the way over here towards B. They're just going to look to hold on to these SMGs and Scout combination now. All in all, not that bad a save, right? The Scout can definitely set up these two SMGs. A Deagle can get dropped onto somebody else on the team. Henny saved extra money to allow for that AWP to come out. Obviously, with the AWP, I'm talking about round 4, when that first buy round will come in for Furia. I still wouldn't underestimate them, though, holding on to these 3 weapons into the next round. They've been very, very proficient with these kind of weak buys all series long.
Well, successful save is about the only success Furia have in that round. Guns held on for the follow-up eco. Liquid should be going 3-0 up though regardless.
Well, here we are. Nitro gonna wield an AK as well. Gleals and Stu and Twist. In control on the cards for this Liquid squad.
Ooh.
That's going to be a meaty one. I say that, and it really is underwhelming.
Yeah, 30 damage, it'll do. Nothing amazing. That's the bomb, though. Art spots Nitro on ramp. He doesn't get a kill, but a lot of damage. Nitro commits. The balls on this man. Just going to run into the site. Will get decked by the Deeg. The Deeg only finds 1. Liquid are all over A. And it's up to MP9s to save the day. Unsuccessful, you would assume. Okay, Serato coming in on a ticket. But he's given away his position.
Yeah, Stewie was here to get this trade, and I was about to say, yeah, he still has this belty utility, but throwing it in gives up his position. Elige is already on the angle, and Team Liquid, they're going to dig themselves out of that hole as they start to lose a few players there towards the end of the round. They get it all locked in, and it shapes up exactly how it should. The pistol round found, the conversion's locked in. A 3-0 lead for Team Liquid, but here is the buy from Furia, the AWP on Henny. We touched upon that. He saved extra money in that second round force buy to allow him to bring it out here. And he's going to look to try and lay down the pain early on. You could see him taking that big green gun over towards the A-bomb site. Not going to try his hand at any sort of early peek. Didn't really have to spawn for it. So he'll just play back inside of the A site over there on the triple box. Has Art over here in connector, holding close. Vinny boosted up as well. This mid area is a real danger zone right here for Liquid. Are they looking to take the highway to the danger zone, or will it be the die way as they get shut down over here in middle? Man advantage taken for Furia. But Stewie, tricky little Stu, has worked his way into the back line, and nobody from Furia is aware of this. Case Serato didn't spot him, and this should be a guaranteed kill. There it is. Vinny still exists over on short side. That should have rather been comm to Stu as he tries to push on up. Vinny's going to have his work cut out for him here.
Yeah, I like this. Stewie doesn't go and try and take the fight to Vinny. He instead waits for his team to group up. He has the market under control, and Furia can't rotate through the most common point as a CT. With that bomb going down, they might just save. Henny and Yuri backing on out. They've got no kit. And this is a pretty decent save with the AK and the AWP in round number 4. But that's still around for Liquid with a little to work with. They had Galils, etc. So very successful one. Boost up, finds the timing, gets it behind the enemy lines, and Liquid go 4-0 up on the T side. Furia, they're going to have to eco around these guns as well. So Liquid, a real chance to run out into first place here. Or they take it by the horns.
Gotta be careful about grabbing those horns. Animals are a little wild. Unpredictable even. 4-0 so far, no response for Furia. AWP still back in the hands of Penny. Perhaps we'll be treated with another performance here from K Serato. He was tearing it up last map rather. 16-10, 16-11. Now we're on Mirage.
Mid-control attempting to be the order of the day. Also, an important thing to note is that previous round was a bonus round from Liquid, running a lot of Galils into it. So money is great now for this T side. Flashes into the connector, gonna leave Art blind, but he's able to get himself out of danger and navigates this whole situation very well. Doesn't go down, concedes mid at the last possible minute, and this means that Vinny only has to be responsible for Catwalk. Is that responsibility, though, a little too much to ask of this man? It looks like it, as Elige has been able to slip on into the backline once again, dealing with a B-side player to begin with, now doubling up. Not content with one, always prefers two. And speak of a man who we know loves that, it's Stu out towards this B site. Bomb now planted, Henny and Yuri, they're gonna try and save.
I love how Liquid are capitalizing on these kills so quickly. The fact that Elige doubles down as well means Furia can't rotate. They lose the first player towards B, that's one thing. Then they lose a jungle player, and suddenly your A site is weak as well. And by the time that Furia realize it's not actually the A site, Liquid are already in B. They've committed through apartment. So exits found as well. A 5-0 lead for Liquid. Guns being taken. This is a great start to the map. Furia out of answers for the time being. It's going to have to be a low buy for now as Liquid take a considerable lead. Well, Furia can buy up in this one. I'm pretty sure I saw enough money on the majority of the players. No, ignore me. Art had enough, Vidi had enough, but they'll double rifle and the rest will eco around them. So, of course, the two players that saved that all from the previous round have a chance to do something in this one, but even though has been tagged up early, Vinny's been dropped down underpass. Stewie getting the better of him this time at least.
Yeah, a bit of weapon trading going on. K Serato now left with that responsibility. He might try and put this on the hands of Yuri, but he actually looks like he's going to be the first man in, and maybe the first of many men down as NAF kickstarts the mowdown up in the apartments. They spot the ramp player. They do one step better than that. Information is one thing, and they'll take the kill. K Serato, that's just unfortunate, man. There's like a couple of pixels of Molly on the ground. He's going to get caught with it. Going to check him. Twists. Locking in a 6th round for Liquid. 6-0 as it stands, in case you can't read the scoreboard or perhaps are listening to this radio style. Team Liquid yet to drop a single round in this game. Furia yet to field one. Investment coming back in and a US Air Force tactical timeout. Furia Esports have one of the lowest trade percentages on Mirage in the last 6 months, 17.6%. Watch out for the solo plays. I love that. The stat,
yeah,
more like, not... I don't love the stat. I love the way it's written.
Tell us how you really feel, Harry.
How do I really feel? A great deal of pleasure right now, because it's a 6-0 lead for Team Liquid, and if that isn't something worth getting excited about, then I don't know what is. Furia, they're going to look to try and up the pace a bit here, maybe.
Furia
try and take the fight to Liquid.
Furia have a really nice BX sector. I hope they run. They barely ever run it. It's like a scrim strat. They rush a dude into B, and they have wall smokes all over the B site. This guy jumps out the window, and with the utility, he ends up in the middle of B without any CT seeing him.
You know what, Hugo?
Yeah.
I'm kind of throwing you under the bus here. I'd love for you to have a little Telestrator segment to illustrate that, perhaps, at some point before we get into the second half.
If they run it, I can, but if they don't run it, I can't, because I don't have the round. I don't know when they last ran it. Like, I don't have the demo.
But not on Skybox, just, show us the smokes.
It's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing. I don't understand the metrics on it, clearly. Hugo is the numbers man. Twist here, trying to put up some numbers of his own in towards the A-bomb site, but he gets dealt with there by Art. Yuri's here for another. And suddenly, we're into this man advantage scenario for Furia. NAF has bailed as Team Liquid trail behind in this round. Stewie's going to try and rejoin his teammate over here in Palace. Yuri taking an aggressive stance down towards the ramp. Stewie, is he going to be ready for this close player, this point man?
Oh no,
the jig is up. The jig is up now and wiggling on the angle. Stewie comes up short in the fight. NAF all alone, far from home, and a 1v3 to make his own. Alternatively, he could set up a whole new life and address over here in the apartments at the B bomb site and just hold on to this Krieg. Because how's anyone to know?
He might look for flanking kills, you know, take a peek onto A from Catwalk, see if he can find anything with a scope. But as you can see, Furia tucked in, on lockdown right now, quarantined inside of the A site, and not giving an inch away for NAF. So, first round of the ball for Furia. They finally break the curse. They get on the CT side.
Quiet before the storm. We're going to see what Liquid can piece together here. Just gave away their first round of the game so far. Certainly they're not going to allow that to happen again, you would think. Or at least if you're a Liquid fan, you'd hope. Art's going to put himself in the window early on. The smoke's going to come in from the side of Team Liquid, but a good grenade from him. Does a ton of damage on the Stu. And he has some plans of his own. Takes NAF out. Not his knife out. But he does take NAF out over there towards A-Ramp. And there must be something to say here about Furia and how they can adapt to what Team Liquid's throwing at them. When you think about the first half of play of the last map, look at the same here. Meanwhile, Vinny just turning him into artwork against the wall.
Put him in a frame, and he stared them down. It's Twist trying to get out the apartments. Stewie coming up Catwalk with the bomb. Twist not being given a kill here. The man on the site jiggling. Queserato gets the info, but he's got support at the back of the site. Twist looking to get rid of one of these two players. A spray is there. Doesn't even need the support. Queserato takes a kill, and Stewie spots a second. You think he hits the shot as well. There's a chance here for Stu. An ace will be required.
Oh, but he's ready. He's wise to the fact that another player could be near. Oh my word! He's playing with fire. Henny is already on this angle, and oh my God, he's back out again, and now he's going for it back to steady, and that's enough for the frag to go the way of Furia. The defuse comes on in. Oh, it's a butt-clenching clutch there.
Did the demons come out in that round?
They did a little bit. They did a little bit. I try and keep them in as much as I can. Thanks, for reminding us what demons sound like.
The Velociraptor's also out, so that's cool. But yeah, good stuff there. And what was around that could have been turned around with Stewie and some heroics. It's Vinny that really does silence Liquid on Catwalk in this.
A great spray with the AUG. I can't use that gun, man. So, you know, watching anyone be able to convert any kind of spray with that is impressive enough. Furia doubling down 2 rounds to this CT side. Liquid with their first pause, brought to us by the US Air Force.
You know what? I'm not giving up, guys. I think I'm going to try to call that number again from the other day.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. For those unaware, this, you're doing it, Trace. You're giving us the...
I'm going to give that number another call. It's the number on, what is it?
The Porta Potty on Vertigo, yeah. Oh, it's ringing.
You know, because if they weren't open on a weekday at a reasonable time, they will be open at Monday at 1 a.m.
Hello? Hi, I found this number written inside of a porta potty stall. Who is this? Hi, sorry, I didn't mean to bother you right here, right now. You do sound awfully familiar, though. Can you identify yourself, sir?
Oh, well, you may know me. I'm sideline reporter Jordan Austin Gilbert is another tagline, but my main job is art curator, so I wasn't sure which you were calling about.
Is that what you're doing these days? You've stopped CS, you're now curating art. That's pretty nice, Jordan. Thank you so much for joining us here on the ESL Pro League broadcast. Are you watching the game from home?
Yeah, I've been watching a little bit. Liquid's looking a little shaky here after that Inferno game. I thought, I'm going to keep composure a little bit here, but, wasn't able to watch the full game. Been kind of pricing out some of my finer art pieces and figuring out that aspect of it.
Well, that does make the most sense, Jordan. I would love to have you on the show sometime. Perhaps I can get you to verbally commit now in front of 100,000 people.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, thank you so much, and perhaps we can get you on the show at some point. Maybe if we go to a fourth map. For the time being, though, that is Jordan Nothing Gilbert, and you can find him over where? Plug your social channels.
www.valorant.com/
Cut it off, cut it off. Go,
Let's get some interference in the call right there. We're going to go ahead and get away from that. Thank you so much, Jordan, for being on the other end of the...
So the numbers in the porta potty belong to that of Jordan Nothing Gilbert.
Now, did he put them there himself? That's the real question.
Well, trying to put some more numbers up in the game are Liquid. Naf here, trying his due diligence to win this 1v2 as he deals with Yuri, but there's only 7 seconds, and time is not in high supply for Liquid. A third round for Furia secured as we make prank phone calls here on the desk. They're working hard in the background.
Yes, they are. Shout out Jordan Nothing Gilbert of all sorts of fame, from Evil Geniuses all the way to Cloud9, all the way to now an art curator, as I've learned. I wonder what his favorite pieces are. We will find out. Perhaps he can send me some photos. Nonetheless, now we have a weapon round in our hand, Harry. Try to turn the hype back up, even though we had to hang up on the art curator. Seemed a little off his rocker, I'll be honest.
Yeah, let's see if we can curate any more art in this round. He's over here in mid, and he's trying to create a masterpiece. Waiting around over in the window. Flashes go out. Smoke now fades, and only one man manages to get by. Oh, timing there. The bane of the existence of an AWPer in mid. He's going to get forced on out. Spots a man down in lower before he leaves. So information gained at the very, very least, even though they've lost this mid control.
Yeah, Vinny forced back. Does give Liquid room to move up towards B, and it seems like where that bomb is going to be going as well. They got Catwalk. They could set up for this split, but are trying to create complications in the apartments. This AWP is here, and it's been given away. Not with a kill either. Liquid now know what they're up against on this B bomb site. Won't make them reconsider. Just got to be very careful here as they move up through the apartments. Sui late to Catwalk is going to be joining them 30 seconds on the mark. Art smoking the molly, sat inside of the site, and Nitro will take him down. Vinny now alone inside of B, and he will be gone as well. The flashes are fantastic for Liquid, and they've got a 4-on-3. Queserato doing his damnedest, but it's still not enough. With smokes coming down, he's cordoned out of the site. Might have to be a save here for Furia once again, especially if Sui finds a kill on the flank, but that has opened up a world for Furia. That being said, they're still too far away. 2 on the A site, and the AWP here for Henny. It's going to have to be a save once again. 70 rounds for Liquid, and still building. Trace here, checking out hashtag EPL meme review.
Someone's got to filter some of these.
Man, we got a couple of good ones in. The NA crowd is the way to go, apparently.
I've been saying that for years.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said it, man. NACS, a total meme. So, you know, it's... No, of course not. Liquid, putting up a fight here.
Putting up more than a fight. They are leading the charge. They are 7-3 up over that of Furia. Obviously, the save call coming in there for the Brazilian squad. They're going to now reinvest around what they were able to keep their hands on. And we'll have a full-on buy coming in. So another chance to throw some chaos the way of Team Liquid. However, these little buys can't continue forever for Furia. They come off the back of a 3-round win streak, losing that last one. Now, loss bonus is going to be at $1,900. So if this round does not go their way, they won't have any money for the future. And that can be Team Liquid's way to extend this lead even further. If you want to look on the other side of things, kind of the same story for both camps. This team over on the Liquid side, struggling as well in terms of the money. So this round decides a hell of a lot. And with the Liege finding the opener down through mid, man advantage taken for Liquid, mid-control game. This is quite the foothold to have. Oftentimes, we see them get this mid-control and then do magic with it.
Oh, will there be magic in this round? Liquid slowing it down with the advantage, knowing Furia are the ones on the back seat. This flick is successful, and Henny will keep things even 4-on-4 as he ducks out through the smoke. A quick escape. 4-on-4 Liquid, infatuated with B, as is tradition. Keserato's here, though, one of the AWPs, and he's found the first. NAF getting dropped, the bomb spotted, and now rotations can be called. Henny's even followed up onto the lurk in mid. Nitro is gone. It's a double apps play for Liquid in a 2-on-4 with 2 men already out in the sight for Furia, hiding behind these smokes, hidden just round the corner. And no one has found anything yet. No one has got any information. Twist finally sees a man. Stewie kills Vinny. Twist has to cross. He's getting spammed. Gets a trade. Keserato in the sight. Stewie takes him down, but the trade is in from him. Henny saving the day with 3 on the AWP.
Yeah, and I'm getting some weird sort of flashbacks all the way back from, well, really wasn't that long ago. But the side of Inferno. Even Nuke, rather. We're talking about games that got real close here. Liquid, not known for their big starts, but they've got one here, and perhaps they're just going to go the opposite way with it.
Oh. Knives out, maybe not live.
Yeah, I hear typing.
I do too.
See
Maybe
NAF not moving.
Let's bring Rushley into this because this is not really his job, but we can make it that. Rushley, we need a report on the server conditions, please.
Hello, I'm just checking the chat real quick. Looks like we do have a slight technical issue incoming. NAF PC rash, Nitro says. I don't really know what that means.
PC has a rash.
Yeah, either that or, yeah, I don't know. But looks like there's going to be a little restart of the round, so that's kind of nice.
You don't want your PC to have a rash.
No, no.
Harry's got a rash right now.
Yeah, he showed me earlier on. I wish he didn't, though. Can't get the image out of my head now.
Rush, I'm just saying, man, if I've got it, you probably got it too.
It's true. I shouldn't have kept touching, honestly.
Well, you guys can figure that out another time. Thank you so much, Rush, for the update. We're going to be sitting and standing idly by while we wait to jump back into what is the action here on Mirage, the decider of this series. All right, so I've got the official ruling from League Ops. Now, these guys, they know what they're doing. They're up to it. And, you know, if there's anyone I've noticed at esports events that are really wild with it, it's League Ops. So when they say something, you listen, and this is what they've got to say. NAF lagged out at the scoreline at 4-7. They started it, but no damage was done, so we restored to the start of the round, waiting for NAF to come back now. This nasty dude is now back in the server, and we are ready to go, I'm just told.
Oh, sweet. There he is. Well, it was nice and quick this time from NAF. He spared us. I did think you said to Twist before coming into this, make sure there was no
I specifically asked about this
from NAF. And they've kind of let you down here, Trace. Now, I'm not saying that this is NAF's fault, but
certainly ain't our fault.
Yeah.
Someone's got to be put at blame.
Yeah,
here.
there's always a finger to point at someone. And while we're the ones with the microphone,
we will be pointing the fingers.
There we go. Look, we can see the round got reloaded. Henny with that AWP. Reinvestment's going to have to come back in. I think just waiting to get everything sorted back up to scratch. There we go. There's the restart. The round put back.
We are back from the looks of it. Buying up appropriately. Everyone seems to be satisfied with the serve conditions. The play will resume. No stoppage time added to the clock.
Back into the action. Let the games continue. 7-4.
And this time, Liquid changed it up. They were heading out towards like this spread default across the map last time. Now, this time around, they just go in with a B play. At least on Nitro's behalf. That bomb is still up in the apartment, so maybe that's where this looks to end up. Keserato should have this dead to rights, and Nitro, sadly, not slender enough to zoom in there. Or rather, zoom in, blend in. Almost the same word, but also not even close. Speaking of not even close, that's where Team Liquid find themselves to a bomb site right now. They are out in mid, and now they are down in mid. They lose 2 players, 3 players. Just Twist left standing. And maybe, just maybe, he gets away with 1. And that is it. A 5th round on the board for Furia. Starting to get back into the swing of things now. Obviously, that was only pistols for Team Liquid. But we have seen 5 of the last 6 rounds go Furia's way. So they are very much finding their footing here on Mirage in this second half. Or rather, in this first half, the latter stages of it. It's a little bit sad. Henny's never really had like a great spawn to really do anything flashy with this AWP early. Like this round, he's going to try and drop down into mid. Does get past, and that's helped out a bit by Liquid not really showing too much presence here. They do, however, go down towards the lower tunnels, and this is where this double setup of Henny and Ark could do some real damage. Henny does it single-handedly. Both players down. Liquid, their hands are tied. They've got to commit to this B play. On the bright side, there's only one man here. That's Keserato, hidden in the back of the bomb site. Speaking of bright side, the killers are in. 3 players here at the B bomb site. Keserato makes his presence known, and maybe a little too known there to old mate Nitro.
Yeah, we got a man on bench right now towards jail. Nitro been smoked off. He's coming out of his cage though, and he's been doing just fine. Liquid 3-on-3 here in the post part. Retake's coming. Yuri gets a crucial kill, flashing his team back in. Naf trying to force the fight, going wide, but he's missed the timing. He's now pushed up behind Pillar, giving him good room inside of the site. Naf desperate to finish off the job, and he has done so, but both players on Liquid so low. A pistol could close this round, and Henny has gone for the sidearm. Has he got the speed? Has he got the accuracy? He's got one, but not the other. Nitro trades, and Liquid will get themselves 8 rounds. Got scary, but it will be theirs on the B site. They've been all over B this game, really. We haven't seen many A executes from Liquid, and, you know, not that that's a bad thing at all. They've really been abusing that with these catwalk lurks, Vinny getting caught out in ladder, Elige being a nuisance in middle, and a post-plant conversion for Liquid. It gets close, but a round is still a round, and they've got the money to sustain heavy losses. Furia don't quite.
Well, timeout coming out here. Of course, the U.S. Air Force has gotten involved. Tactical timeout. We're looking at Liquid on 8, Furia on 5, and surely Furia want to find these remaining rounds, so they're going to have to do something strange for a little piece of change as we look at round number 14. You got to risk it to get the biscuit, Harry.
Yeah, they're after that biscuit right now. They are chasing the biscuit on the side of Liquid. Double top mid smoke for efficiency there. Just kidding. That was probably a bit of a miscommunication from Team Liquid. Henny is trapped, and he gets fed to the wolves, or rather wolf, singular. Elige here alone, and in response to this, Furia try and push the palace. We'll deal with one. They dethrone Naf, but Yuri, how long is he going to be the incumbent man on this throne? He gets pushed out by the Molotov, burns in it, perishes in the flames, leaving Vinny and Keserato in a 2-on-3. Definitely a chance they can still deal more damage, but I'm looking at the map and I'm seeing Elige back in mid. He's the man who should have this round locked in, but instead he goes down. Now it gets interesting, now it gets spicy. Nitro, all alone, 1v2, his 2 teammates perished. And now he's got to try and pick up where they left off. The bomb is planted for him. Not tapped, he takes the peek, but Vinny is just so damn fast. Furia, with just pistols, they managed to get this 6th round on the board.
USPs are just coming out in the bane of existence of Liquid. Oh my God, it's so frustrating to watch that.
Yeah, you got to wonder. I see what Nitro is doing, trying to peek before they tap, knowing that, you know, he timed it well and they should have already crossed. But, you know, they don't know where he is necessarily. But the time was so close on that bomb, and there was no kit for Fury because it was eco. If Nitro waits 3 or 4 seconds and they don't tap the bomb, he wins the round. So, yeah, I mean, you know, you can argue that that was a bad play. You can argue it was a good play. It just depends on whether you hit the shot. And Furia are faster with the AKs. Vinny getting that kill, and Furia giving a lifeline into the last round of the half.
And you know, Hugo, some people just like to argue for the sake of arguing.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's not, sometimes there's no right or wrong in CS, it is just about feeling. You've got to make those split-second decisions, and you've got to make do with what you got. Well, that's what K-Serato's doing on the B site.
Oh my goodness, he is absolutely owning Liquid inside of this site. He's not alive, or he's not dead yet. He stays alive with his AWP, almost hits the flick right there. Oh! And he does on a NAV. Good stuff. Nitro, yet again, 1 versus 3 situation this time, though. I do believe they have just seen him.
No, surely.
Ah, yeah, Henny gets the spot. Even if he didn't, Yuri was coming in from the short wrap. It's a 7-8 half once again. We are as close as we can possibly be to an even scoreline right now. Team Liquid just about leading the charge. Find out who will take Mirage and this series after a quick break. Don't you go anywhere.
Here it is. We go into another half of Counter-Strike, 8-7. Liquid have found some cracks in their own foundation that have certainly let Furia infiltrate. Now we're going to take a look at the last half of play here and potentially some OTs on the cards. With how this game's been going, with how this series has been going, I would not write that off. Welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 11, everyone. In our final match of the night, Liquid versus Furia. I'm here with Harry and Hugo, and it does look like Harry has something to say, but perhaps Hugo has thought out his a little more.
Well, we can see the GG bet odds right there. This is what I wanted to make a comment on. They have widened up a little bit. Maybe Furia fans believing here. With good reason. They made this first half competitive. Now over on the T side. That's where they're going to have to stick the landing. Henny. And Yuri down in lower tunnels. Elige Oh, we saw a little bit of a Glock there, and that's all he needs to see to get the information to back on out, leaving Stewie to hold middle. They Molotov him out the window. They take mid control. Now a smoke down over towards the top, or the bottom of stairs. That's going to cut off this and allow for players to flank into the window room. They've got window, but they don't have much else. They're going to try and get into the A site, and Liquid will give this plant over.
Bombs down. Retakes on Liquid. Time against them in a 5-on-5. Kit smoke on Twist. Oh dear, they're getting melted by the Glocks. Vinny up close, gets one. Yuri doubles it. The long-range shots from Nitro will trade, but at this point, these kills are meaningless. Elige does get on the board, but surely not unless he sticks the bomb with a smoke on it. I don't see a way in hell Liquid are winning this round. Henny covers. Elige, he's got to get that tap going right here, right now, and he's being hunted down. They're even in the smoke with the knives out. Queserato cleans up the field, and that's Furia finding 8 on the T side.
Tie game, 8-all. Here comes some AKs out for the side of Furia. Just a full-on commit here at the Glock train towards Liquid. And I think melted is an understatement, to be honest. They just got bamboozled.
Banged out.
Well, yeah, there's that one too, I suppose.
Force buy for Liquid in the second round of the half. They want to keep things keen. But they probably won't be able to keep things clean because Furia have 3 AKs in the second round, 2 Mac 10s to follow. Elige digging deep into the Palace. There's a player close though, and he's not ready for it. Queserato gets a drop, and Furia get the advantage. Oh dear, you don't want to show your legs because Henny has got a thing for feet, and he's looking for them right now. Twist will not oblige.
That's Hugo, H-U-G-O-B-Y-R-O-N. Byron.
B-R-I-A-N, Brian.
Hugo Brian. Got 2 first names, but one of them is his last.
Byron isn't a first name, only in the US.
Brian is a first name.
I guess.
I wasn't going to tell him your real name, but
well,
all right.
Bit late.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit late into this round as well. We just passed the minute mark. Now, what can Furia do? Looks like a set piece over here towards A. No presence on any other side of the map. They have lost a player in Yuri early in the round. Stewie in the sight, Twist underneath the bow. Here comes the Mac train. Twist can be there with the CZ. Nitro with a CZ of his own. He wants to play ball too. All things considered, this hasn't gone too horribly wrong for Liquid, but they do lose the round. They do concede the lead. We do see a 9th on the board for the Brazilians.
Yeah, Furia are very much back into this game, and in a big way right now, sitting 9-8 up. They overcome the force buy of Liquid. They stand to take a 3rd conversion round as a result, and at which point they're going to be graced with double digits, 10-8 up. And a Liquid CT side to overwhelm, but if there's one thing we know Furia can do, it's find success over here on this T half. A stack over towards the B site is the order of the day from Liquid, leaving Nitro to anchor this A site solo. You can see the bomb drop back in top mid. Once again, this is pretty common, right? Furia leaving their options open. It looks like it's all kind of designed to end in the A play, right? With a player on ramp, a guy on Palace. They're spread out. They can get this information. They can hold for any pushes. None of that's come through, and now Queserato gets the information that ramp is clear. He hasn't seen anyone over at A. And so at some point in the near future, we're going to see Vinny likely fall back out of the apartments, grab that bomb, rejoin the rest of the gang over here on this A site.
Deegs rattling off from the catwalk, but Furia don't need to take these fights. They already have that A site on the lock and key. Queserato really playing with fire with the back 10 at a range, but versus armorless players, just one shot can send their aim flying. Liquid will fly back into B, avoiding the market fight and looking to boost up on the catwalk.
Another bomb plant for Furia.
Yeah, I mean, this has just gone exactly as we expected. albeit taking the long road there. Stewie, in amongst the smoke, has been able to get away with an AK. Oh, maybe Naf finds a gun here as well. All in all, not the worst outcome to this round for Liquid, considering the lack of investment over on this CT side, but still 10-8. Furia in the lead, and Reach might get away with the Krieg. Might survive, but he should do. Not so lucky, but Elige is, and a Krieg and an AK held. That's actually a great save from Liquid. They're able to bring double AWPs out in this round as well if they want to. And with Stewie already being thrown one of them, I was curious if we were going to see Nitro pick one up alongside him, but that's not the case. It will just be that AWP in Stewie's hands. Doesn't really have a spawn to go for much. Maybe a mid-peek about... That's kind of the only thing he could look to try and do. Throws the Molotov into window. To try and disrupt that smoke. Looking to give himself a one-way. Now, it's not a mid-play. It's a fast B from Fury. And that's because they're playing this bonus, but not really a bonus round over on this T side. Queserato still with a MAC-10 in play. And that, to me, suggests he's looking to try and get stuck into the thick of it.
Pretty sure he bought that as well. Don't know if it was even a save.
Saved the AKs forward.
Yeah, forced the bonus round. Furia wanted the pace, and they might get it. This molly could be problematic. It's well timed. The flash has come over Liquid. I was still expecting the commitment here from Furia, despite the slowdown and the lack of contact made. They've seen nothing else elsewhere. So 3 players, now 4 inside of this B site, and Furia realizing that maybe, just maybe, this one ain't gonna work. Walking into the stack. So they'll have to spread back out, look elsewhere, check underground as Henny goes back in towards T-spawn, clears out the ramp. Fury taking their time. They know at the very least they forced out a lot of utility from Liquid with that B approach. So if they get a post part on 8, for example, Liquid are going to have a lot of trouble retaking. Boosts up.
Yeah, they've used their last smoke that Stewie had on his person. He drops over there towards T-ramp. Henny there on the other side of it. And, well, as soon as that fades, I'd imagine there's some sort of connector crunch coming if the catwalk hit doesn't work out. Perhaps Henny can peek out the kill. Nope, Stewie's too quick on the draw. Twist is going to have one for himself. 3 alive here for Furia. Make it just 2, and then just 1. There was only 1, and his name was Queserato.
Liquid, they can kill him off the time if they want, but nah, they'll just take the frag and run away with it. Elige dropping the man in question. And Liquid, 9 rounds on the CT side. They get the first of the half. Money ain't great for Furia, but they're going to buy it regardless. Of course, a team that loves to invest. They get guns out, not necessarily the utility behind it. It should be another fast approach here from Furia if they want to make the best of what they got in this round. 1-man fast splitting connector is already gone. Stewie picks Art up in middle, and now it's the A play.
Yeah, this now for the guys on A means they just have to go running on in. Twist is somehow still alive, and finally get laid to rest, but it's only Vinny in the server for Furia this round at least. Does have that bomb and 1 minute and 15 seconds left to play with, so time not his enemy here. It's the 3 enemies that are his enemies.
And this is now Liquid's round to lose. Vinny tries to fake a sound cue, just wants someone to pick a fight with him here on Tetris. He's gonna jump over towards stairs, or at least drop off right before he gets there. Stewie trained with his AWP over towards A ramp. Vinny is really just kind of stuck here in a holding pattern.
Fantastic patience, though, for Liquid. They know where he is, and they could just rush him or wide peek at the sandwich area, but they just choose to hold back because what's he going to do? Try and plant? They'll just peek him. Stewie has across the site, and Vinny will walk right into it. It's going to be another round for Liquid, doubling down on the CT side. Since hitting guns, it's all theirs. This all from Stewie has been finding a good bit of impact as well, which is a nice sign of things to come in this second half. Oh, that opening kill was nasty. 3 in the round, and Eco for Furia back to B.
Molly should stop them in their tracks. Probably a good thing there, right? Because the nade followed up immediately, and so the damage was kind of dodged there. If they try and go through now with this double setup over on the platform, Nitro
nice.
Has a bit of a spray down there. Stewie's on the rotation in. One man inside of the bomb site denies that. NAF, quick peek with the P2. And Team Liquid will secure that 11th round. Minimal casualties there for this CT side. Only losing Nitro. Reinvestment back in. Money still, I was going to say, not fantastic for Furia, but it's everything they need. AK's utility, they still go for it, and understandably, right? You don't want to be throwing in a back-to-back partial investment, but it will be missing this AWP over on the T side. And that could be pretty notable when you think about the impact Stewie's been finding with his for Team Liquid.
He's going to keep it going, too. He hops right out of the window room, up on the catwalk at a Fury's pace. Nitro dropping the Molotov here towards B Halls does confirm that Fury will not be rushing B. Now they're going to have to wait a smoke out. And a nade that did absolutely no damage, even though it landed in the room next to one of the Furia players. It's the weirdest thing, but it is CSGO, and it does make sense. Currently holding down the B site. It's going to be that of Nitro and Stu. Tag team. Stu set up with the angle. He's going to pull a shot off onto Art. Find another one. He's going to drop a Molotov there towards the balls. Doesn't know that they're completely out. It's flanked, outclassed by Mini.
Yeah, two massive entries, and that's a B-site gone for Liquid. If NAF doesn't get a kill as these players set up for the retake, then things are going to get difficult for Liquid, maybe even not worth it. They have money on NAF, can justify a rebuy, can afford to lose all these guns, but do they want to?
They have the two smokes, right? Just maybe there's a world where if they find some frags that it does give them a chance, but I think they're almost getting to the point of no return if they do commit, and they're not going to do that. They're going to back out. NAF's going to stick around, cause some mischief. A real Ratatouille play here. He's gone too.
Yeah, he's out of the kitchen.
Playing with pots and pans. Call him NAF Ratatouille.
Okay, Serato doesn't get out alive though. Makes a meal out of that one. Sadly, he didn't send it into EPL meal review.
No, he didn't.
There's always the future for that. Furia in the present, 11 rounds, taking a tactical timeout as well, moving forward, equaling up with that of Liquid. This is just so level-headed, so close. Neither team willing to give up. And a breaking of the money could force that. Not a problem for Liquid right now. Rolling in dough. Furia, not poor either, but far less economy than that of Liquid. So favor in Liquid's hands right now.
And the suspense builds with this U.S. Air Force tactical timeout. We are ready to get back into it, though. Just 3 seconds left on freeze time. Now's the time I ask for your energy, Twitch chat. Give it to it. Or give it to us. Give it to somebody. Maybe even Harry Russell. You could use a little bit of energy right about now, Harry.
Oh, something tells me the Counter-Strike will provide more than enough. Fury are going to be setting up outside of B early, but now looking to take lower tunnels. It's not where this play looks to end up. Serato hangs this round in the balance, being up in Palace. He's designed to try and come in with this offensive down in middle. That window smoke. Oh, okay. Boosting up now.
No.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Big grenade landing right on top of him. You know what I mean? Nitro almost gets himself one there. He does a lot of damage to both Yuri and Art. They try to boost up into the window, and, well, now's another shot at it.
Oh yeah, Nitro's had enough. He's finally going to give it up. Grenades coming in as well. A good time from the window room. And he's dropping the bomb and connector, heading towards A. There should be enough warning for Liquid, but the kills are already coming through. And not for Liquid. NAF dropping the bomb again. The molly forcing him out, but there's already a player above him in the Palace. Somehow, he's not dead. Serato not capitalizing, and now a man coming through the smoke. Nitro has his teammates back covered, and NAF might be on his last legs here. Art going to take them out from underneath him, and it's a 2-on-1, but the bomb is retrievable.
Oh, Stewie should have this round dead to rights. Oh, there it is. There's the kill for Stewie, and a 12th round for Team Liquid. Comes down to the wire once again, as these rounds often have, and you can really see that in the bank accounts of Furia, because once again, Trace, they're in this same scenario where the money is bottomed out. And this is really not where you want to find yourself. Not at 12-11, not in round 24 here, in the closing segments of this third map.
Just a breather there by Harry. Nothing to be concerned about.
Fast play for Art. The only primary weapon in this round, Mac 10, as he walks in through the connector smoke, confident. He could catch a player off guard as well. Man on triple box. Twisters. Oh, he just turned. Been watching the ramp the entire round, knowing that that was covered, but it was not. Twist saves his own life, but he's not done with just that one. He looks for more, and they're splitting the A site through ramp and Palace. The bomb late to the party.
It's certainly on its way. Liege almost joined the list of players that are out of this round. He finds himself very hurt, but also winning a fight. Queserado will be left with just 3 HP, backing out of the Palace and getting as far away. I say that, he goes straight to A ramp with just his deagle.
Yeah, you know, we had some big Brazilian deags earlier on from Cold Zera.
It's true, we did.
Don't know if we're going to get to see the same play here with just 3 points of health on Queserado. They've got his name and number. They'll take that down as they take a 13th round over on the Liquid side. Furia, their chance to turn this game around and get back into the swing of things hinges on this investment.
(13-11). So close yet so far for Team Liquid. Furia definitely still in this fight and making a good case as to why they should not be reckoned with here at the ESL Pro League.
Got a B-rush here, Trace. Liquid's utility has been so good at least slowing these down, if not shutting them down. And you can see just the Molotov buys so much time. Furia run at the start of the B apartments. That gets heard, and now Liquid, again, 3 players in this B site ready and waiting. Furia is still going to commit, it seems, and this could get very bad. But the bomb is backing up, though, so let's see where this one goes. Art's got the entry, and he's doubled down. Depending on the result is whether Furia will commit, and with these kind of results, you have to commit. The bomb coming in through the window. And Elige smoked off, is only given 1 choke point to keep this round active for Liquid.
Ooh, good shot there from Elige onto Vinny. And that's going to be enough to stop Henny from planting the bomb. Meanwhile, Yuri finds himself in the window room, and that's the big flank. That's the backstab that Twist is trying to remain aware of. Trying to stay cognizant of. Bomb still hasn't been planted. Liquid are doing a good job of containing this problem so far. However, they have to be wary of Yuri from the back lines, and it does look like Twist continues to keep his eye on him.
Yeah, they're so aware, but he's taking so long. You know, I kind of love it at the same time, because if Liquid have started to forget about the position, they started to discount it with the more time that passes, but instead they should become more worried as Yuri gets closer and closer. He's coming in on this flank. Liquid out into the site, though. Furia forget the bomb plant. They're all about kills. They know everyone is here. Yuri, he should have the drop. There's one going left, and he spots a second as well. Gets attacked through the wall. He can commit, but Henny's helped him out anyway. Furia, 12 rounds on this T side, continuing to keep Liquid on their toes. That was not a full buy either. That was low economy. And Art, who has 6 kills coming into that round, gets a massive double opener into the B site.
Such a bizarre round all the way around. And that's a lot of rounds.
It is. 25 of them to be exact now, heading into the 26th. 2 and 7 in opening duels. He's up that stat there in the last round. He is usually a real menace with these entries. That double kill is the kind of antics you usually expect from this man. I think it's safe to say he's been struggling here on Mirage. And I think, you know, with good reason. They could have been doing a hell of a lot, as Hugo was saying, to delay these pushes, to make it hard for these players to get the openers, to get the entries. Now with Art starting to find his form, starting to find his footing, delivering the performances we're used to seeing from this man, maybe there is still a chance for Furia yet. This is by no means a done deal.
No, sir.
Stewie over here in mid. Takes the first man from the tally.
Ooh.
Looks for a little bit more. There is a fast player down through the catwalk. Nap here already in position. Mops up Art and leaves Team Liquid in a 5-on-3.
Yeah, that fast player Cat could have worked so well if you know, Liquid didn't spot it. I don't think Stewie got the info, but
I think he did. I think he saw the guy on catwalk.
That's perfect then. Naf was aware because, you know, with such a pace, it can be very often as a CT you come out into your position that's usually clear and you're like, wait, why is there someone here already? The round's been live 10 seconds, but Naf remains aware and Stewie caught on top of the ticket box. Henny finding him with the orb. 3-on-3. Furia making things interesting once again. They were down by 2 in this round and they've turned it around. Is it going to be enough to secure the round though?
Well, every map and every round and every second. It's all counting up. It's all adding up here. Come down to a 3 versus 3 in this round of 26. It's going to be Nitro in the back of Jail. He's going to have a teammate in NAV just off to the side in Market. Now they are so close. These smokes have held on for just a little while. Flash is coming out from Furia. They now know that the hits are not going to be a fake. Naf's going to miss his shot on a Yuri. That's going to pose a big problem. They know that Naf is back there. They land a grenade on him, and then K-Serrato just demolishes him with the Krieg. And that's going to be a 13th for Furia, barring any miracle here from Twist.
This isn't even a round he's going to try and go for. He just backs away. Furia tying this up. 13 all now. The AWP retrieve for Twist at the very, very least. And holding on to this has some pretty big implications for Liquid. Furia managing to turn that one around from a 5-on-3 in favor of Liquid to 3 players surviving. The same 3 that had to make this round happen after Vinny and Art fell almost immediately. Now, all tied up in this third and final deciding map. That there was a huge fight as well. Naf gets a bit unfortunate, baited by the tip of the barrel of the AK. Gives up his position just a little too soon. And Nitro tried to play the trigger discipline, tried to play it real slow-like over towards the back of the site, but they take a lot of time on clearing him out.
Yeah, and those barrels, those tips, they'll really tease you. In this moment, it's a real crossroads here between these two teams. It's 13 all, round 27. AWP still in Stewie's hands. Well, there's one in Henny's hands too, and guess what? He's pretty damn quick with it.
K-Serrato has kept up his performance from that of Inferno. We remember him dropping over 30 kills back there. He's, you know, not quite on the same trajectory, but 4-0 in opening duels, 4 multi-kill rounds, and second for his team. But only by a kill. The kill distribution extremely close for the likes of Furia, with the exception of Art, of course, down the bottom of the board. But he's had his rounds, he's had his moments. And those moments might be enough to get Furia the full 30. With Liquid broken on round 27. Stewie, we need him more than ever on this AWP.
Yeah, he's going to have to make a stand with it. He's been pretty impactful here in middle. Now he's going to have to get a move on. He's haul and tail all the way from B site. The rotation is over. Tons of grenades coming out over here towards the A site. Ooh. Change of heart, though. They don't see any players on the side of Furia. In fact, they don't see the bomb either. And these Liquid players are just going to stay dug in. They're just going to stay in their foxholes here through A. Here you go. He's going to get that contact he so desperately wanted.
Stewie likes to do this, just like flick up and down. I think it's for keeping your attention on your crosshair so you don't, you know, just stare at it and not think about, you know, what's on the other side.
I've known Stu throughout his entire professional career, and he's done that the entire time.
Yeah.
The entire time. I think it's
works out.
A little bit of a maybe a nervous tick or something.
Yeah,
like
and also, you know, it helps you like flick, right, if they're above. I don't know. keeps you attentive, I guess. And Stewie, he's got his eyes on the prize in this one, but he is going to get caught from Palace, the block, as they both try and come around the sandwich corner, but Nitro didn't commit. Stewie wanted to, and that's going to leave Furia at 14. It was only an eco round for Liquid. They were low money with a solo AWP, but now it's all to play for. Now it's do or die, and Stewie's got the AWP.
Yeah, we need to see him deliver with it more than ever.
Furia about to do what most would have considered the unthinkable. Just 2 rounds away from securing this series. Stu with AWP towards Connector. Catches a little bit of a chip damage there from the side of the grenade, and actually legs Yuri in the process. He's going to back out of there after having made so much noise in the Connector. Leash was there to help him out too, but the boost through window, this could get real disgusting here. Stu aware of it, aware of the idea at least, and he's going to back out as well. We saw them do this last night as a setup against the 100 Thieves because they often abuse the window. Finds himself back in the same position.
What this also does is allow Stewie to play for the round win. He can be one of the last players to die in this round, assuming of course they don't rush him down in the window, which they're not. He hangs around, he waits for a boost. He's missed the timing, however. He's gone back towards CT, and Art is still here. So let's keep an eye on that later on as Furia is set up for an A set piece. They're going to have 2 lurks, one coming in through mid and one coming in through window, but that first man of 2 might go down. Elige is looking desperately for the lurker. He knows there's got to be something here for Furia, and he is right.
Yeah, his spidey senses are tingling, and there's the kill onto Vinny, albeit just barely. For Elige, this is where Art emerges from the window room, and he just might look to carve a doorway into this A site. Stewie brought down low, back in CT, trying to deliver. Well, stand tall there for the first kill onto Yuri. Serato, keep your eye on him. He still has yet to give up this position in the Palace. Hasn't moved out, hasn't aggressed. But he will have to have eyes in the back of his head to deal with Nitro. Timing's everything here for Serato, and right now it's not looking good. He just checked behind him moments ago.
No!
There's the miss spray from Nitro. You can't let this kill escape from you, and he doesn't. Art comes in from the Connector. 3rd kill in the round. This was a man who was bottom of the board for Furia, now having the game of a lifetime, and another kill looking for magic number 5, but Henny's gonna grab it. It's match and series point for Furia, 15-13. No money for Liquid. Heading up against match and series point. They've got to force buy. They've got to try and get it done with just the pistols and armor.
And even though Nitro gets that kill, if he just gets it clean, if he gets it instantly, it allows him to get to the site faster and help his team out. Maybe, just maybe, you know, Furia don't catch around there. That being said, great play from Art, man. We talked about it. The double flank was not what Liquid expected, and why would they? Elige kills a man coming through Connector while the smokes are flying over A. They think, okay, that's it. That's the Connector player dead. We're good to focus on the site. And Art just runs out a window and doubles up inside of A. What a nuisance. What an annoying player, and what a play to keep Furia in this game. Art, like said, a rough map so far, but he has had 2 massive rounds. One of them with a double entry on B, when Furia were on a low buy, they picked it up, and they've won 4 rounds off the back of it. And one of them, of course, you just saw. Will it all be in vain, though? Will Liquid be able to take us to overtime with a low economy buy, or is this going to be done here and now? Furia looking for magic number 16, looking for a 2-1 victory in their debut in the ESL Pro League.
That is not the start you want. Obviously.
I mean, it depends who you are. I guess.
That's very, very true. You know, Furia fans are rejoicing right now, and I kind of am as well, because they've been playing some damn good CS. We wanted this one to go 3 maps. It has. We said it was going to be a close series. It is. And now it might be about to get closed out by Furia.
It might.
It certainly might, Hugo. 4 kills is all they need to solidify the win over Team Liquid. Quite the debut from Furia here at the Pro League, a team that up until now has yet to play a match here in the NA group. Utility going in towards A. Stewie back in CT, or rather on triple with this scout. Has to deliver, does find damage, helps Twists out, gets himself another kill, but now getting spammed from either side. Stewie, how does he navigate this? The answer is you don't. You've hit the brick wall that is Keserato. Henny gonna cut down these rotations, and he'll take the victory for Furia, 16-13.
Dang.
They 2-1 Liquid in this head-to-head for their debut series in the Pro League, 2-1. As they find success. Furia looking good. Join us after a quick break. We're going to try and break this down and digest exactly what this means in the standings, so don't go anywhere.
We'll take it. Yeah. You know Mark, South Stuff. Type to never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow, got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aye.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you wanted, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer to you.
Ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up. Let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so So what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide in with the rhymes that make the dimes. I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. Yeah. No, you know I love it. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you wanted, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer to you.
Ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round again.
Boy, oh boy, do I have a story to tell you. It's one of Liquid and Furia going toe-to-toe. And well, guess what? Furia, in their debut, they put Liquid in a place that they did not want to come in here and find themselves in. Furia, triumphant, find themselves over Team Liquid in a best-of-3. And of course, that brings us to our Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel post-match segment. We're going to be walking right into this one with open arms. Right, guys?
Yeah, you know, and open arms for Furia right now, who look hot to trot with their debut here in the Pro League. They come in, they take down Liquid, the top dogs in this group. And, I mean, that's quite the achievement for these guys.
Yeah, and I'm sure they probably think a little bit of the same thing here. And when I say they, I mean the side of Furia. We got Vinny on the line. What's up, Vinny?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Doing pretty good, man. Congratulations. You got 3 maps out of that, and you get the W at the end of it. So what were you thinking when you guys came into play Liquid today? Did you expect to kind of have this sort of result?
I think we were expecting to play these 3 maps. We knew it would be a close match. Even Liquid lost the 1 series to Solid Patrol, we knew it was going to be hard. So I think we just try to study them like the max that we can and be prepared.
So right away, and I just kind of want to jump in front of this. You lose Nuke, then you look at Inferno. What was going on in Inferno, and what did you guys look to exploit and then ultimately win the map with towards Liquid?
I think the problem with Nuke was like it was our first match. We don't play officials like a lot of time, so I think the whole team was kind of nervous. And in Inferno, we were like really confident to play, so I think we just knew what to do against them.
Vinny, we spoke to Art before your game, and he said that, rightly so, Liquid was probably the top team in the group, even despite their loss versus Swole Patrol. Now that you've taken the top team in the group down, who else are you scared of? Where do you expect to end up in this group? You've still got the likes of 100 Thieves and EG, for example, even MIBR. Are you excited for that Brazilian matchup?
I think that the strongest team that we need to face right now is it's going to be AG and 100 Thieves for sure. And we're always ready for a Brazilian matchup.
Yeah, I mean, obviously as well here, you take that win over Liquid. We could keep saying it just because, I think that's quite the achievement for you guys. You've done a great job. I was just wondering, was there anything that you'd kind of learned from reviewing what they do that maybe cropped up in any of these games, that the moment you saw it, you maybe just sat back and said, we're prepared. We know how to deal with this.
I think the only map that it was kind of easy to read was on Inferno, some stress that they use on G side, but besides of that, I think it was just like playing the game and see the rotations.
Hey man, I got just one more question for you here, and I just want to make sure I've got all my ducks in a row. It looks like you guys are going to have a little bit of an MIBR matchup. Now that one seems a little spicy. What are you thinking?
I think it's going to be a good match. I expect close rounds. No, not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's going to be some scary stuff. I can't wait to get that much underway. And at least for this notion, we need to be going to bed soon. I'm sure you've got other plans for the rest of your day. So thank you so much for your time, Vinny.
Thank you, guys. Have a great night.
Cool. See you around. All right. So let's get down to this. We've got some results for the day that we can begin to look at. We can all kind of tie this into one lump sum of Group C. This is the North American component of the ESL Pro League Season 11. You'll see that EG, MIBR are not getting the starts in this season that they wanted. However, on the other side, you look at teams like Swole Patrol, Furia. They got to be feeling pretty damn good right now.
Yeah, I think the middle of the pack right there is where it gets really, really interesting. I think for a lot of people, Furia are coming into Group C as like the dark horse, right? The hot prospect that could. And Swole Patrol looking stellar as well, up there middle of the board right next to them.
And right next to that will be the next group. We do have the EU side of things that at least played into today as well. We got a taste of EU. And that was a little bit of phase action. That one was pretty fun to watch. And, well, they didn't necessarily win it, but here we are nonetheless with G2 sitting 2-0.
Yeah, OG as well 2-0. I think that's one of the biggest surprises. These guys have been, on and off controversial times for them. So it's kind of exciting to see this roster finally come into formation, come into the Pro League prepared and take wins. They took down Mousesports earlier today. They wrecked them on the third map of the series as well. Harry's having a little dance. We're reaching the end of the day. Spirits are high, but not as high as the ones in the Furia boot camp.
Yeah, I think you're onto something right there, but you're not on to this schedule yet. Until now. Now I'm going to tell you what matches you have to look forward to tomorrow. With 3 best of 3s coming your way. We're looking at FaZe, Virtus Pro. Not the Virtus Plow, but a different form of Virtus Pro, in case you are living under a rock and you didn't know what Avangar was. Now, Evil Genius's Swole Patrol. Given what Swole Patrol has shown us in the past, or at least so far this season, that could also be a real spicy one. And we're going to talk a little bit in depth about that with at least the side of Evil Geniuses when that time does present itself. MIBR and Furia, that was the matchup I just asked Vinny about, and that's going to be the one to close the day out tomorrow. I think that's the match for us, right? So we're going to get the double dose there of Brazilian CS. Before we close, we have just one more thing to show and share with you. It's going to be a meme that we have asked you to submit. Now, I'm not sure who said we should load it up. Oh, my God. This is something else. I see the little face there on little baby Hugo. Ain't that something?
Yeah, you look great as a woman, Trace. I've always wondered, why you didn't follow that line of thought.
Well, I can imagine that you've thought about that before. This meme.
Well, now I don't have to. Paula's providing it for me. So,
good grief.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, Paula, for your intense artwork here, and perhaps we'll put that one on the refrigerator at the home. We're going to go to bed now, and that's the end of the day. We'll be seeing you all tomorrow. We'll be back with Chad, Henry, and Alex. We'll be back for the last game. So we'll see you all there. Good night, everybody.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. more apologies. Trust your abilities, gather the energy. Pull yourself back together and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your reverie. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, 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 out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make your miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make your miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Never gave a shit, real soul. Let it take a hit. Hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, that was my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't feel away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space.
rank 19, and we're going up against Mousesports, who hold that number 2 spot. My goodness. Let's see if the OG Mirage T-side will do any convincing of our 2 analysts, because that's where they start.
One of the themes here I want to carry on through is Carrick and how invested he would have been in yesterday's grand match. But today against OG, will that energy be the same as we kick it off on board with Mr. Carrigan and now Woxic? Jumping on down straight into this underpass position. And, well, they want to take the fight to OG. Running up middle, getting involved in a fight very early in this one, and all the kills fall in their favor.
That's one way to kick things off with a bang. As you'll see, 3 kills fall in favor of Mousesports here. MBK maybe able to get a couple back with this Glock, and he actually will do just that. Issa will join in as well, but that's about it. Carrigan looked like he got all 3 kills top of middle, actually got 0, but he ends up with 2 towards the end. It's going to be
there supporting the boys, though.
He was, so the crosshairs are on him while they're shooting the heads, so it absolutely is.
How often have you seen a CT mid-rush pistol round? Maybe this is another branch of the Inferno mid-rush we saw, another bringing the fight up middle. They had Woxic going underpass fast, so he could get the info if it was an all-in B very quickly with these steps he'd hear above him.
The last thing you want is an 8 site take from Connector, Palace, A-Ramp coming through with a full execution. So if you can get up towards middle and just take one of those jewels, and like we always say, get an equal trade, then you shut down their execution potential.
Look at
what
OG.
kind of tank have they set up here?
Now that is a wall.
Haven't seen one of these in years, Chad.
A wall of Burberry scarves and Glocks.
This was there was a screenshot of this on Twitter maybe a week ago. I've actually lost idea of time at this point, but this was on Twitter at some point, and I think MBK was involved in some tweets to do with it. So maybe
all revolves around a single P250. That's the secret of the strat.
It does work, you know. Like eventually, like they do come to your position, you're going to get a couple of kills, but you can see a very disciplined Mousesports ready and waiting. They haven't pushed in this map at all. They've got 1 player towards the end of Palace. It's Christian the MP9.
Hold up, Henry. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Go on.
But we need to tell all the new Counter-Strike viewers at home is when, as a team, if you assemble like that, it's kind of like Power Rangers. With all
Megazord?
Yeah, you create a Megazord, and you're still going to get taken down just as easily as what you normally would.
I feel like they've got a kill here at least.
Nah. Robs is just, he's making it interesting. He wants to play with a little bit lower HP.
I feel like he doesn't need to swing again here. It would be a bit of a nightmare if he did. So a couple of kills for Issa. Not too bad, all things considered. This was a full eco. They managed to get 2 kills. And nice moving up towards short indeed. That will probably be his time done. I like this positioning, though. There could be another one on the cards here, but no. It will be Chris J to finish things off as we go 2-0. The AKs will come out for OG now. This is their map pick. They managed to take down Mousesports at CS Summit when they'd only been a team for about a week and a half at one point. So if any map was going to work in their favor, this would be it. But I'm still not sold on the overall complexion of their terrorist forces. We'll see how the next round goes down as a replay of Rob's getting it done towards the CPL. I would say it's a bit of a nightmare. They gave up 2 of the kills to Issa. You can see that's not a bomb site. There's no real reason to challenge him. But either way, they do enter with an AWP in the hands of Voxic. Let's see if he's going to be stepping up today because he was MIA on the server against FaZe.
Ooh, he wants to get into the action fast. They were waiting for middle round before. This, however, a different round and a different setup. Mantu's the one holding this AWP push. It looks positive for Woxic. He's going to clear this one out, and he eliminates the threat. Mid now wide open, at least for a moment. You can see they're filling the gap. It will be a rotation from NBK off A to fill the void left by Woxic's opening frag. And he's already relocated. He's already hunting for number 2. It will not be towards Palace, though. You can see on the mini-map it's going to be a rotation from Issa. I think it looks like that one frag onto Mantu has completely destabilized whatever they initially planned.
Let's see whether they can bounce back, though. So their T sides had the issues. They still have 4 smokes and flashes, though. B side execution, pretty much their only option at stage. You can see no presence towards A in any facet. Towards middle, or the A-ramp or Palace, as Voxic starts to get some information with the AWP at that A-ramp. So they're going to know this is a B setup here, and we have got Carrigan ready and waiting. Flashbang towards the bench, joined by Frozen as well. He's got the incendiary in hand, which is going to deploy at this point. Here we go, full commitment.
Frozen has to throw in his smoke instead. It's not going to quite achieve what he hoped, and now good damage from Carrigan's spray. They're into the site. Frozen's going to line them up with a nice double, and this B site take has just landed flat for OG.
Oof. Well, there it is. That was quite underwhelming, Chad. That's exactly what we're talking about. I feel like if they lose that first pick, similar to Tyloo and the kind of approach they had on their T-sides, they have a nice objective in mind, but if anything goes wrong along that path, it's very difficult for them to recover. This was underwhelming, to say the least. They get in towards B. Frozen does a great job to actually shut them down and look very comfortable, but there's no pressure being applied to it. There's no smokes down a pillar. There's no parts of the bomb site being segregated, so they can focus on the site itself, and it looks like it's very comfortable for Mountsports as we enter another eco.
Yeah, there's a flip side to everything that MBK was saying. I think this one might be a quick one, as they're just going to steam out Palace. The smoke is not going to come on over. Alexi holding on to that. The first frag and the second onto the site, and now the smoke comes into play. The bomb should go down, definitely.
This is promising. Voxic's on an AWP for the retake as well, which is quite an intimidating factor when you've got P250s wide swinging into you, just like that. Not going to quite get the second, but it looks like Carrigan's got the cleanup crew all sorted. No issues. Alexi's going to charge to B. I wonder how quickly Mountsports work this one out.
I don't know if he will. We have got Voxic. If he gets to the window now, he's in trouble, but it looks like they're already just working it out now. So the bomb should be planted here. So that's absolutely fine for OG. They're happy with that. This round could have been a little bit more promising for them. If Alexi had a rifle, you could start believing he's got a chance here, but either way, he'll have a P250 making his way back up to the apartments, and at this stage, it should be over momentarily.
There's a chance for him to get a kill onto Carrigan, which would be fantastic damage, but it's just going to be the process of elimination for Mountsports now as they comb through the remainder of the map, clearing out through the kitchen and checkers position, now the site, and finally up towards the apartments. So that'll be it. Frozen will find the kill. I was saying the other side to what Nathan was talking about within that interview is, yeah, having to follow the game plan, having to follow the call, that kind of stuff. You do take away the freedom of your individuals if you need to follow a strict game plan. So when you do lose an opening pick, if the idea was to have a set piece and get map territory, no one is going to be... what's the word I'm looking for here? No one's going to want to step out of line to go for a play. And if you have nobody stepping out of line to go for a play, then you are just going to sit very stagnant, right?
I totally agree with you. I feel like they've got it kind of drilled into their minds right now that we need to follow Alexi B. We need to do exactly what he says at all times. No one can step out of line, otherwise this system's not going to work. And they're kind of maybe battling themselves in that regard. It's an interesting idea. As we'll see the double orbs come out now, we know how potent those can be for Mountsports. Chris J and Voxic is a tantalizing duo. This certainly isn't what a poor approach from OG there. No flashes, no smokes down. I understand what they're going for there. The contact surprise swing from the Palace position. They've just lost a pick, and there's not even a flash. Those are the easiest frags you're ever going to pick up on a CT side.
Well, this is great news for scheduling fans all around the world.
I'm not sure they're up to, though.
We're 5 rounds in. It's early days. Now, we were talking before. You made the comment of you're not necessarily convinced by this team. I think that's a sentiment that would be echoed by most, in the sense of, within this roster, there are 3 names that everybody knows. Valde from the North fame, MBK obviously won some majors. He was in the French scene for a very long time. Was part of Vitality, and then obviously Alexi B of Ents fame with all the nonsense going on there. The star power would be with the 2 other names. Now, Issa, people know about him from Hellraisers, right? That's a name that people should be familiar with. But we need consistency out of him as a rifler. And then Mantu, well, the new boy you've got on your screen right here, has to be thrust into a star AWPing role almost to seem like to make this team work.
But he's stuck inside a rigid system. They probably are trying to build up at this stage. I feel like he needs to be let off the leash and given freedom on the map.
Yeah, I think the sentiment echoed from the OG camp is he's going to find 1 kill here. 20 seconds left, not too much he can do. I think the general sentiment echoed from the OG camp, even from the Dota side of things, is that this is going to be a long project. He's going to go down any second, ladies and gentlemen. Don't
he's trying fast.
Can't die before that. They should have just they should have just all hid and and then killed him after the time.
That would have worked out nicely. But regardless, he will get his maximum loss bonus now. I agree with you, Chad. There's certainly issues within OG, and the problem I have with it is we always say, oh, this team needs more time. With the way CSGO is kind of structured right now in the current landscape and the level of competition, I just don't know how much time we have to invest in these projects when they're not providing results or even much promise generally.
Well, I suppose that this is the thing, is where teams want to be positioned. Do you want to be the best team in the world? Well, it's probably not going to happen with this roster. Do you want to be a top 10 team in the world?
I agree.
You can make that happen.
They could definitely be a top 10 team. It's just where the prestige attached to the OG name.
Sure.
I feel like that's just not going to be satisfactory for them as players and the organization. Either way, that first pick coming in once again, this time courtesy of Frozen. He looked fantastic yesterday. He's certainly a player that has certain issues with consistency as well, but when he's on, he's one of the best riflers in the game.
He's very, very, very quick. We saw a good example of it there. That's Alexi V. He's been having a bit of a nightmare as well. He's been the opening kill the last 2 rounds of play. We saw him fall to Chris J's AWP in the opening of round 5. Now into the 6th, and already he's forced to watch as the rest of his team try and execute his orders, and another body drops. Oh, and if it wasn't Woxic, it would have been Rops. Now into the site, finally, NBK. He has the call. He knows where the second one is and does cleanly convert. This is it for OG. A chance and the closest they've had at converting. Now with a missed shot from Chris J, the second not so much. He's even hit the next. It's all onto NBK. He's done well to tag him up through the box and now looking to clutch it out. But the bomb is open. If he crosses to CT, he will be spotted. Carrigan's closing the gap now. They could pass each other, and I think they will, just like that. NBK's none the wiser, though. Carrigan's on the hunt.
This is either where Carrigan knifes out. I'm thinking he's gone towards B, or he checked his close corner.
He's not going to clear it. Or he is going to clear it.
He is going to clear it in a very effective manner, I would say.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I thought exactly what you were saying, Henry.
Knife out to B.
Yeah, you know, you've cleared out. He's not here at all. He must be already walking around the corner. Could already be too close to kitchen.
You know, I agree with you. I thought Carrigan was going to lose that as well. MBK, a nice idea there to hold, but Carrigan, that big old brain of his, works out once more. And big aim for Frozen as he shows presence towards middle there, opening frag the AK-47. This is a team that has confidence behind them, assertive nature to the approach of the rounds. We're seeing that nice aggressive push towards short, the AK-47. They've got T-sided weaponry available to them, and a timeout called a US Air Force tactical timeout by Mouse Sports, actually, after being 6-0 up. It suggests a change is on the horizon. Maybe they're going to go for a bit of aggression here and try and work out what adjustments OG are making.
Maybe they thought that round got a little bit too close for comfort there. A 1v1 skybox, if a couple of them crop up, the CT-sided economy can start to look a little bit wounded. I want to let you guys know how wounded I'm feeling today.
Go on.
Skybox is currently not functional for me, so I won't be able to bring you any of the
breakdowns.
Yeah, they won't be coming until I sort this one out, but I am working on it. I have my best men on the job.
Your IT guy?
One of them. I've got 2 of them. They both have the same name.
One's tall, one's happy.
Exactly.
So, partial buy is where it normally all begins. In these sort of ruts. You start throwing caution to the wind, grouping up, getting AWPs.
Catching AWP bullets, and ooh, here we go. Only one. Rops actually managed to take down Issa before he fell. That was a quick death, quick exchange. And now into the site, it just gets more and more difficult. It's stacking up, Frozen through the smoke onto another one. Mantu, he's done well with the deagle. He's already found 3. His signature weapon lies idle on CT, but pushing for it would put himself at risk. He has managed to retrieve it. Now peeking into that fading smoke. A chance perhaps onto Woxic.
Well, he's given up the fact he has the sniper at this point. He has got the bomb in his back and a minute remaining as well. Player in towards CT spawn. That's going to be Carrigan, who's positioned himself in a really awkward position. You're not going to be coming pre-aiming this one, but Mantu, he's exploring the options at least. Trying to work out if he can get back to CT spawn potentially. Fires off a deagle bullet, gives up his position once more. Baits out Carrigan, and he seems to have the crosshair perfect. Perfect, there we go. It's going to be a 1 versus 1 now. This could be to the ace clutch verify. It's not going to happen. Voxic will best him. Very good effort and will wound the economy of Mouse Sports, but being 7-0 up, they still have a full buy here with saved AWP as well. Voxic will have to drop 1 weapon, but still have $4,000 residual cash. And OG, close but no cigar.
I was ready to yell Big Man Ting just
for his
highlight.
I can feel it coming.
It was surging through me. I was getting ready for the moment. But look, some nice shots here. And he did a great job of doing exactly what you mentioned, keeping the money low. MP9 for Chris J.
Yeah, sometimes not an issue. Voxic towards short. Oh, he's got a bit of an angle here as well. Just dodging flashes, he knows they're coming. No one towards middle just yet, though. Back to the A execution. Set pieces are the aim of the game at this point for OG. The defaults aren't working. They're losing too many picks at the start of each round, and no one really stepping up individually. So I feel like this is the best approach. Get those smokes down. Let's get a post-plant situation. Let your stars shine, as Mantu will open things up with the AWP.
He's going to give it his best shot. It's NBK, though, who runs straight in. Valder alongside him. A open. Best shot we've seen from OG now. Into the site, looking very promising, and another from Valder. You said, Chad, these guys, these names, these familiar names are going to have to deliver.
Has to be a save, I think. On the CT side, the money was just too heavily affected in the previous round, and we are going to see a nice shot from Voxic. NBK offers himself up. There is, and it was down to Voxic if he can manage to find another quickly. They could go for this one, but I doubt it. That's a nice shot from Voxic again, though. How's he hit that?
He jumped up on the box and then strafed into the angle. He even has a smoke to his name right now. If he can put more pressure on, Carrigan's coming. There is a chance.
He has got a smoke for some pressure. And now he's going to flash towards ramp. They're going to give this best shot, try and make him as uncomfortable as possible. Onto the bomb he goes. Carrigan's got another one. They need to cover the ramp. He has taken him off the bomb. OG take the round. Mousesports made that as difficult as possible.
And they recover the AWP, take down both players there, and they're going to get 3,500 per player on the OG side now. So sure, that's enough for Abai, but still, it's going to be difficult considering all 5 players went down. This is great work from Voxic here. This shot, Mantu knew exactly where it was. It is a really nice peak there, very strong. They take all 5 players down, so they're almost certainly going to buy into this, you would imagine. Will be compromises on the OG side. You can see MBK Issa, no grenades whatsoever, Chad. Mantu has the AWP, and they don't force. I'm so surprised.
Carrigan has bought in with... oh, no, he saved that, right? So he's dropped that across to Woxy. He has the armor across and has a P250 behind it. They might have enough here to make this work.
He's got a defuse kit as well. A bit of utility, I think, would have been enough. But there's Carrigan going down.
That's the kit. That's the round, I think, as it's going to be walking its way. Process of elimination for the rest.
So it's just kind of been A pieces right now from OG, grinding down this economy situation, right? So you can see what happens. They're able to get around almost for free off of the back of just beating down the economy with these close 1v1 scenarios. That was Mantu's heroics in the previous. This is the flow-on effect of that. Every round, obviously connected in one way or another.
Yeah, every kill has a knock-on effect in Counter-Strike. Every grenade thrown, every dollar spent will have repercussions. We'll see now, holding onto the AWP, Voxic holding towards the kitchen window. 2 USPs behind him, just in case they go for a push. But a good round from OG. They managed to string a couple in a row now as we get into the next round here. Money will be good, remember. They did actually take an eco here. I would suggest they should have force bought, considering they took all 5 players down, but they have got a decent lead. They're looking at the bigger picture, which is absolutely fine as well, as long as they save this AWP.
Perk of sending Woxic for the B app solo means that, of course, should his team fall on A, he can have a very almost guaranteed save.
Let's I think if I'm Mousesports right now, I'm doing something more forward on that A bomb site. So far, you've been swung out a bunch of times here. Chris J does have the secondary AWP, so potentially having him going up close and personal towards the A ramp, Fallen-esque style, could really stifle this A execute if it is going to...
Oh, dear.
Put your knives away, boys. I know it's online.
It's a lot of fun slashing it in Spawn. We've all enjoyed it at one point.
The knives are very pretty. What's a B? It's a fast B, or is it just a... They're limping in here. Okay, so MBK in the forward position, throwing out some basic utility to see if he can have a reaction coming on through, and they're setting up the execute behind this.
I don't mind these basic approaches, these 5-man plays from OG. I feel like that's where they're going to thrive. I don't like the defaults. I think the defaults are very weak right now. It's more with individual goals and objectives. It's not really coming together. They're getting picked off one by one by trying to create space. I'm not really liking that too much. This is going to be a fullback towards A, though. Just another set piece towards the bomb side, I imagine. They're not smoking jungle and steps in the traditional manner. They're actually smoking connector directly, and then actually keeping CD spawn open, challenging for a duel. If they get it, they leave CD spawn open so they can push through. And for now, this will be an A crunch by looks of things. Maybe even a B split if they want to head up towards short.
Yeah, they might try and creep up catwalk here with all that B pressure they had to draw Woxic off of middle. But the connector smoke makes me believe something different is on the cards as the nades will come out to push him on back. Now they've got the mid control they were after. 45 seconds left on the clock. Nobody there to deal with them. There's a massive gap in that smoke, and Chris J's going to find Alexi.
Oh, Alexi's going to be kicking himself. Another early death for the leader of OG. They're wrapping around into the site. That's a big frag. Didn't let Chris J pull the trigger, so down drops his spray's not quite there. 1.5. Woxic wallbang could stop this plan. Issa is low enough, but he's not hitting the shots just yet. And Falda, lingering in jungle, will stop the rotate of Carrigan. 3 versus 2, bomb ticking.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Voxic. 2-on-2 for sure, and it will be Mantu to give them the advantage here. Now, Voxic up against it. No kit available. Had to drop the AWP for Chris J in the previous round, going for the wallbang. Suggests he's desperate at this point, and a sign that he might be giving in. Bomb's over halfway gone. Remember, no kit, nowhere near it. It's going to give up the position of one of the players here. Has to go for the wallbang once again. Not going to happen, and OG will get 3 rounds in a row at this point. As he looks for a final kill, actually gives up his life. I think he was going down regardless with the pins coming in from Mantu. But there we have it. It's going to be Issa to close
Brothers
things
in
out.
arms.
Indeed, it's a good point.
We forgot about that one, didn't we? That little storyline right there. Issa and Woxic used to play together over in Hellraisers under Angel's in-game leadership. But we've got a little tidbit on the screen. Mousesports won 62.7% of their full buys. rounds against FaZe yesterday. Okay, so look, that's a... Oh, wait, no, is that a good stat?
60%
I'm trying to work it
of
out.
your full buys. I mean, I guess in a 16-14 game, that is that's.
Does that mean FaZe had full buys as well, or?
Ooh.
That's what I'm not sure about. Whether that stat's a little bit misleading.
Yeah, they could be full buys up against eco
Exactly.
or partial buy situations, but he
Well-
did put the caveat of the equipment. So
Sure.
maybe Ben can update us as the day goes on.
I'm sure he can. We'll work it out. We'll come back to you. As this is the partial or eco round from Mouse Sports. You see a couple of players with Kevlar here. Chris J did the same approach he did yesterday with its standard default pistol and armor. So a little bit different. No other player does that apart from Chris, but he seems to make it work, so you can't argue with it too much.
Yeah, I think last time yesterday he ninja'd and Dust 2B site, sat down there and actually stopped the plant with a USP cover.
That was a crazy play. He was just sat at the very back of the bomb site, denied the bomb, and actually took the round away from FaZe.
They are stacked up on A here with 4 individuals in front of the smoke wall. They will have to worry about the Molotovs that should come into that shadow position. That's probably their biggest worry right now with this A defense, but as soon as these mollies and smokes come over, they have to push forward and fight anyway.
So they've heard some sound cues there from the Molotov front. Does that mean they want to fall back? Apparently not. Another Molotov towards Shadow is going to flush 2 of them out and presumably yield 2 frags, which it will. This 4-man stack is completely eradicated as the 5-man sweep comes through. 4 in a row now for OG. As we get to round number 12, the money's stabilizing for Mouse Sports, but they had a 7-0 start. It's weird how this trend continues to play in today's game, with big starts then just crumbling to very split halves.
Yeah, before people didn't like the way the money flowed because you could get the hard reset constantly on those CT sides. It still feels like the CTs, if they go up to a commanding lead early, are subject to that hard reset when it does come on in. You still will have that $1,400 loss bonus, right, and have to build back up. So if you're the T side and you can keep these rounds close, those 1v1s that we were talking about, and a gap in the smoke here from Woxic.
Yeah, they might not be aware of it. They try to bait out the shot there. They're going for a run boost instead. So he won't surely hit that. He does nail MBK, who was the booster, the boostee, and we'll see the first kill come through. It goes in favor of Lexi B. Quiet game from him so far. That's his 2nd and his 10th death.
They're heading straight back to B here. They're going to put pressure on early. Karrigan has a lot of work to do here.
Now, Sports have put a lot of utility towards middle, and already the rotates coming in. We'll have Woxic rotating towards kitchen, but already the only 1 man in the site is Rops. He's got back over there in time. Karrigan in support, only going to get the first onto MBK. Valda, though, trying to be cheeky, trying to play around, but the sound cue confirms that he has not pushed into that smoke. He'll throw out a fresh one of his own. 3v3 as the bomb's planted, courtesy of Issa. All of them coming from the same direction. This could be a bloodbath for OG's 5th round.
This is so hard to retake right now. Having to deal with Valda up close and personal with 2 AWPs on a retake, it feels almost impossible. Not sure if he caught a glance at the barrel there, but he did get the kill, and now the low HP of Woxic is the only man remaining. He's not going to get away with his life. That AWP was a dream. And 5 rounds for OG is, well, they've mounted a pretty convincing comeback here.
I've spoken to Ben, Chad, and the data, as we thought, was just focusing on Mouse Sports equipment value by their opponents. So still convincing in terms of them winning a lot of gun rounds, but at the same time, it doesn't account for the fact that they could be.
All right.
Either way, we're going to have 7-5. 5 rounds in a row for OG, and we've got themselves 1 creek here towards the end of the half. Just going to be bringing that out. Yeah, makes sense, and it's another eco, and the opening frag surely in favor of Mantu here. Takes down Voxic, takes a little bit of damage at that point as well, just 20 points though, as Chris J spins that deagle, looking for any openers here. No one at the A ramp. There is presence towards T-spawn though. Mantu with a perfect position to shut this push down.
It's good since they've adjusted their playstyle from something which was default-based, using heads-up Counter-Strike to find map territory, to just the pack roll mentality, hold for any real aggressive pushes, group up, and do those fundamentals of the executes, which is like I'm sure they've spent a lot of time working on.
I agree. You've been working on them. Your defaults aren't there yet. You've already admitted that. You're all aware of it. This is not the time to practice. Let's stay with the 5-man unit. And Chris J, he's probably got a 1-deke here. Is there another? The AWP around the corner, there's a chance. Bad spacing from the OG side of things. No flashbangs used, you have no idea what's around this corner, and it ultimately leads to a death. Luckily, they haven't given up a rifle just yet, but it will be a 4-4.
Look how many nades they have left on this T side with 45 seconds left on the clock. They are just bleeding out CT utility and aggression and holding on to everything of their own, and at least we'll find another one over towards A. Chris J's down now, and now it's just Rops with that scout.
Missed the first shot. I think he's in trouble from Connector.
Done so.
He does manage to fire off a few bullets while going down, and so will Carrigan. One of them successful, the second not so much. He'll be claiming their six in a row now. It's half of two halves, it seems.
If they get 8 on the trot here, that is crazy good. The fact that they've already gotten 6 on the trot is crazy.
It's incredible,
good.
yeah.
And you consider the last few rounds that Mao's picked up were 1v1 scenarios. It's, what, a stretch of 8 rounds now? The OG have started to look very, very threatening, even on those low-buy situations where they were just running dry out Palace. So some bite within the OG camp right here. We did mention that this was the map that they won over in Summit against Esports.
Double AWPs. They're pulling out the Dorps. See how far Christian and Woxic can pull Esports. It is one of their very many strings to their bow, and there's Christian again dealing with the early ramp dry peak. Is investigating, and he's been met by a very scary bullet. Christian, however, will give them one back. Alexi from Connector.
It was yesterday's stat line for Esports, right, where they lose quite a significant amount of their 5v4 situations, right? Here they've got another opening kill on Christian, and then he's lost his life to equal into a 4v4, which we know for the T's is very favorable.
Well, at this stage, OG looking to find their 7th in a row. Rops, though, the man that could shut it all down, only good for a single kill. And it looks like that trend will continue as Frozen. He's isolated now towards short. We'll see him in a 3 versus 1. OG have pulled this game out of the darkness. I don't know how they've done it, but the adjustment from defaults into this Wolfpack mentality that we talked about, it makes a lot of sense. They just weren't getting anything done on their defaults. One by one, they're being picked off. Their same old storyline on the T sides. And now they've set themselves up a nice foundation on their map pick, moving on to the CT side. 7 rounds. If this is all they get, it's more than enough. And I dare say they could actually take this map, considering the T side is where they struggle and the CT side is where they thrive.
I feel like a lot of these situations, Esports haven't had the opportunity to multi-frag. Once they do find a kill, they're either getting taken out, as we saw with Christian there. He re-picked into the same position. And then, as they went to set up kills, they were getting traded out very efficiently onto that A bomb site. So the lack of multi-kill potential that OG are allowing Esports at this point of the game is a huge contributing factor as to part of this. They're either just smothering them. See, Christian's already had one, and he's re-peaked that, and that was the door. And then look this, the next door stepping on out.
That's
another
nice.
freebie.
I did like that they had 3 players on the bench, baiting and stepping and basically making Woxic get a little too horny for the frag. And then Mantu was the one to slap him out of the server. Last round of the first half, first game of the day. Mirage, OG's pick, and they're looking to win the half here. Rez will be throwing out his incendiary to try and create a gap in that smoke. No window smoke early, though. It's all in vain. Heading towards B. Carrigan's going to be the first port of call. And off they go, flashing through. Frozen will get the first. Still traveling as a pack, though. It's about those trades. And MBK does catch a nice one onto bench, but so does Rops. Claws one back from Kitchen.
Yeah, certainly operative word is clawing back, because at this point we do have a 2-on-2.
Oh.
It's going to be 8 rounds in a row if Issa can clutch this one out. He's in a 2-on-1 now with a minute on the clock. Looking for that first frag. Absolutely nails it up against Chris J, one of the best in the business when it comes to these sort of scenarios. And he only has a USP. There's the M4. Okay, so that storyline now in the bin. But the bomb is down. He has got a kit and all his utility, but will Issa be ready for this swing?
Gets the info and gets the shot. Issa had to step up, does step up, and an 8-7 half. We do see OG take the lead on their T side, no less, of their map pick.
touch the claws that hold you back. Falling down, you get back up. 'Cause you are own, and you're breaking through your rivals till they know you're a warrior. Walk through fire, try to keep your eyes closed. 'Cause you wanna lie in silver for your own. Don't take liars when they're superimposed. 'Cause they wanna raid your dreams when you're alone. Falling down, you get back up. 'Cause you are own, and you're breaking through your rivals till they know you're a warrior. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
That's how we know when we level up. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round.
You know Mark, South Stuff, South Stuff. Type to never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. How you know the flow, got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aye.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you wanted, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
bringing summer
1,
to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know, like I know.
OG have got the power and they'll bring it in on the hour, actually. It is 3 o'clock here live from the Cologne studios. Mousesports and OG ready to get this action underway. Myself, Henry Greer and Chad Burchill hanging out, talking about the counter.
Yeah, indeed. We saw the scoreboards there before we came into the second half, and I have to say, it doesn't bode well for Mousesports. Their Carrigan is consistently their top fragger. It's great for him, don't get me wrong, but that's not the name you want at the very top. Let me tell you, after a 7-0 start, they find themselves at a deficit of 8-7. OG with the comeback from hell here as they switch over to the CT side, and Valdak, he'll take a bullet to the face, kick things off. The Zeus sound effect there from Machine as well, just to provide some atmosphere.
Thank you. I'd like to provide the Foley to our commentary. And already Rops is going to get Issa and Carrigan into the side onto Mantu. And again, Carrigan, the playmaker, has found a triple in the pistol. I swear, he is reinventing himself in the absence of his stars in Mouse. More and more frags for NBK, though. They're lining up. Another tap as well. Hang on a second.
Pick me, do it.
Anyone else? Anyone else fancy their chances? Frozen is on the bench. He taps away at a third head. Thank you, next. NBK, otherwise known as Ariana Grande.
He basically hasn't taken any damage here as well. He won't check the left-hand side, but had he had pre-fired that, he could have been onto something. 3 kills for MBK equates to $900 extra, meaning he could buy up a bit more than his teammates take for scout armor.
Mousesports' first round in 9 rounds.
Yeah, good point. They gave up 8 in a row in the first half, and they pick up the pistol here in the second. A convincing one, but still a little bit too costly, considering MBK has 3 challenges towards Connector. They will be buying up. MBK, like I said, extra cash, gets himself an MP9 and Kevlar as well to go with their not full investment. They've got CZs and Kevlar.
Yeah, no Woxic Scout. Typically, he's rocking that.
They've all saved around $600 each.
I am a little bit worried about Woxic and his performances over the last 2 days. We have him on our little felt board there as one of the top AWPers, and we were talking about yesterday with the AWPers. I think we made a top 5 list, and Woxic was in there, right?
Yeah.
So it's somebody who
was in at number 5, I think.
Okay, so he's on. He's scraped in.
Yeah.
But he's someone who we're expecting to put in big hauls here, and well, yesterday he didn't perform up to his standard, and right now you could say the same. Only 7 kills to his name, the bottom for his squad.
This looks very good for Mousesports. Not really much they can say about this one.
Okay, Chris.
Oh, hold on.
That was a lot.
Chris.
A lot.
Chris, please. Chris.
Up and another one for MBK. That MP9's paying its dividends. The Woxic spray, important here. Tags, and it will be Rops to frag. Triple kill from Rops just to save what looked to be quite a messy response to the OG force.
So they might have to deal with just some pistols again, because it's clear that OG aren't going to buy in this round, even though MBK has 4.3. They might want to upgrade into some Deagles, P250s, and smokes again, something similar to what we just saw, and that got very dangerous. That was a very, very scary round. Woxic was on low HP. Rops had to come in to mop up that final one. You will see Mantu get a CZ. Same for MBK. It's just going to be USPs for the other 3. So they want to make sure going into the first gun round, they have full utility. They want to have those molly smokes necessary to defend against Mousesports and whatever they might be throwing at them. But MBK could be on for an opening. Frozen will deny it.
Yeah, good effort there from MBK. The only player that really could cause some damage here. He had the CZ in toward the underpass position. Does reasonable damage towards Frozen, but ultimately looks like Carrigan's got B under control. That's going to be Alexi B removed. And the smokes to come through as well are very efficient and looking clean for Mousesports here. Approach towards the B bomb site. They are going to have a boost in towards CT spawn. Just looking for an exit frag here. It might be able to get a kill, but that's probably about as exciting as it gets.
Inquisitive Mac 10. Carrigan's the one to perhaps fall foul to this boost. Ops got spotted, but they're all good, and there goes Carrigan. The boost could render them a rifle. It is only the Mac 10 though, so they are going to be remissed with the SMG. Not bad from Frozen. Good spray control through a tiny. I thought that was Chris J with the most ridiculous of shots, but it was enough to draw the crosshair away from the Rops peak top mid.
Well, there it is, double digits. Mousesports have now won both pistols. 7-0 start in the first half, 3-0 in the second. Can they maintain the momentum once again? If they can, there'll be enough to win the game. But we'll see what this first gun round will have in store for us. Remember, OG didn't force buy fully in the second round, saved themselves about $500 extra to allow themselves to get helmets here and make sure they're not punished by the SMGs.
You know what else is quite strange? A lot of them still have a bit of money next to their name, and only one individual is invested in a fuse kit, and that's MBK. So if we do get ourselves into a post-plant situation, that actually might be an intentional maneuver by OG, because if they lose this round, they have max loss bonus, which would mean that Valda, Issa, MBK, and Alexi B will all be able to buy in the following, and Mantu will be the only one who'll be hemorrhaging.
I think it is by design, Chad. I think you're dead on. The diffuse kits are a nice luxury, but they do cost $400 in CSGO. They used to cost $200 in 1.6. So yeah, definitely a bit of a luxury. If you have one at least, you're okay. It's not ideal, that's for sure. And we'll see whether this is going to be where Mousesports continue to find success on the T side. Looking for that 4-0 start. They have one MP7 in the mix and 2 players without helmets. That's MBK and Alexi B, so watch out for their deaths. As connector control is found. A rebuttal, though, from OG as they push towards A-Ramp, trying to get some information and boxing to open things up. That's on the A-bomb site, and it's going to be Mantu removed, who is influential in the success in the first half.
An A-Ramp crossfire. It's not particularly well-versed at dealing with connector. That could be the issue. That's, of course, if it goes unchecked. The fact that there is no contact does imply that there is going to be someone towards Ramp. It's Carrigan with the bomb that goes looking. Issa's double puts OG back in control, and now the crossfire arrives. Alexi pushing through the smoke. He knows he has to help and support Issa under the pressure, under the thumb of Mousesports. But with 25 seconds left, they now know where the bomb is. It's sitting right in front of Issa's position where it was on Tetris. And 15 seconds, what are you going to do? Nothing seems to be the answer.
Well, with 10 seconds now, I think you might be right as they get dinked as well. There should be no chance. I say that goes down into a situation they can win this, but Valda with a double spray down, too much pressure applied. A good chance there, but ultimately Valda takes no damage, and the money has been drained out of the Mousesports bank account. You see Carrigan at the 1,500. At least he'll be dropped. They have got one more buy remaining here, but here's Issa getting the job done, the double kill here. This is what really saved the round for them after getting the first pick. Voxic is removed, and Robson Frozen shortly follow.
They assumed he was Ramp, right?
Yeah, I don't know. They just obviously had to panic and hope for the best at that stage and see what could be done. Chris J opts for a Mac 10 here. There's only one player without a helmet this time. Going quickly towards middle. Lots of damage inflicted. Good M4 spray towards Chris and Carrigan.
Yeah, he's anticipating the push as well. The flash is perfect onto Frozen. And he will get caught. Carrigan actually the one to go down. Frozen is still mantled up. Mantu responsible for this frag. He does eliminate Chris J's push, but he's traded. Woxic aggressive on short.
Woxic's actually killed Mantu in the last 2 rounds, so in that head-to-head of Orpers, started to look a little bit better for Woxic. And the previous did it with Rifle, and oh my god!
Robs.
How did he react that quickly?
I don't know. His crosshair wasn't there. Somehow it worked out for him. And we got ourselves the Mousesports advantage here. 3-on-2. Valda and MBK with no grenades. And only one defuse kit between them as well. There is now a smoke for MBK.
Look at that smile from Valda. That's a big smile.
He's enjoyed himself. 16 kills to his name. And at this point, a very big round coming through. Can they do anything with this? A man disadvantage. Making their way through connector now. This is the first frag here towards the T-steps.
Should be held down by Frozen, but he's not anticipating the right side push. He's focusing his attention on jungle. And now he hears the steps in middle. It looks like it could be the end for MBK. Commits to the spray and is punished for it. It will just be the exit frag, but happy to be keeping hold of all of that goodie. Oh, even more than the M4. He'll upgrade to the AWP for the save into the next. This will be round 20 going the the Mousesports way. Bomb explodes. MBK and Valda looking to keep hold of those weapons.
It's strange how Mousesports seem to thrive in the chaos, whereas OG were better when it was more calm and they could be the ones setting the pace. There's that replay of Rops.
Disgusting.
Issa's monitor could have a fist mark in it right now. I wouldn't be too happy with that one.
We called out Voxic at the start of this one, saying his performances have been great so far. He's at the bottom once again, but luckily for Mousesports, Alexi B is not coming online here at all. He's 6 and 17, or 5 and 17, I should say. Really not the numbers you expect from a man of his caliber. And for now, they will limp into the round with AWP, to be fair, M4 for Valda, and a shotgun for MBK. Will this be enough?
It's in the right place. Can make it work, but maybe the timing's the problem here. They're quick.
So quick, straight through. Mantu has got his AWP into the right position to support, but immediately under threat from Rops. And that's the double to surely secure the round. All of their firepower gone, and the frags continuing for Mao straight into the B site.
Yeah, in terms of loss bonus, there'll be a $2,900 next round. So OG will have a buy available with the resources they currently have available. You can see they've got $2,000 right now. Issa with no armor wants to see if he can get an exit kill here towards short and pick up an AK, but it's very unlikely. He might be able to get the kill, with the fact that he'll pick up the weapon is almost impossible. Bomb to go off, and they're going to exit out towards CT spawn by looks of things, or the apartments themselves.
It's going to be the weapon for Issa.
Oh, he does find an M4.
Oh, Carrigan maybe? He's not going to move. He doesn't need to. Oh, here's the ladder.
Ooh.
It could get interesting, but he will not push.
They're going to buy it next round regardless, right, Chad?
Yeah.
One of Birchall's breakdowns, they're back.
I just want to show you how Rops got there so quickly for that flank, because those double kills came in immediately. So he's feigning mid-presence like a normal default, and then he's going to go sit in their own smoke here. The execute comes in over towards B, and you can see over here all the players running into the site. Just as that goes down, Rops starts to come up catwalk instantly behind these two big frags, and the B bomb site open for business. Simple stuff.
All about distraction. Hook, line, sinker towards the B side of the map, and we do have a full buy for OG, but no orbs available. Flashbang towards middle, the receives a Molotov, drops the smoke on top to create a bit of a one-way, giving some vision towards middle. MBK has got the advantage here in more ways than one. Chris only with the MP7. MBK actually had no helmet there as well, so that could have got a bit dicey for him, but he does get that first pick. 12-9.
Strangely, MBK the highest rated player for OG with their first 2 games against Tyloo under their belt, and continuing to be leading the way here. 78 points of ADR, 17 kills, highest in the serve. Valdo will now get his kill chart up to 17 as well, finding Carrigan. It's a 3-on-5. Doesn't seem like a very winnable round for mousesports here.
No, but B has been a problem for OG. Let's see if they can hold it better here. Alexi B will be the first contact. NBK holding the balcony. He will be Molotov'd out of position. Rops can hear that. Backing away towards bench. 50 seconds, and already Valdo's caught the loose thread. Bringing the fight, and oh, it's hurting. Oh, it's hurting so much. A perfect round from OG. Clean sweep and some weapon upgrades. No complaints.
So for mousesports, this real fast play at the start, you can see when they do lose their opening jewels, how difficult it is to get back into these rounds. But when it is a fast pace, they're able to snowball the CTs. Those gaps, they struggle to try and close them as the Ts are pushing very, very quickly. That's when it works. But now mousesports, they need to reconsider their approach. They will be taking their second tactical timeout here, brought to you by the US Air Force. Money not in the worst of positions, that's for sure. They can definitely buy, but they just need to talk over which direction they want to be taking this round. So far, we've been seeing a lot of play through middle, jumping through their own smokes, being very aggressive towards connector and window. Saw that fake just there where Rob's coming late catwalk through their mid smoke. There is an AWP in the hands of Woxic again. No utility being... There we go. I was going to say, maybe if he's not buying any nades, they're going to send him in first to find an opening pick, but he will buy their last minute. Looks like Chris is going towards middle as per usual, feigning off for the standard mid default with the Molotovs. So Mantu dropped that one in the window, if you're not too familiar with this little play, to extinguish the T-sided smoke that would come hurtling through the air. It would land on that Molotov, and it would create a one-way gap that Mantu would be able to use to his advantage and not have to move from the window position.
Yeah, nice smoke he's got there just to make sure that he can re-smoke connector from window. Doesn't stop Chris J though, and now he's walking through, and again mousesports get punished for this connector walk.
Yeah, they keep trying it, don't they? It's not working out for them. OG ready for it time and time again, and Voxic left to pick up the pieces here. Hasn't had his best showing so far in the last couple of days, to say the very least. Sats looking towards the A site. Issa already have 1 kill to his name, waiting for Robs to show presence from the apartments here. Swings out of the palace. This would be a good time to do it, but he doesn't spot the barrel. And at this point, we'll have to sit back and wait.
That's the contact he wanted, but he loses a teammate in the part and parcel of it. Now got to tap away at jungle, and he does. Alexi beheaded, perhaps a way back in as Valda loses 80 of his health as well. Good damage inflicted by Rops, but it doesn't necessarily translate into a round. Look at that bomb. It's Woxic, and he's walking it to B from short. There's 30 seconds. He's going to have to regroup with Frozen, but where do they go? 2 towards Kitchen, and only 1 there now. Now they might accelerate towards B. Orpa gone. Valda's in spawn.
MBK's done enough here, surely. They're not going to clear this.
He's planting in the smoke.
Oh, he won't deny it? Yes, he will. Okay, that was everything there. In the smoke, if he didn't deny the plant, there was a chance for Mousesports, but OG, that's the all-important kill. Nathan finds it, and it is going to be another round in their favor. It's only going to be their 3rd picked up in this second half so far, but still starting to rack up now and keeping Mousesports within striking distance. 12-11. Robs with a great effort here. One of his key positions, you'll see him working towards Palace in the defaults, on train towards upper ramp. Very good with the AK-47, as you can see. Surgical with the weapon. As you see, MBK just finished things off here with the denial of the plant. And we get into round number 24, where the money's not looking too good. Frozen does have the AK still. Doesn't get any extra money, but for now, we'll have a chance to try and open things up. OG, I feel like they're going to be taking this map, boys.
I think that Mousesports need to try and do something a little bit more together. Their lack of trading is hurting them here. Players limping out, dying individually. We had issues with their CT side where they were unable to get multi-frags. Well, here on the T side, they're unable to trade, and they continue to just limp out one at a time, individually seeing if they can open up rounds, and OG are being gifted 1v1 duels time and time again. Issa now having to defend against 4. Shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, well, the idea, I suppose, was to pick up that AK on those armored players. Chris J, for example, has managed to pick up that AK-47 now, but the bodies have already been dropped. It doesn't look like Mousesports stand much of a chance to make any impact on the remaining minute on the clock. Chris J will be taking that bomb towards B as fast as he can.
Alexi's one step ahead.
Yeah, he's got this sussed out. He'll be going towards underpass. Chris, he's not making any secret. Gun on, stomping his way up middle to try and punish the gap. He has pulled another rotate off. Mantu. Oh, his bottom was showing. Moonwalked into middle, but it doesn't have too many ramifications. 12-12.
Well, there it is, all tied up, and Mousesports one starting to drop off now after another glorious start. 7-0 in that first half, 5-1 in the second, but now things starting to look very good for OG. They are racking up frags. We can see Valda at the top with 21. Issa not far behind on 20. MBK with 19. They are missing Alexi B still, but that's absolutely fine because this team is looking efficient and well-rounded on the CT side. They certainly had their issues on the terrorist forces, but this is where it's all coming together. Astrala smoke thrown towards the top of middle. It has a bit of variance these days. You do have to actually throw a deeper incendiary just to make sure that they can not get access towards that mid area. You can see it's wider, and Issa double spray down towards the A round. Mousesports can't catch a break here as the orb shot will not connect just yet. Mansu is rattling off shots left and right. Now they're looking to finish off one of these players that are low HP towards the ramp. There it is.
Here we are. Another advantage for OG very early into the piece. Frozen's trying to change it once again. He's burning, he's gone. Alexi B's lead converts what the flames started. And now Carrigan. It's not impossible. A 1v2, certainly a manageable task.
For a man of his stature, Alex, I certainly agree. We'll see whether this is possible. These are the sort of rounds he thrives in, when it's a game of chess.
Suggestion and deception. They've had to go 1-1. He has, you know, I mean, the dream of a 1v2 is to separate them into 1v1s. Well, that's done for him by his opponent. So now it's about process of elimination and Alexi B's decision-making. For now, he stands vigilant on bench.
So if Carrigan checks the bench on the left side, he's got a guaranteed kill. Alexi B not being active here at all, but he should just be able to turn the arm. And there we go. Carrigan, with more time to operate with that, I would have liked to see him at least have a probe at the bomb site. Yeah, he was hoping that both of them be stuck together. As you mentioned, it was kind of unorthodox to see them separated like that. You'd assume they'd both be stuck together. That's the kind of philosophy of today's game. But either way, this was OG posting yet another round. Big spray downs coming from these M4s, leading to a 2 versus 1.
All right, guys, just to know, this was a fake mid-control. You have Alexi B throwing out that smoke, and as we can see here, as we take a look towards middle, it's just Valdez selling it with the Molotov alone. The reaction that's come out on the side of the Mousesports camp is as soon as this smoke lands, they think it's a full-on mid-control. They run straight into Issa's hands, and Mantu's even there to pick up the pieces. That's how that round started, and that's why Mousesports had such a tough time getting into that A bomb site to kick things off.
It's a very interesting way of approaching it, Chad, because if you do see that bin smoke come down with the incendiary as well, you assume it's going to be 3 CTs pushing up, 1 covering from window, and so you're obviously going to react. You're going to be pushing up that A ramp, right? So that is a really nice variation. It doesn't take much at all. That smoke is thrown from CT spawn from Alexi B. You throw the incendiary from the window, and it suggests there could be multiple CTs on the other side, which forces out that reaction. So very cool stuff, and it leads Mousesports after winning both pistols. It's great starts. Now 13-12 down on just the Desert Eagles, and they've lost the first player. Carrigan this time not shining as brightly as before.
Yeah, looking very good for OG. MBK's going to find another one, just lingering on the edge of the smoke. All too predictable for him. He's wise to these tricks. He's seen them in the server for years. Hoping that they can get Woxic into a prime position to catch out a member of the CT squad, but it doesn't look promising. Rob's some heroics required on his Desert Eagle.
If we take a look right now at just the first 7 rounds of each half, kill here. If you just, take the first 7 rounds of each half right now and sandwich them together, Mousesports are winning 12-2. It's the tail end of both of these halves is to where they're dropping the ball. So starting so strong, having all this momentum, staying on top of OG, and then as soon as OG can get their economy established, as soon as they're able to post 1 or 2 rounds, they're able to actually start striding in this game. And look, they're going to be 14-12 up. I just said in the first 7 rounds of each half, that's where Mao's got their 12 from. So they've just gone completely quiet in these later stages, which doesn't make a huge amount of sense.
No, it does not.
Second one. Oh, Chris J. He's always got something in his pocket.
5 rounds in a row for OG. We said that it was a kind of undertone of dread here for Mousesports. OG feel like they're stretching their legs in the second half after receiving another massive deficit. They're probably close to start regulation if things continue. 14-12 right now. We're going to see all the rounds here as we're going to see a single Krieg on the T side for Frozen. Bit of a specialist with the weapon. Gap in the smoke as they'll jump over it. Another chance of Mantu though, and one he'll capitalize upon. As Carrigan again going down first.
Starting to find the gaps, and then punishment for Chris J. A nade into that top mid smoke. Will take a good chunk out of the Dutchman. Alexi will re-smoke towards connector.
Feels like Mousesports is just simmering out of this game. You know, we've just left the pod on.
Well, we have it's Mirage, right? I mean, it's a Voxic playground. The amount of performances I've seen from Voxic on this map, where he just looks like an absolute demon, just going around, finding clutches, getting opening picks, disrespecting his opponents. Have we even seen him make a play yet? It's just been trade kills and not really much else. If you're a star player, I expect a bit more.
Yeah, it's just this whole Mousesports approach on this T side that's underwhelming to me. It's the sense of they are going for individual fights every single round. They're throwing basic utility, and then they're limping on through their own nades, their own smokes, to try and catch OG off guard. And that's not working. It hasn't been working for the last few rounds. So the fact that they're trying to rinse and repeat, I feel they're just going to keep getting that same response. And now that OG are, what, 4 kills away? And MBK has all this information right here. This should be another round.
The bomb's at T spawn right now. It does go through the B apartments there. Frozen pulls one back, a couple in fact. So do they want to change and go back towards the A side of the map here? I guess they do, and there's no one towards B apart from Short. And Valda will discover Robs. This is the all-important frag. If they get this quickly, they should be absolutely fine. One shot will do it. Chris J confirms the plan towards B. They've got the advantage now. It's Frozen to find it, and he holds towards the murder hole.
He's done everything for them, and he could do more. He knows there's a rotate. It's Valda. He's been caught as well. Triple from Frozen to secure a must-win.
You see him take his time there as well, just to guarantee that kill. So I'm not going to spray my load too early at this point. Make sure it's a guaranteed headshot on the back of the skull, and he manages to deliver.
Chris J had the same thing as well. You saw him as he dropped down.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an awkward moment because, of course, part of you is just terrified that he's about to decide to go CPL, and you lose that opening.
So Mansu's going to be able to drop a gun across here. Voldo will need one, and so will MBK. Alexi B right now, he has just above 6K to his name, and with the loss bonus coming on in at its pure minimum of 1,400, he still will be able to drop a gun. Issa with 3,100 might just have to buy into a UMP and try and play close towards a ramp behind the smoke, something along those lines. But now that OG's economy has been put into question, it's not completely beaten on down, but it's been put into question. Maybe, double AWPs is the response. Voldes picked up one. MBK's actually gone for an MP9.
Triple AWPs. Holy moly macaroni. I'm not sure how this one's going to shape up, but I'm interested to find out. Orping, aggressive Palace, perhaps? Valda's thinking about it, and he will. He's gone for the aggressive line. There is usually someone from the Mousesports squad, and it's often Rops. He's there again.
This is a nightmare for OG if Mousesports just regroup and do a set piece into a bomb
piece
site.
would ruin everything, right? And that might be the adjustment they'll make considering how much of a tough time they've had. The triple orb setup, it's taken down to a double. And a great shot from Robs there. You do not like to feel that one. Left eye peek towards the Palace position. Manages to absolutely rock Vald as well. He's got 24 kills as well. A huge scalp to take. And now we have a 5-on-4. LXCB boosted up. He has not been posting big numbers so far. Can he get a kill here? Another miss. That was a sitter, boys. And the MP9, it can't convert. He's having a nightmare out there.
Oh, no. He's in a lot of trouble.
Not known to be an AWPer.
Not known to, well, the fact he's not killing anything with the rifle, I guess that's why he's brought it out now, just because I'll just have a turret instead. The rifles aren't working for me. It can happen, but Mousesports, they've taken 2 rounds away. Remember, they lost the first pick in the previous round. Frozen had to have a solo mission towards the jungle area to get 2 kills, and they could backstab towards B. Now they're relying on the fact that LXCB has missed 2 big AWP shots there in the back. And at that stage, they just go in towards A, let them save the AWP, sure. There will be a bit of a hunt ensuing here with Carrigan making his way towards T-Spawn, but I don't think they can justify much more than that. They'll be up against the orbs, which will be posted up in turret-like positions. Yeah, I thought that boost was going to be it. Alexia was in a prime position to get at least 1 kill.
Yeah, and it's not a boost that you particularly all too often see.
You normally see the boost like on top of the boxes there, but he was like boosted just behind it, great angle, just to look over a smoke. Free kill, no one looking at him, just got it through the wickets instead.
Well, they are going to hold on to the double AWPs, but now that they know it's double AWP in play...
Yeah, with Mantu surviving as well, they can guarantee that, right?
They should be positive now that they know it's 2 AWPs. So if I'm Carrigan, I'm calling a set piece off the bat here. Probably a B set piece.
Yeah, I agree. They've got an AWP for Voxic, but that's not a massive deal. They can still operate in a set piece manner. We'll see if that's the case. Doesn't look to be off the get-go. We have got 5 players at least heading towards the B side of the map, so this could be the pillar execution coming through. The 2 smokes a pillar, 1 towards kitchen window. That would be an execution, and that would be the perfect rebuttal to what OG have set up here.
They just need to deal with Mantu's AWP, which will be coming from the catwalk position. The flashes will come out. We haven't seen the smokes and where they're going to land just yet, but the flashes are good.
Very good, just as they needed them to pop. Mantu, however, popping off. Does catch Frozen on the descent, and now there's a little bit of a delay.
No smokes at all there. Just
they were kitchen window smoke. It was a very basic execute. They didn't do the all-in
I feel like when you know they've got double AWPs, the only response you can have is using the smokes to eradicate risks. And they just use 1 there, and no one's looking towards short. They're all confused and taken away by the P250 presence that's close towards the drop-down position, but at this point, it's going to be map point for OG.
Yeah, there's a couple of things they have to keep in mind, and Woxic is a madman, just elephant footing all the way up catwalk. Will actually get the leg shot, but one in exchange here, so this still looks very good for OG to steal round 15 on what was just 2 saved AWPs and a bunch of upgraded pistols, and they're going to be stubborn-headed about this and continue up catwalk. Mantu has their number right now.
The boost is maybe going to make his adjustment a little too slow.
Oh, is he going to go plant at...
He can't plant. He has to go window, maybe? Or underpass? Yeah, okay. 5.
Okay.
And now he's shown the leg. They're going to call it boosted. They have all their attention towards short. I guess that's... No, look.
Never mind. He has to say.
He was already thinking about amps. He knows the bomb was there. The only real threat would have been retrieval of it. And so Woxic will be forced to back away and save the AWP. A big win for OG, and at a crucial juncture of the game. This will put 15 on the board. We could still see the OG victory on their map pick in regulation. I'll remind you as well that coming into the next one, I would love to hear your questions and quandaries for all of us. Hit us up with the hashtag EPL meme review if you've got any dank memes, or the EPL mailbag if you've got any questions and quandaries. Let us know. Hashtags are a thing. You can use them on twitter.com. Round 30, and it does look like we're going to be having a full bare-knuckle brawl for overtime.
Yeah, one that could come through considering the way Mousesports have got themselves back into after losing 6 rounds in a row. Managed to get a couple away, and now it comes down to round number 30. A very strange game here. Both teams not looking complete, but Mantu, he will open things up. Robs goes down, looking to close things here in regulation if possible. Mousesports will go for that mid-control. Carrigan spotted, and LXCB fires up another shot, connecting will be the AK-47, takes him down to 30, and I feel like Alexi's done. He has not had the game he's looking for today.
No, and Carrigan on the quite the opposite, quite the contrary. 2 more on A. He's now going to keep them locked in. He has so much power in his presence right now. He doesn't necessarily need to move too much. Mantu. And NBK's now focusing his attention on Carrigan. He's found another one. 2 huge frags when Mousesports needed them most. He's done it again.
Yeah, and here it comes then. The final play towards B. Valda gets nothing. No real damage inflicted. 4-on-2. Overtime written all over this situation. Mansu retaking with the AWP. Issa, he couldn't be further away. Currently sat towards jungle as the bomb goes down in B. And we have got Carrigan on the flank, continuing to find body after body. And now just Mantu. Just playing for stats at this point. We're going to overtime, and he will hit a nice shot there. Has got the fuse getting flashbangs. I just don't see a world where it's to let him anywhere near that bomb.
Come on, big man Ting. This is your moment. This is the time to shine through the molly. He bounds, and he will be taken down as we do move into round number 31.
Well, it's all reset now. MR3, 16K, first to 19 wins, 18-18. We do it all over again. It will be Mousesports here, starting on the T side, and hopefully with a different game plan. We've seen the T sides are pretty weak on both sides here. Hopefully, we'll see maybe a more set-piece approach. In the last 3 months, with the top 30 across all maps, they have the second lowest traded, 17.7%.
Oh, dear.
Oh, you were talking about their trades earlier. Looks like there's some stats to back it up.
And you've seen the approach on the T side from Mousesports here. And even in the interview we had with Carrigan yesterday, he was mentioning about their gimmicky plays around smokes. Well, that's kind of what they're going for here. Trying to use those smokes, assuming the CTs will consider them to be a wall, finding a gap, finding a timing. It happened yesterday against FaZe. We remember all on Nuke, where Carrigan was able to swindle around towards that ladder base. Well, that was more of a similar style to what they were going for here. But OG, more than prepared. There was only a couple of moments there within that half where it felt truly threatening in the rounds that they were being able to pick on up. And then otherwise, they were being offered up early kills. We have to reflect all the way back to the first half. That's kind of how OG started as well. They were defaulting, they were spread across the map, they were losing a lot of opening picks. And then as soon as they started to regroup and execute as a team, either it was late, it was mid-round, or Alexi B did a pace change to do it a little bit earlier, they were finding success as a unit. Mousesports only got through this off of heroic plays. Frozen and Carrigan, in the throes of the last few rounds of this game, both stepped up with huge individual performances to get them across the line and even secure overtime. So Mousesports, they need to change the approach.
Okay, it's time for a changed approach, Hank, and we've got the double AWPs pulled out again. Not the triple AWPs, as we saw
the Trawps.
The Trawps failing in the regulation. We're into the OT, and it does seem like they're going to be starting their adventure at A. Rop's taking the bomb palace. He previously did encounter some aggressive AWPing, but now it's in the B apartments. NVK does open things up.
Yeah, Vox are looking a little slow today. MBK will take him down. Nice opening kill and a good position from Issa as well. The orbs really working out for them here. Mantu just lighting them up as they make their way through the smokes of Palace and the A-Ramp. Round already over here, boys. Overtime, not looking too good for Mousesports thus far.
That was
barely a round.
Barely a round. I was just setting it up. Feel like we had some groundwork laid. Another 2 minutes of Counter-Strike ahead of us, but not to be. It's Mantu who gets 3 kills. He does very well to find the shots that were presented to him, but no resistance.
So curious as to why Mousesports seems stubborn to even deploy utility at this point. They're going for lots of dry peaks and swings on set times without any sort of utility thrown. I understand the idea of it not being telegraphed. But at the same time, these AWPs, they're not countering the fact there's 2 of them. I just don't get it.
No, and the fact here that Robs has had to bring out an AWP of his own in overtime, that's where we start to ask even more questions. This time round, Carrigan will kick them off with an opening kill, thanks to them Molotov. Look, maybe we have to go back to the interview we had with Chris J last night, where he said,
do what you want.
Just doing whatever you want. And maybe that's the approach right now that Mousesports are doing. They're doing very loose default situations with smokes to at least buy them some room. And then from there, they've been given as much rope as they want. And unfortunately, instead of running with it and tying up OG, it looks like they're hanging themselves here.
We'll see if they can cut themselves down, Chad. Execution is being set up, but they could just contact it again. They've got the opening pick this time. If they just walk into the crosshair, they're going to have a lot of trouble. They do, but the flashbang is there this time to at least avert the gaze of Mantu. They've broken through because he no smokes down, no Molotovs. I just don't understand why they're not using those. But now they have the 4-on-3 advantage.
Yeah, that's what they needed. It's looking much more positive, but still no obscuring smoke on CT. Chris J, he could have gone down. Will get traded, though. It's the Rops AWP that will fill the feed. And Issa and MBK, well, they are hungry to feed.
the only explanation that I can possibly think of for this kind of an approach right here. Okay, Woxic.
All right.
There you go.
Well, didn't need the tracer fire for that one. One single bullet from MBK's orb before he finds him in the smoke.
Yeah, a little bit odd that one, but still a good kill nonetheless. Voxig now starting to look a bit sharper with the AWP in overtime. It's a big round for them to pick up. OG collapse after Mousesports with their untelegraphed play. Contact out of the apartments. Luckily, a few AWP shots missed. They slipped by the wayside, and Mousesports will get that bomb down. Voxig with 2 frags, one through the smoke, of course, in this. Just trying to hold on to the AK-47. It is 16k star time in this overtime setting, but obviously you cannot buy the AK on the CT side. You're going to want to save this.
Curious to see if Mousesports go for a similar approach. That right there, it had a better idea to it because it was as a team, at least, right? Once they had Tetra's control, that's where they set up their execute. And I suppose if you do that, you might get yourself an easier opening kill. And you also have the ability of not letting the CTs know so early that you are hitting that bomb site. So there's small positives to approaching it in that way, but it also is very dangerous if you are doing it mid to late rounds.
Yeah, bear in mind, there were some AWP shots on a play that straight up missed. So, yeah, definitely agree with you, but it could have fallen apart, but it does not. Mousesports will go into the final round here with the Voxic AWP, not the Robs one, which makes a lot more sense. Incendiary towards top and middle, and it's sprays through the smoke, trying to find that opening pick, but no damage inflicted just yet.
It was the same fake as before, but this time Mouse haven't actually rushed it to hit the A bomb site. They're taking their time.
And who doesn't even get the first, Chris J. He was said they used the Krieg like the AWP, and he's given us a demonstration straight into the A site.
Yeah, he said he only really wants to use in those last couple of rounds, and my God, is he ever. That's going to be another fantastic kill there towards CT Spawn. On for the third, and of course he nails it. Mousesports looking destined for a 2-1 lead here in the first half of overtime. Alex EB will pull one back, but that's his 13th kill, and he'll go down quickly. Robs executes the final player there. Some great shots coming through from Mousesports there. Chris J, no scope required. The Krieg just absolutely dispatches the AWP there in CT Spawn, and that's when the scope comes out, and he makes light work in the last 2.
Well, we have Chris J up on our little felt board there as the playmaker, and that was based off what he was able to do versus FaZe Clan yesterday. He was a big part of that victory, having to do the lion's share of AWPing on train when the shots weren't being hit.
Triple AWPing.
We've seen it again.
It's back, this time on the CT side, slightly more justified.
Both teams giving it a crack. It didn't work out very well for OG.
Robs' reaction to the flash, a wrist flick.
Probably hit the keyboard.
Yeah.
we've all had 1 or 2 of those.
It happens to me a lot.
Oh, it's on for a right-handed person, it's on the right, on the left swipe. For me, it's always on the right. That's why I didn't make that connection.
Just don't put beverages near your mouse. That's all I have problems with. I almost knock it over.
My problem is putting beverages on the floor. That's not where you store things. We're advanced humans now. We invented like raised surfaces to be away from your moving body parts.
Execution coming through. OG up against the Trop setup, and Frozen will strike first. Nice work and a bit of a smoke to shroud his position. Carrigan will pull one back with the AWP, and it looks like they might have enough time.
No.
Mousesports running away with his final round here. 4 versus 1, man 2 left, and a 3-on-1 again. And he won't be able to do much with it. It is going to be map point for Mousesports on the pick of OG here, Mirage. Took a little bit longer than they intended, but finally have found themselves in an advantageous position. Moving on to train next, which is the pick of Mousesports here. OG need 2 rounds in a row for double overtime. So the triple AWP setup works out, but it won't be brought out again.
Yeah, big call has to be made here. Pressure on the call, a T side, and a 2-match point map point deficit.
Feels like once they get to overtime, Mousesports pulled up their socks a little bit.
I would agree. A little bit of a, well, I was going to say slow start. They're up 7-0. So it will be Robs to get this first frag, though. Will they close things out here? Looks to be the case. 5 versus 4 versus 2 now, as Valda will try and keep them alive, but I think his efforts are in vain. Man 2, the final player here. Once again, it's not going to work out. It was an admirable effort, but on their map pick, OG give it up. 19 this far, and amount of Counter-Strike being played at this point can be a little bit questionable, but yes, all signs are pointing towards Mouse Sports. The 2-0 should be coming through. Time will tell if we've got it all correct here at the analyst desk. We look at the buys coming through here for Team Mouse Sports. They will have the upgraded pistol in the hand of Robs with a PT-50 armor. They've got themselves a smoke and a couple of flashbangs as well. A Molotov for a post-plant scenario. As you see, the CZ for Mantu, I assume he goes towards Pop Dog with that weapon. Time will tell. He's actually rushing the lower ramp here. Aggression from OG here as we see them enter towards the B-bomb side.
Okay, so Alexi's going to get more than he bargained for. No, he's not. My goodness, bloodshed in the brown halls. 3 frags do favor Mouse to the OG2. MBK and Valda then in response. You see the rotate coming in from Connector. This is pretty much the best setup they could have, but it does cause problems if they go for the pop rotate, which is what Rops is investigating right here, right now. Will he just drop down? Keeps it silent, keeps the sound cues to a minimum. But NBK has got himself into a prime position to try and deal with this pop rotate. You'll hear them. It's just going to come down to execution now. And both in strategy and in aim, and that's an execution right there. Rops does go down. His teammates Carrigan and Frozen forced to watch as now this advantage is being taken from them by the natural born killer. A chance for a second. He's got another one. That's the bomb. And now a clutch for Carrigan. It's not going to manage. It's NBK to save the day for OG.
Yeah, he's been having very good form online for this team. There's been some question marks around his performances with the roster of OG since him joining. Hasn't necessarily been performing to the old school version of NBK, but coming in here today, he's been putting in a decent haul on Mirage, and now with 3 big kills on the pistol round, he's definitely finding some form. Now we have been keeping our eyes on Carrigan on the T side of Mouse Sports. He's a big fan of doing that yard execute with the E-box and 5-lane smokes. You've heard me cover it a million times. But versus FaZe, hold up a second, he's around and Chris J's out main. He's found a kill with the Deagle. That's a nice opening right there. Another will fall. Down Ivy, they barrel.
Yeah, just charging straight down there. The MP9 from Alexi B does well to find the head of Woxy, but he caught a bullet. 3v3. Mouse Sports, they definitely don't have the advantage, and that's going to be extended now by Valde. He's pushed up back tracks and gets both. The Ivy presence eliminated and gray screen completely. Alexi has a huge advantage in that one. Impossible for Carrigan to see him.
Almost unraveled there, didn't it? There was a moment where it all could have fallen apart, but now Mouse Sports will have to take just another partial investment here. You can see Carrigan buying into a Deagle, same for Frozen. Rops, Chris J, and Woxy currently measuring up their options. And on the other side of things, well, they've had to buy back with 2 individuals, but there's still a lot of SMGs on the board.
That's true. I don't know how effective those Deagles are going to be, but they'll give it a good go. Some Kevlar behind it as well. Woxic's going to be the only one to avoid the temptation of Kevlar Vest. It's going to enable him to buy that AWP when he wants to. Issa will get the opening frag though, and Carrigan falling as well. Just MBK finding his 4th. Just 3 rounds in, and it continues. Nice move from Issa. Catches Robs, he can't even pull the trigger.
Well, Issa continues his rampage here towards Pop Dog. 1 player remains, and that's going to be Frozen, and he is isolated towards his Ivy position. He does get a nice headshot there towards MBK, but that's probably all he'll find. For Angry CT, waiting the other side here. It's going to be Alexi B to confirm the 3-0. Mouse Sports, though, with money available, they're going to have the Voxic AWP coming out soon.
All right, boys, with the Carrigan watch, you can see him here in main. He loves to drop a Molotov. Flashes are going to come over the top here, but yesterday they had a variation where they slowed down this take to draw the CTs through their own smoke wall and then pounced out late. So let's see if this adapts anymore. If it changes, the traditional Carrigan play is to come out main, run all the way down, use his smoke wall and come back around E-box, also while dropping his own smoke to extinguish the Molotovs. Let's see their approach here in the first gun round.
All right, let's see if they've got that one in store for us. The smokes are pluming, just as you called, but no Carrigan this time, and you can see the CTs expecting it. They're even pushing Brown Hills early. 2 SMGs and boosting. I love it. OG, that's a quick way to find an opening frag from the CT side, and with the bonus round SMGs. Very nice start. What else have they got in store for us here on Train?
Time will tell, Alex. Smoke down towards the sunny side of Ivy here. It's going to be Voxic who has the AWP yet to frag. They've lost that initial player, Mantu, performing once again. Flashbangs will come through, MBK. He'll be affected by it, but his teammates on the other side of that smoke here. It's looking very good for OG, I have to say. Not much chance of breaking through unless more Voxy just goes through. It does enable a trade, but still, the orb's been thrown away.
Yeah, and I think Mantu's going to go unchecked here. Carrigan wasn't ready for it. He actually adjusted into Mantu in time. That's a problem now for OG. Rotate from Issa is very loud, very stompy, and Frozen's going to be tucking himself in for this fight, wants to actively take it. Bye.
Yeah, clean as you like. Lexi B hasn't been performing in this series so far. Down to 12 HP. He has done a decent job in the CT side of Train, 4-1, but ultimately would have to do something remarkable here. MP9 only. Can he find a rifle? That would be a chance at least. Timer is running low. He's got the incendiary. Maybe he can deny the plant. Trying to find any points of access for him at this stage. Once they give up the bomb plant, though,
swing on this.
Work out. Frozen with 3 kills in the round there, hearing them all, stomping around towards C-spawn, and then denying any sort of chance of them winning the round. It's going to be the push towards inside. A nice little boost, as we spotted there. Nice work from Mansu, but wasn't quite enough towards the end.
That Molotov's important to note as well as part of that boost. You saw it going off behind them. That is to isolate any players going aggressive while the boost is coming on in. And what that would normally do is force the T's to be in the choke point just above the pop dog ladder. So those SMGs, once they get boosted, would have a perfectly close range duel to be winning that fight.
I love it. More and more of those coordinated opening moves to seize that opening advantage. Valder's positioning himself on top of the bomb train. That's a very powerful position for the off angle, because as soon as they turn that corner, they are going to be looking for all of those sniper angles. He has the element of surprise here, and he isn't vulnerable to ramp, as far as I know. Yeah, he's safe and sound from the initial ramp descent.
So if OG can wrestle this one back, we might have an early start to the game on our hands here of a tug of war. But if Mousesports win this one, they can start to stretch their legs a little bit. It's going to be hard for OG to get up everything they need, and we've seen how conservative on these anti-ego approaches they are. It will be the B finish.
Certainly will. Mansu, though, got a guaranteed frag here. That's Rob's going down. And it doesn't seem any flashbangs again. Lots of dry approaches here from Mousesports so far this series. No flashes, no real smokes deployed, just trying to surprise their opponents, but the AWP picks them off. The M4 one by one at that stage will mow them down, and we will see Alexi B close things out there. Mousesports, not the most compelling approach towards the B bomb site. Chad, can you really work out as to why they're not deploying any utility in these sort of plays? I understand the mindset behind it, but why are they so stubborn with this?
I think on these explosion strategies, they don't want to have the telegraph plays tied in with the fact that they would consider themselves as better individuals. So they are trying to leverage these opening duels to snowball the site, to then use their utility late to force OG into no option other than to save. Whereas if they use all the utility on that entry just to get into the site, they have nothing left to defend with, and it maybe OG have a chance to get into these rounds. Mousesports should be better as well if they do get into, you know, a 2v2 situation. That's kind of where I would see strengths for them. But so far, it hasn't really resulted on anything in Mirage. Train similar scenes to when they haven't thrown a lot of utility. I expect them just to return to normal programming with their game plan when we see the gun round come out in the following. Back to those standard smokes that I can't stop talking about.
Yeah, but you do like them, so it's fair enough.
Well, it's great that I have one pivot point with Carrigan that I can just keep exploring and coming back to, right? If he keeps doing the same strategy over and over again, it's great for my storytelling.
It's a good point. Robs will be in these brown holes a lot throughout this first half. It's his stomping ground, hasn't found great success just yet, a 1-5, but maybe he can add to his numbers here with the Desert Eagle. Less than a minute remaining. He's joined by Frozen to the start of the Mousesports lineup here, but what's the final play? They have no real grenades. They have got armor, but no chance. The first shot will be connected by Mansu. The second should be coming in shortly. There will be no chance for a bomb plant here. Maybe one kill. Frozen gets it, but they will recover the AWP. That's Issa picking it up. 2 kills for him. As they go 5-1 up on the CT side of Train, all looking good for OG. Remember, it was the 7-0 start for Mousesports on Mirage. They close it out in overtime, but this is much better for OG now.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they haven't had to make any sacrifices in their CT economy already, nearly, you know, halfway through our half.
The only round they've given up is that quote-unquote bonus round, right? When they had the MP9s out and it came down to a 1 versus 2. So in their minds, they're doing absolutely fine here. They've bounced back and won 2 in a row. And now up against the full buy again. As we'll see the AKs being brought forward. Mousesports, remember, not using the Krieg. Right now, at least, there's Alexi B. Flashes in.
Oh,
Top of the Molotov, and it's a great preemptive shot towards the corner there.
He was Flash doing the dance in the corner as well. A brutal execution of the Mouse Sports leader gives them a very nice opening frag.
Yeah, he saw that flash pop just as he went in towards main entrance there. No chance of avoiding it. Very nice move.
Poor Chris.
Lag now?
Yeah, Chris, he was lagging on the last map. He's definitely lagging on this map. There's no point in us even just trying to skip over it. He is going to have a very rough game ahead of him here.
BK could get caught out here. Around that shot and disappears. A little gap, a very small chance to go for a 2 versus 5, but he's taking a lot of shots now. Is unchecked in pop for now. Frozen has the element of surprise. It's just a question of where that contact comes from. They're playing so passive. They've got the access to the bomb trade, but oh, timing. Oh, timing. It's not going to catch Frozen. He does lose a lot of health. They know where Issa is, but he hasn't taken down Woxic, and that is a real potent mix. If that bomb goes down, it will not. It looks highly unlikely.
He's thrown it over.
He's dead now. They took too long.
Valdo will take it. Before the bomb can be planted, now Voxic stuck on an island, but he'll get one kill towards the Pop Dog room, but that's going to be about it. Do they want a double orb setup? Apparently not. Valdo will leave it on the ground and hold on to his M4. And we go 6-1 Mouse Sports yet to really get going here.
And it should stay that way for OG. Look at the names in this roster. There's no real secondary AWP potential. You know, I don't want Voldo picking up an AWP. I think he's way too good with the rifle.
NBK could use it.
Maybe. I don't even know if it would be serviceable. It's just something which, look, you don't need it, but it's a nice luxury to have as a defense in certain scenarios. That's
Headshot from Mantu, converted by the AT there. This is looking very good. Alexi B looking so much stronger here on train. Weak on Mirage, but this is an absolute showstopper of a round. Let's see, Mouse Sports now conceding 7-1. 5-on-2 now. Super grenade towards Issa, but not enough to knock him back from Pop Dog.
This would be a pretty bad loss for Mouse Sports, I think, coming into yesterday. In their last 10 games on train, they'd only lost 1, and that was to NAVI Ice Challenge after NAVI had just been formed with Perfecto. They were able to just get through against FaZe, who were pushing them throughout. And this is a very slow start for them here, so be one of their most memorable losses on train in a long time.
Certainly. And after Mouse Sports gave J2 one of their most memorable losses on train by winning with a coach and a stand-in.
Yes, indeed.
Different set of circumstance now. It's Mouse Sports that find themselves in the battle for mental fortitude. You've really got to keep a clear head when you're staring down the barrel of 7-1. I will remind you, it's T-side train. You know, we saw the Mouse Sports squad managed to have a very close game versus FaZe with what? I believe it was 5 team rounds? 4 or 5? So it's certainly not out of the realms of possibility we get a barn burner throughout this second map. This, however, this round is also Alexi. Maybe goes down. I don't understand how Robs has done that. He even gets a third opportunity. This time he'll squander it, but my God, some great shots. Not quite the same to be said for Woxic's Desert Eagle. 7-1 the score. The memes are filling the chat now. There's no Brazilians in the server. But we do have ourselves a 9th round on the way. Alexi opened it up.
Yeah, double grenades were brutal. The incendiaries coming through, the shots following it up. Nothing could really be done. Rob's got a single kill with the Desert Eagle. Enough to make the round interesting, I suppose, but overall still 7-1. AKs are out once again. They might have to start using the Creek soon, as we'll get into a Voxic AWP. Still quite quiet numbers by his standard on train, 4 and 8.
I'm really worried about Chris's haul in this. We've seen him go very aggressive. There we go. Woxic will find an opening. Takes down Mantu, so that's a very big scalp to take.
Yeah, and there could be more where that came from. MBK just caught some bullets from Frozen straight up through that smoke. And the CTs are pushing up towards this smoke. They're anticipating some Ivy presence, but maybe a boost?
Oh, he wanted a boost on the server. I think Alexi's probably thinking better of that one right now. We'll pick up that dropped AWP from Mantu, and they're resetting. This looks like it's going to be a late outside pounce, so we should see those same smokes go over that we were talking about with some flashes. That's a deep Ivy smoke that's just being lined up there with the new skyboxes.
and we are off to the races. There's the incendiary. Carrigan's going to put that out, but the timing is perfect from Alexi B.
Yeah, couldn't ask for more out of him here, but Voxic will pull one back. The AWP connects towards MBK. 4 versus 3 in their favor. Doesn't last too long, though. That's going to be pulling one right back here. Back and forth we go. The AK-47 with a chance towards E-Box. It's a scrappy kill, but certainly counts. Goes down to a 2-on-1 now. Issa, good numbers so far.
I feel like he wins this. He's up against not only Frozen, but his ex-teammate Woxic. Woxic on with a triple kill. He can dash their dreams of a second round here. Good reposition. Woxic unaware. He will jump into the angle. The spray is good from Issa. Problems getting worse and worse now as Issa's looking to clutch it out. Frozen's got no health. 1 bullet will do. And a 1v2 for Issa.
Huge round there from Issa. That should have been impossible. That should have been a round that they were walking away with on the Mousesports side. Woxic hit some absolutely phenomenal lob shots there to get them into that and unable to close.
Didn't play together, though, in that 2 versus 1. It felt that they were segregated, slightly panicked. The clock was running low, to be fair. Issa did a fantastic job, but Fox has got to be gutted with that one. He goes for the final pick towards Issa. If he hits a shot, we wouldn't be talking about it. This is the moment here. He gives it up, and then he leaves Frozen with 19 HP. To be fair, probably should have got that kill then. By his standards, that was a shot that was certainly possible. Doesn't connect, and their woes continue here as we get into round number 10. 8-1 down with another partial buy. Carrigan, though, threads the needle out of main entrance and has found a gap. Flashbangs to go through. Doesn't want to push the smoke yet. Absolutely he does. CZ, though, running out of bullets. Gets 1, not going to be good enough for 2.
Gets good info. Finally, they get out, but there's more that came from the CT side. Woxic does connect onto MBK. That's Ivy threat released. 3v3. They want to try and slow it down, perhaps just a little bit. Oh, Alexi, he's back, and he's back in a big way. 13th frag found. Frozen claws it back into a contention.
Crawling back into the round now.
He had 2 shots before Frozen, or rather Valdit, did adjust.
Oh, the timing on this here. Just missed him, and Valdo will get the kill. That's 9 rounds now for OG. They've already mounted a very serviceable first half here on the CT side. Mousesports pulled out one of their specialties right there, the outside execute. It's in 2 waves. And we have a little stat line coming on through here. OG, not one of their prolific maps, lost their last 3 games on train, winning a total of 18 rounds in them.
Mousesports.
Yeah, a lot of work has been put into this for OG. You must have assumed that Mousesports were going to be picking this map coming on through.
Inferno for the decider, as you would expect. Looking very likely at this stage. Mousesports just not turning up. The only round they've picked up so far is against the MP9s of FAMASs in that bonus round. Ever since then, there's been a couple of chances with 2 versus 1s, but every clutch has slipped by the wayside, and we've got Issa now aggressive towards Pop Dog. Same story for Chris J as he makes his way out of main entrance here. 3 and 10 to his name so far, and he's got players coming behind him. I don't think he's going to be wrong for this world, but somehow survives that interaction with Alexi B. 13 kills, but that was a pretty underwhelming spray.
Oh, and that one too. OG have had a couple of oopsie daisies in this round. 2 sprays not connecting. Chris J, I can't believe he's still alive.
Yeah, that's insane. Well, they've got a 5-on-3. Surely they convert this one. Mousesports need it. Hasn't been the prettiest T-side so far. OG locking it down in the defense, and they will be saving it. You can see that money's actually not amazing, so they might as well hold on to what they have, which is 2 M4s and the AWP of Mantu. Going to be able to buy grenades next round. In terms of loss bonus, of course, they will only have $1,400 into that next round. So have to save these weapons. You can see Mansu, no cash. Same story for Issa and Valda. So no real option but to save. As all 5 players survive for Mousesports, the first bit of good news they've had in around 6 rounds.
Yeah, and if they do get 6 rounds, that'll be a lot of good news because turning it around from this point, it's not going to be easy at all. If you take a look at how all of the rounds thus far have gone for OG, they've all been via elimination. They haven't even had to defuse the bomb up until this point. And this is the first time it's gone down and been detonated on the Mousesports side. So that just tells the story of how these rounds, they may be close in certain scenarios after Mousesports pick up a couple of kills, but they're not threatening rounds because they haven't even gotten the bomb down. So OG, after losing that round, will take a tactical timeout brought to you by the US Air Force.
These are all sowing seeds of a Mousesports train performance that they will remember, not for the right reasons. 18 of their last 21 games have been successful. Fnatic, Navi, North, and perhaps the 4th name could be added to that list in half's time. 2 rounds certainly not good enough coming into their defense. They're going to be hungry for these last 4. Sacrifices made just a little bit for the CT side. A single FAMAS for Isse. Won't be holding Pop Dog with that. In fact, yeah, it looks like he's swapping it out with Alexi. And Mantu, you said, the double AWPs, they don't have many options. NBK, Henry, you nailed it. He's pulling it out.
MBK at one point was a main AWPer many moons ago, way back in a different iteration of Counter-Strike. But for now, we'll be bringing it out here on the CT side of Train. See if it works out for them. It's a very AWP-centric map. Surprised not to see some of the bigger names step up.